This audiobook contains 342 censored sentences and 131 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. What the fuck is it now? Middle screamed as she and everyone else ran towards the sound. Rainier also joined them. Agag. Darcel was clutching his eye as he was embedded in the wall. When he stopped clutching his eye, it was missing, and not just his eye, an entire portion of his face was missing. Ha 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 ha. He started to laugh maniacally as blood gushed out of it. Red Dragon Emperor. The group in Asia stared at the fallen in shock. Had he really gone insane with what had happened and what was happening? Dark Rainier starts to speak, but was cut off. Hurry that shit up, so I can go wild in this city. It's going to be a fun night tomorrow. He launched killing intent towards them, and they all fell to the ground. Asia was doing the worst, as she had peed herself. Cool. Will be my battlefield. Let the corpses begin to pile up. Ha 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 ha. One day left before Darcel's wish is fulfilled. Jean Skyward, I will take your advice, Drake. Huh? The dragon was confused. I will speak with her right now. I shall teleport to the Occult Research Club. Wait, what? Jean, you're being too hasty. I ignore them as I was about to teleport to the ORC. CNTIR appeared in front of me. Third-person point of view Jean and CNTIR both stare at one another without saying a word. Slap. She slapped Jean on the cheek. Leave. Jean gave her a smile and nodded. I will, once I teleport into the ORC. CNTIR glared at Jean. Why did he come out? It was impossible. CNTIR felt uncomfortable in the presence of this individual. Jean has black hair and black eyes, but right now. CNTIR squinted her eyes at Jean. His right eye is red. He is unstable right now. So I took over. I can do this one more time. After that, I shall fully vanish. My time was meant to end years ago because of my own recklessness, after all. Jean bitterly smiled. I failed as a ruler. Failed to do that, and failed her. Jean gazed up at the sky, and then back at CNTIR. I will have him, I know. Our brand new body, this new person, a mix of us do the right thing this time. Jean chuckles. She surely is looking for me, as the other parts of me disappeared when both our souls fused. CNTIR stayed silent. She knew all this. She also cut the link to the two dragons as she appeared out here. They didn't need to know this yet. Founder and EMPCNTIR started, but Jean put his hand out. I do not have those titles anymore. Jean smiled bitterly. I am known by Jean, or perhaps his old nom don't. CNTIR glared at Jean as he put his hands up. Okay, I want, but he is immature, like the Dragon of Domination said. He has done many foolish things, is quite childish, and has wishful thinking. Jean smiled, like how I was. He laughed. Our personalities do mix well, don't they? I can see why Azathoth didn't stop the merging of both souls during his reincarnation. CNTIR stayed silent as she waited for him to leave. In any case, I have taken care of things for him now. He was semi-conscious during it, so he will be aware of the actions I've taken. I will give back full control when I teleport to Rias Gremory. The next time I emerge will be the final time. Jean turned his back to CNTIR. Goodbye. For now, CNTIR. I do hope he does turn it around, otherwise he will nearly lose someone. You looked into? Of course, he doesn't do it often, but I have. I suggest you create a barrier around Kuo Academy when the time comes. He turned his back to CNTIR with a smile. A power of an outer god in a state of pure rage is quite difficult to control, after all. Zip! Jean teleported away. CNTIR shook her head and disappeared. She didn't like him, but like Jean, even if they are one and the same, he will disappear, but Jean will stay. Jean's personality is slightly influenced by him, after all. Especially the part of uniting everyone. You heard both of their voices. After all, Yon. CAPPY. I'll create a world where everyone can live with a smile. IOVIs. NDF. I me, that's why. I will always love you, forever until the end of time. A love from a being that transcends time, space, and universes. That's what was waiting for Jean. A fated one, you could say fated ones, 2, 4, Kuo Academy, Occult Research Clubroom, click. Click, click, click. Jean skyward? Huh. What? I looked around me when something painful passed through my head. My thoughts, huh? Why did I? I look at my hand, a small patch of blood on my clothes. I killed Freed? It felt so foreign. Like I wasn't in control, like I was just a backseat driver to it all. Why? Masked Man San. I heard Rhea speak in front of me. She looked surprised at my sudden intrusion into her club. It was already far after school as she was the only one left in the room. Looks like she was reading something. I take a peek at the book she had, some kind of war tactics, so she wasn't reading manga. Do it, Drake said to me, and I sighed inwardly. I'm here now. I might as well. Rhea's Gremory. I call out to her. Her attention focuses on me. We should restart. I tell her, and she looks at me with confusion. Restart? She repeats the word. I nod and put a sound barrier around Gasper's little hole in the wall. Were you? He doesn't even know right now. He will find out in a day or two. She still looked confused at me, so I took off my mask. Thud. Once I did, she dropped the book she was holding as she stared slack-jawed at me. While I waited for her shock to subside, I breathed through my nose. Jean. You were the masked man all along. She screamed and got up. Wait. Why did you lie to me? She frowned at me. I silently nodded here. Truthfully, I had worn the mask as a little precaution at the start, but I had no real reason on why I kept my identity as a secret. I sighed. I guess I wanted to surprise you. Show off a bit, as childish as that seems. She had a blank look on her face, and they started to laugh. She was clutching her stomach as she laughed harder. Show off? Just for that reason? She wiped a tear from her eye. Yeah, it's dumb. I had no reason to lie here. Maybe my own teenage hormones were taking over part of myself? But that was really the reason, nothing more. Rias stopped laughing, and the smile disappeared from her face. Wait, then Aquino, I told her to keep it secret. Chiron probably just followed along since Aquino kept it a secret, or maybe Kuroka told her. But yes, 2 of your peerage members kept it a secret from you. Rias had a complicated expression. She looked like she was thinking of something. If you want to blame anyone, blame me. I take full responsibility for Aquino and Chiron. But I know. I cut her off. Please forgive them. Hate me all you want instead. I don't want to see either of them sad or hurt, even if it's because of my own incompetency. Rhea sighs loudly and rubs her forehead. I will think about it. Thank you for your honesty, Jean. Being lied to for almost a month by my childhood best friend and queen is a lot to take in, especially with something this important. But rest assured, Kaneko or Chiron won't have any repercussions from this. I appreciate it. Rias. She nods. I will discuss this with her tonight. I nod again and turn away. I don't outright hate you, Jean, but we may need to restart our relationship, as you suggested. Her voice was neutral, so I didn't know how she truly felt. I also didn't want to face her. Yeah, we do. They'll see you tomorrow then, or something. She didn't answer me back, so I canceled the sound barrier on Gasper's room and teleported away. Third-person point of view with Rias Gremory. Rias clutched her head as she had to process so many things in such a short amount of time. She was just relaxing and having a calm evening after her club members went away. But for her human friend to randomly surprise her with, oh hey, and the guy training you guys, haha. All of a sudden it was my time with Jean, all a lie. Rias shakes her head. No, it can't be. Jean's usually truthful about things. He did decide to tell me the truth. Just now, why? Was the question. She didn't understand why he would do such a thing all of a sudden. Can I really trust a word he says from now on? He did lie for an entire month, but he was also truthful. Just now actions speak louder than words was a phrase that Rias heard time and time again. She had recently been abiding by this rule, so she'll do the same for Jean. She'll see his actions in the coming days, weeks, and even months and decide if she can fully trust him. How the other thing to Aquino and Kaneko. Jean said he told Aquino to lie to her, but Chiron may have been told by Kuroka or just followed suit with Aquino. Time for a talk, then Rias summoned a communication circle. Aquino? Oh, Rias, how can I help you? It's not that often you call from me after club ends. Aquino sounded the same as usual. Yes, can you come back to the club? Just you, it's urgent. Yes, very well, Rias. Aquino, as per usual, agreed to her king's request. A magic circle appeared in front of her desk. Rias had made her way back to her usual spot and sat on her chair. Aquino Himejima appeared from the teleportation circle as she bowed towards the Gremory heiress. Good evening, Rias. How can I help you? Aquino asked her king. Should I be subtle about it? Tell her straight to her face? Rias stared at her queen, unblinking, and thought of ways in bringing up the new information she received. Rias? Aquino called out to her king again. As she sat there staring at her, she became worried. She did say it was urgent. Rias Gremory sighed. It'll be blunt, Aquino. She finally spoke as Aquino tilted her head confused. Jean revealed to me just now that he's the masked man, the middleman of the three factions. Aquino stared dumbfounded at her king. She wasn't too sure on how to react. Is that the reason for Jean acting strangely when he came home? I see, Rias. Aquino was at a loss for words. She knew this day would come. She didn't know when, but it would eventually come out. Whether now or later, Rias, her king, would find out. Aquino was also worried about how their relationship would change. They were childhood friends, the first piece of her peerage, and she saved her during a difficult time in her life. She owed Rias the Gremory clan a lot, but also Jean. She was worried that Rias would hate her. Their friendship might crumble from this, or at least become strained. Aquino, how long? Rias' voice wasn't any different than when they usually speak in private. She was calm, collected, and elegant. A hint of her more relaxed and childish tone there, too. A week after we met, we were attacked by some rogue fallen. He killed them, revealed some details, and well, we started dating. He did a lot for me, my parents, my heritage, and my hatred for men. Rias looked shocked. Parents? Aquino smiled and nodded to the question. Jean revived my dead mother. She's currently living with my father and Grigori. I visited them quite recently. We also keep up through texting on our phones. Aquino took out her phone and showed her a group selfie. The photo had Jean, herself, Barakil, Shuri, and Lavinia Rennie. Both herself and Lavinia were happily clinging to Jean. Shuri pinching Jean's cheek as Barakil had a complicated expression on him as he tried to calm Shuri down. Rias stared at the screen, the photo Aquino was showing her. Revive the dead? She was quite shocked to be able to revive someone like that. Did it have any complications? For Jean, your mother? Aquino shook her head. No, he can seamlessly use it. No drawbacks whatsoever. I see. Incredible. Aquino, please be honest with me. What details did he tell you? Aquino nodded and told Rias what Jean had revealed to her so far. The only thing she cut out was him being a human dragon god hybrid. Even then, Aquino knew that it was a lie. Everyone was just waiting for Jean to tell them the truth. Boosted gear, huh? So, the reason Jean rejected my offer was because it's impossible to reincarnate him as a devil, to begin with. Sona also knew. She accidentally met her when he and Ingvild were about to go to Kyoto. It was pure coincidence. She was ordered by Leviathan Sama to keep it a secret for the time being. I can see why, but the recent rumor has been spreading like wildfire. He can't keep a secret forever. Jean says he won't actively try to anymore. It's already out in the open. Anything else? Aquino thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, well, not that I think is relevant. Like Ophis and the pocket dimension, as well as other minor things. Graphius-san told you everything that was relevant. Jean has been hired or requested by Satan, Lucifer, your brother, to train your peerage, us. So, Jean is aware of that. I see. So he knew Jean respects that you didn't want to share, so he didn't push for it. Jean is honest 70 of the time, but he isn't perfect. I was honestly worried about him revealing all of this. Our friendship might be damaged. Aquino lets her worries be heard by her king. Rias nodded along sadly. We have been friends for many years, Aquino. We've been through many things. Our friendship grew. You were my first piece, and I have shared many private things with you. Rias walks up to Aquino and hugged her. If I was the same as before, I may have had a childish outburst, but I can understand why you did it. Rias pulls away and smiles at her best friend. Please don't underestimate our friendship, and don't underestimate me either. I forgive you. I also understand why Kaneko did it. She won't be punished. Please convey that to her. But I will need to rebuild my relationship with Jean. While he did tell me the truth, he still did lie for a long time. He also helped you and me in various ways, so I can't hate him. Ria Sakino became teary-eyed and hugged her king again. They shared a tender moment before pulling away from each other. I still have a few questions that pertain to his past and his real goals for being the middleman. Jean's past. He hasn't spoken a lot about it, but from what I know, he found out about the supernatural at the age of 7-ish. He trained and dealt with what supernatural came his way in Ireland, and his parents died from an accident before moving here. Ria's Barado a brow. He hasn't revived them? Aquino shakes her head. No, I also wonder why he hasn't, but I assumed he tried and they rejected his offer. Rejected his offer? Aquino nodded and told Rias the rules or conditions that Jean gave himself with how to use his resurrection abilities. I see, and his true goal for being a middleman? This is when Aquino giggled, confusing her king. It's an excuse to meet women and gather a harem for himself. Rias stared at Aquino, slack-jawed. Are you serious? Yep. She cheerfully replied as Rias face-bombed. An Irish otaku. He really was interested in having a harem. Rias laughed softly as she remembered her conversation with Jean in the club. He has the power to do it then. Achieving peace with all the factions and pantheons is secondary. If he doesn't have peace, how can he get more women or spend time with us? So he wants peace as much as everyone else, maybe even more? She ended it with a question as she wasn't too sure. Rias sighs a harem. Well, it's his dream, so I guess it's fine. Aquino, let's get back to the other topic we discussed earlier. If Jean waited longer, maybe I would have hated him and our relationship may have been damaged, so I guess it was the right call from him. But Jean was acting a bit strange. Rias looked concerned as she informed her queen. Strange? Is it about the blood? I haven't asked him about it, but I can definitely say it wasn't his blood. No, he felt, I guess, tired, fed up, sad. He was in a negative emotional state, but I'm not entirely sure how to describe it. Even when he tells me to put all the blame on him and hate him, I still worry about him. That may be because it's been a bit tense at home. Aquino sighs sadly. Tense at home? Did something happen? Aquino nods and explains the little incident with Kuroka and how Jean handled it. We, the girls, held a small meeting when Jean was out. Without Kuroka, of course. We concluded he was a bit insensitive, but we left it up to Jean to sort out. And he hasn't done anything for over a week? Aquino nodded to her question as Rias shakes her head. Well, at least he's not perfect, huh? I did think of the masked man, as such I guess it was eating away at him too. Maybe he'll do something about it soon? He did reveal himself to me. Yes, I believe he will. If he did do this today, maybe even tonight, or within the week. Aquino bows again. I shall get going then, Rias, and thank you. Yes, have a good evening, Aquino. Rias waved her queen off as she disappeared. Not perfect, I guess that humanizes you in a way, Jean. Huh? Rias shook her head as she picked her book back up. Flashback in Jean Skyward. I did that. But I haven't had a chance to speak with Kuroka yet. Again, it was bothering me. When I had blanked out and was just watching from the sidelines as the breast dragon offered advice about being more aggressive and honest. Hey, don't call me that. I shake my head and ignore Drake. Aquino looked like she wanted to talk to me after coming back from being called by Rias. She said she wanted to think for the night. That's why she also slept in her own room. Grafia was in an awkward situation and did her best to comfort me, but I didn't want her to worry. I had to fix this myself since I caused the problem in the first place. The same within, but I just apologized to her. She's close to Kuroka too, after all. I look back at Rennie. She was the one who stuck to me like glue all week, though. Probably the number one reason I didn't go insane. Maybe she's being too indulgent with me. I don't know. Even more so today, after I apparently looked like shit. Maybe I still do. I sigh again and slowly wriggled myself out of Rennie's grasp. I gave her a kiss on the head and left the room. I need some fresh air. I made my way to the backyard. When I got home earlier, I decided to upgrade my defenses. I had them in my house, but not in the garden or around it. Only beings who are close to my power can enter without permission, which are outer gods, but they still need to use all of their power. I also upgraded the house too. They need the same amount of power to get in. The only exceptions are my women and beings that I gave my trust to. Even then, it's only through magic circles. I didn't get around to with the rings as Drake suggested, since I want everyone to be present when I upgrade it. Kuroka avoiding me. Well, that's just not possible. I got to the door and slide it open. I step outside and close it. When I look in front of me, I see a silhouette of a girl, the same girl that had been avoiding me all week. Kuroka, as she turned to see who had come out to the back, I whispered her name, and her eyes widened. The way she was looking at me, I didn't like it. It made me feel uneasy. I need to apologize to her and make it up to her. If I don't, then what Drake told me will come true. I start to approach her, and she starts to leave. When she walks past me, I grab her arm and don't let go. She stops but doesn't turn to look at me. I really fucked up big time. Fix it now. Do it. Just do it. Make your dreams come. Tear you slam. Shut up. Let him handle it. No time to joke around. Albion reprimanded his fellow dragon. Ugh. Kuroka was the way I handled things the right way. I was unsure. I impulsively and stubbornly stuck with it, but it's been almost a week. Jean Naya also looked tense. He tried to act the same as usual, but it's been bothering him. In the last few days, he seemed like he was going to confront me, but he hasn't. I felt complicated by it. I'm happy he's been reflecting, but didn't think it would go this far. I also roped Chiron into this. She wasn't happy at all. She told me it was dumb and might damage both our relationships if it goes wrong. In her words, "Nae-sama, this is stupid. I agree that Jean-senpai messed up, but getting back at him like this is immature. I don't want to lose either of you." But I was stubborn and went against her wishes. "I'm sorry, Chiron. I love you, but I must go through with this." I was looking out at the night sky as I didn't have much time to relax and breathe the past week. Slide. I heard the door slide open and turned around to see Jean, who was surprised to see me. He looks like he wants to say something. Isn't this the perfect time to make up? Oh, he's walking towards me, but I must persist. I start to walk past him, but he grabs my arm. Quite hard too. It hurts a bit, Naya. I finally turn around and look at Jean. Huh? Why does he look so dead, so tired? Did I take this too far? I was just teasing him a little bit. I wanted Jean to feel how I felt when he brushed off my concerns at the time. Distance myself from him a little. You know, Naya? He was an asshole that day, and everyone else too, but I guess we're just young and stupid, right? A learning experience. Yes, it's a learning experience, Naya. I distanced myself, kept contact to a minimum, and see how when I really felt lonely, Naya, I didn't like doing it, but had to prove a point to Jean, Naya. I acknowledge it's cruel. Maybe I went too far. I didn't want to see Jean like that, Naya. Jean always looked desperate to have women know, desperate for love around him. It's like he's been starved of it all of his life. Why? I didn't know. I doubt anyone knows. Maybe Jean himself isn't even aware. I played with that insecurity of his. I'm a cruel woman for that. I took that away from him, and this was the result. Kuroka. I probably had an expression of shock on my face as I stared at Jean. I fucked up big time. Yes, you did, Naya. I've been an insensitive asshole. Yes, you were, Naya. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Jean bowed his head down, but didn't let go of my arm. I was about to say something, but Jean kept going. If you want to break up with me, I can understand that. And I won't force you to keep being with me, Naya. Nya. Wait a damn minute, Naya. I didn't think it would escalate this far. Nya. Wait at Jean. Nakomata tackle. I lunge at Jean and hug him tightly. This isn't what I planned. Jean skyward, this isn't what I planned. Kuroka screamed at me as she had tackled me. Planned? Plan what? What is she talking about? Yes, I was mad at you. Mad at everyone else for brushing off my complaints. So, I wanted to make everyone uncomfortable. Just rile them up a bit. Make you a bit sad. Only a bit. No way in hell I would break up with you, Naya. She started to headbutt my chest over and over while muttering out Naya's over and over again. It was wrong of me to play with your insecurities like that. I'm horrible. I was immature like you. She stops and looks up at me. So, let's just blame each other, okay? She started to shake me wildly. I stared dumbfounded at the cat girl in front of me, but a sense of relief and a weight that I had been carrying lifted off me. It was a joke, a test. I was worrying myself to death all week, and this was the real reason? A bit of revenge? Ha ha ha. I deserved it. I can't more like it's impossible to be angry with her after how I've treated her. I guess I was wrong. Damn right you were, but fuck. You really had me worried. I hugged Kuroka tightly as she did the same back. Let's call a truce then, but I still fucked up. It'll try being better from now on, obviously. It won't be instantaneously, but I hope you stick with this moron for a little while longer. Yes, we're immature children. Let's stop this now, she sighs loudly. Now with that out of the way, she pulls down her obi as she shows me her chest. Let's do it, she announces happily, staring expectantly at me. I again stare, a bit surprised by the sudden development. Sorry, Kuroka, but we can't tonight. But let's do it 2 days from now at night instead. I have some things to take care of first before some peace comes back. Kuroka froze and stared at me surprised. She starts shaking. You're not pulling my leg, right, Naya? No, I'm not. You promise? You're not making false promises again, right, Naya? If you do, we'll really get pissed off. I promise you I'm not. How about a little taste? This confused the cat girl as she tilts her head at me. Taste. Yeah, like this. I leaned forward and lightly nibbled the snack in my hand. Nya, she exclaimed, a bit surprised. Vuvuha yifua. I didn't let her continue as I held her close, drawing her into a warm embrace. I quietly cast a sound barrier around us and held the trembling girl in my arms. Huh, hot yinia. Wait, she started to squirm. I moved my left hand down and gave her a light pat on the back. She let out a small surprised sound. I paused. Not wearing any, huh? What a bold cat. With that, I continued, gently tapping her shoulder. MMMM. Kuroka bit her lip, trying to contain her moans. Because of this, she started to drool. Wanting to move this a bit more, I picked her up as she reflectively wrapped her legs around my waist. Hiya. I brought her to the wall and continued my previous assault, but instead I moved my hand back to her thighs from her butt. JJ Jean, that's so close. She muttered out softly. I finally stopped and let her down. Her gaze at me was full of disappointment and with a slight pout. I did say it was a taste test, or you can call it a preview of what's to come. I lean my body more into her. I take her hands and place them on me. When I did so, Kuroka's eyes widened as she tightened her grip. See? She didn't answer me as she started to lightly touch me. I chop her head, getting her attention back. No, not yet. I promise, in 2 days from now. Okay, but it's as big as Akino said and girthy. Kuroka blushed as she kept her grip on it, still lightly and slowly stroking. When I kissed her on the lips, she happily responded, but I broke the kiss and told her, Kuroka, all those bold things you said last week will do them. Better prepare yourself, both mentally and physically. Kuroka's face became even redder at me mentioning what she had said. Oh, really? Ashu? You're into all of that? I shake my head. I don't know what I'm into, but I'll try them all. But nothing too extreme, since I really am not into that. Or using my avatar or clones. That's a big no. Oh, okay. It'll also add a time dilation barrier, so we could spend an entire day together and only 10 minutes will pass outside. This again makes Kuroka even more embarrassed as steam was coming out of her head. It'll add an effect that you won't need to eat or drink, as well as extra energy. It'll fulfill that wish for you. I take her hands in mine. As she let out a disappointed noise. I pull her toward the door. Let's get some sleep for now. Thank you, and sorry. G, are you doing all of this because of what I said, or because you want to do it? Both. Drake was right about a lot of things, but I won't improve instantly. It will be a gradual thing from here on out. Huh. The dragon snorts. Experience is always the best teacher after all. Yeah, I guess so. I just scared you a little, but you better keep that promise. Not to myself, but to you and your mates. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, Drake. He'll be relying on you guys more from now on. Sure thing, partner. Of course, Jean. CNTIR. Answer. Anything for you, Jean. Rebuild the trust and friendship with Rias Gremory since she was troubled by the news. That was the plan. We weren't near any kind of intimate relationship. So this came to light at a better time. What about Darcel and Rainier? Next evening, I'll attend classes myself since I've been skipping too much. I can rid of Darcel and that dragon-killing prototype divine beast. I finally reached my room. Kuroka wanted to keep sleeping with Chiron for the night and told me that she'll join me tomorrow night. Jean skyward him. Not a dream, so it's I turn around and see both dragons there casually napping. Oh, hey partner, what brings you here? Welcome, Jean. Greetings, Jean. CNTIR also waved to me. How are you feeling now? Better, but I'm still bothered about not being in full control of my body earlier. What was that about? Both dragons shrug. CNTIR cut our link when she appeared outside, so we don't know. We can assume she won't tell us, so save your breath, Jean. Probably. But can I ask you about the memory I got earlier? CNTIR smiles and nods at my question. That memory was from your past self. She confirmed our theory. It was during your teenage years, You were in a dark place. That's all I can say. I see, thank you. But I wonder what happened. It's super vague, but a starting point. Huh. You were an asshole back then, too. Huh? Drake snorts and smirks at me. Jean did lose someone dear to him, apparently. Teenagers are not known for having common sense or tact. Well, that part of his past personality did show up, even if he wasn't aware of it. If we weren't here, he'd be going down that path, figuring it out by himself further down the road. Super edgelord Jean, what a time to be alive. I sigh and ignore Drake and turn to the other two. Anything else, CNTIR? You passed away at the age of 26. She smiles at me. 26, huh? So around the prime of my life, my 20s. I nod. Looks like I died relatively young as to what? I have no idea, but I was in a hospital because of those beeping noises. I guess you can't tell me how then? She nods at my question. You had a rough time as a teen, your parents. She trails off and had a sad expression. Non-existent? Neglectful? Narcissists? I finished for her, and she only responded with a sad smile, confirming it for me. Around your 20s, you picked your life back up. It was only getting better year by year, but she smiled sadly again. Life is never fair. You soon met your end. I nod. So, the voices were never part of my old life then, so it's whatever the incident was? It seems so, partner. Again, CNTIR nods, confirming my theory. Ha ha. Maybe whatever the incident is merged with your soul, making the complete mess that is you. Right now, partner. Two different personalities. Strange. Whatever it was hasn't emerged yet. Maybe you're onto something. Jean. CNTIR calls out to me. Azathoth isn't the only outer god that is currently awake, while the rest are asleep. Another is watching, aware of your existence. Now, this was troubling. Perhaps they're messing with you, partner? Maybe even directly. Maybe we don't have evidence, though. We also don't know which outer god. There's quite a few of them. How troubling. I already have other crap to deal with the next day. Rub. Naya. It was breakfast, and Kuroka had refused to leave my side. She was currently rubbing herself against me. Everyone was a bit surprised by the sudden development. Kuroka? Akino finally spoke up. Kuroka didn't even turn to her, but kept on flirting with me. What happened? Is everything all right? Oh yeah, everything's fine again. Naya, she licked my neck as she answered Akino. Okay, that's enough. I lightly chopped her. She pouted but got off me. We go to school today, and not my clones. It'll be busy tonight, too. They all nod and got on with our day. Rennie was smiling brightly at me, a relieved expression on her. Akino. Before Akino teleported with Ingvild and Chiron, I called out to her. Yes. She trots over to me as she tilts her head, waiting for me to continue. About Rias I start, but she cuts me off by putting a finger on my lips. It's okay, Jean. I forgive you. Our relationship is okay, but you may need to rebuild the one you had with Rias and her trust too. I sigh and rub the back of my head. Yeah, I guessed as much. Thank you, though. Most girls would be mad at this point, you know. You fufu. I guess I'm a little bit calmer than others then. Chiron then stands beside her. Senpai. She beckons me towards her. I comply and crouch to her level. Thank you for making up with my Nae-sama. Hiya. It all ended a lot better than I thought. We've made up, and we'll hopefully have a better relationship from here on out. I love my sister, but if I had to choose, I would go with her. If you too, I nod as I knew what she meant. Don't worry about it. I know what you mean. I turn back to Akino. Akino, inform Rias there's some rogue fallen in her territory. We'll be dealing with him tonight. If she wants to be there, then you can all come along. But I won't wait. If I see the opportunity to rid of them, then of course he'll tell her. She kisses me, and she teleports away within and Chiron. Nighttime abandoned church school was nothing special. It was slightly tense with Rias, but we spoke the same to each other. I don't think Sona and Tsubaki noticed at all. The same with the rest of the school or her peerage. I had lunch with Ingvild. and she had told me her friends were busy, but I knew she was lying. She wants to spend more time with me. Maybe. The usual shenanigans happen at school. The usual death glares, Gasper's fan club increasing even more. After school, I dropped by the ORC and told them I was busy, so I had to go home today. Seems like Aquino already told Rias. I'm guessing sometime during lunch? Because she was fine with me skipping. The others were also fine as two of them knew, while the others assumed I had other human duties. Few I was just outside the abandoned church. Invisible, Asia was in no danger. As I heard Rainier and her group screaming at each other at her slow pace of preparing the ritual to remove Asia's sacred gear. Did she really have a change of heart? I don't understand how, though, if I take what Drake said that day, but it didn't make sense. It was way too quick. You'll find out soon, partner. Darcel was inside, too, but was silently waiting, seemed like he was looking forward to our fight. They'll not give him a fight. It will be a one-sided beatdown. I promise you that, Fallen. I see a group of devils approaching the church. Seems like they're here. Third-person point of view, so this is where the rogue Fallen are? Gasper asks as he looks at the abandoned church. He shivered. We're still not welcome here, yes, but we must be ready to confront them and rid of them if necessary. Rias nods in agreement, feeling a bit nervous in front of it. In the event that they are hit by light, they turn into nothing. Took you guys long enough. An unknown voice says, alerting Gasper and Kiba. Gasper started to shriek, but Kaneko covered his mouth with her hand, stopping him. Kiba summoned a demonic sword from his sword berth, readying himself, but was confused by the rest of his fellow peerage members' actions. Suddenly Jean appeared in front of them, leaning against the abandoned church. Jijin Sompe? Kiba asked, shocked, as he lowered his sword. When did you learn magic? Quite some time ago, Kiba. Anyway, we have some rogues to stop. Jean smiles at him as he pushed himself off the church's walls. Senpai, please stand back. There are dangerous people in there. Gasper tried to grab Jean's arm, but was pulled back by Kaneko. Kaneko-chan? Gasper was confused, but Kaneko just shook her head. Talk later, let's do this. Jean Barato his arm back and punches the abandoned church. Boom! The building shattered into pieces. Jean knew Asia was underground and was safe, so he had no problems doing this. Wakiba was shocked, but didn't have time to continue his words. Ha 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 ha. Red Dragon Emperor. You came to play. A crazed male flew out of the rubble. One of his eyes were missing, and he had a crazed smile stretched across his face. Yo, Darcel, been a minute. Jean waved to the Fallen as the Fallen put his arms into the air. Cool, me. You shits. He screamed, and creatures of all shapes and sizes started to appear around the surrounding area. They ranged from small to large in size. Boom! A different creature stood out. It was large, very large. The dragon killer was a giant monster with a wyvern's head, a lion's body, and tentacles for its hand and feet. It stood at 93 meters tall, the size of the Statue of Liberty. Before this happened, before the Grimmery group came here, Jean had put up a barrier, so the residents of Kuo wouldn't see this. But he was going to transport them to another dimension since fighting here would be too much of a hassle as he'd destroy the surroundings. And he did just that. Shine. And now what? Kiba kept getting more and more surprises. Where are we? Gasper asked as he looked around. Another dimension, but it looks like Kuo, a one-for-one recreation. Aquino explained to both her juniors. Who did it? Kiba asked, but Aquino only turned her gaze to Jean. Jean Senpai did? She nodded to his question. Rias stared at Jean with a complicated expression. Whoosh! Yeah. A blonde nun screamed as she was suddenly pulled by an unknown force. She looks up and sees Jean. Jean-san. With this, I want you to worry about destroying the actual town of Kuo. Jean had finally spoken again after his long silence. Jean also pulls Raynar's group as he ties them up with magic-canceling rope. What the fuck? I can't get this crap off me. Middle screams as she struggled to destroy the rope. Ku! Calawarna was also struggling to break free. The same with Donasik. But Rainier was the only one who had a sort of relieved look on her. She did not try struggling. Jean again puts his palm towards the four fallen and removes their power. What the hell did you do? Middle demanded an answer from Jean. He coldly looks at her and tells them, I removed your powers. You're as powerful and useful as a newborn human baby. Yeah, like fuck we are. Middle didn't believe him at all. She tried to break free again, but noticed her strength was even worse than before. Visible cold sweat instantly appeared on her head. The same with the other two, except Rainier. Seems like she accepted her fate. Fuck, 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 fuck. No, 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 no. Why? It looked like the small blonde fallen started to have a mental breakdown. I can't summon my wings, Donaseek, says to the group. Calawarna tried to and didn't have any luck. I really can't, the blue-haired fallen muttered defeatedly. Just shut up and stay there until I bring you back to Grigori. Azazel is looking forward to questioning you guys. When Jean told them that they started to shake violently, they were scared, horrified at the thought. They knew how cruel Azazel can get, so they weren't looking forward to being brought back. Azazel, the leader of the fallen? Gasper was being informed of more and more news, more than he could keep up. The same with Kiba. He looked at Jean and asked, Jean Senpai, are you affiliated with Grigori the Fallen Angels? No. Hey, Rias. Care to explain to you members? He'll take care of the psycho over there. Jean asked the heiress, and she nodded. Aquino, watch over her group and Asia, all right? Aquino also nodded to Jean as she helped the blonde nun up. Thank you, Aquino-san. Yafufu, no problem. Asia-chan. Jean started to walk towards Darcel as Rias turns to her knight and bishop. Jean Skyward is the middleman that has been training us the past few weeks, and the Red Dragon Emperor, apparently. The two are slack-jawed as they looked back and forth between their master and Jean. The cryptids that Darcel summoned range from middle class to high class in power. The Dragon Killer was the peak of true Satan class. This is the power it got to, as it was put together quickly by Vetsa. It also had dragon-slaying capabilities. It was made with one thing in mind, kill the Red Dragon Emperor. Eve been waiting for way too long for this. He bellowed out, make this interesting, Welsh dragon. Darcel brings out his wings, all 8 of them. Kill them. He ordered the cryptid. They all roared and charged towards Jean and the Gremory peerage. Darcel also charged towards Jean. Battle stations. Rias announced to her peerage, but Aquino and Chiron didn't move. Gasper and Kiba did. Their king was confused. Aquino? Kaneko? It's fine, President. Jean's here. Kaneko nodded along. Senpai is strong. Help blow them away. Literally. Jean raises his hands. When he did, small droplets of red water appeared everywhere in the new dimension. The only exception is the giant dragon killer, Darcel, and the area around the ORC. Red water drops? Rias was confused as she tried to touch it. Aquino stopped her as she shook her head. It's better to not touch things Jean makes without him explaining to you. Rias complies and take her hand away. Jean stared at Darcel with cold, dead eyes. May the wrath of the gods pierce you, Megiddo. The small water droplets, shaped by Jean, created lenses that focus light into laser beams that are deadly. These small droplets can kill God-class being with ease. If Jean wishes, he could wipe out beings stronger than that. Smaller water droplets are then used as mirrors to redirect the lasers toward the targets. The process is very energy efficient, as the attack that ends up striking the target itself uses no form of energy due to Jean's race, as he's an outer god. Any anti-magic barriers are entirely useless against the beams as well. Schwipe, pang, pang, schwip, ping. The weaker cryptids started to fall like flies. Each water droplet, the attack killed them as efficiently as possible, aiming for the weak spots, which were most of the time the head. Thud, 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 thud. The attack continued until nearly all the cryptids were killed. CNTIR. Answer. 80 cryptids were killed. Good enough. The rest can be dealt with. Jean looks to his side. Igris. A shadow figure emerged from Jean's shadow as it kneeled beside him. At your service, my king. Kill the rest of the cryptids. Leave the fallen and giant one to me. Jean ordered the shadow. At once. Igris eagerly replied. This was his first official assignment that had combat involved. He wanted to impress his king after all. Fwash. Slash. Slash. Slice. Splat. Igris swiftly and efficiently sliced and diced through the weak cryptids like they were butter. Once Icarus killed a cryptid, he seemed to teleport behind the next one and kill it instantly. But he wasn't using any magic, his speed was just that fast. The Grimmery group, Asia, and Raynar's group watched in awe at the spectacle in front of them. I've never seen that shadow thing before. Akino put a hand on her cheek. Kaneko nodding along. That new attack is Womagito, was it? You fufu, it's quite efficient. I could hardly notice any mana from it, but they kill those things so quickly. Jin Senpai didn't show him before Kaneko had pulled out a bag of sweets from somewhere and started eating. This is the power of the middleman? Kiba was staring at Jin's back with admiration. Is this Jin Senpai going all out? No, but just enjoy the show, Kiba-kun. Akino knew seeing him try it all was nearly useless, so they all his harem stopped trying quite some time ago. Haha, incredible. I knew you wouldn't disappoint, Jin. Darcel summoned thousands of light spears behind him and launched them towards Jin. Slap. Jin simply slapped the light spears and broke them. GHHRA, the dragon killer bellowed out. It sent a mist towards Jin from behind it. Mist. Poison? Probably lethal to dragons. Ha ha. Darcel starts laughing at Jin as he saw that he didn't try avoiding the poison. Stupid boy. This is your end, thanks to your arrogancy. Jin keeps casually walking towards Darcel, seemingly unaffected by the poison. What? How can you keep moving? Idiot. I used the same thing back then in Spain, my true infinity. I can choose what hits me or not with it. Like I would let lethal poison come into contact with me. Also, am immune to it all, idiot. Jin shook his head at the dumbfounded Fallen. As Jin got closer, the tentacles from the cryptid covered itself in all types of elements and attacked the young man. They're coated with dragon-slaying properties too, they're prepared, but the attacks never reached him. Jin this time touched the tentacles, breaking them again. Grah! The dragon killer roared in pain. The cryptid starts to throw out attacks everywhere as it had been injured heavily. It didn't discriminate as some nearly hit Darcel too. TCH, fucking useless. But him in deep shit too. Darcel clicked his tongue. The dragon killer was useless, and the monster in front of him, Jin, seemed invincible. What should he do? Let's check him out. Name, Vernucaralis, Darcel. Age, 500 potential. Satan class, X rank. Ultimate class, X gender. Male race, fallen angel titles. Headhunter sacred gear. Nun level, 66, 67. HP, 78. 120, HP Regan. 8,239 per minute, MP. 95,219, MP Regan. 13, 598 per second, STR. 190 Vit. 210 Dex. 199 Int. 222 Wis. 90 Char. 320 Luck. 76. He has a lot of potential too bad it's wasted since he's psychotic. No choice then. Darcel clicked his tongue again and pulled out something, a vial. He opened it and drank it. Boom! Yay, ha ha ha! His rank and stats went up. Darcel, current rank. Satan class X, it could be Azrael's blood partner. He is working with him. That's a possibility. Jin nodded to himself as Darcel flew towards him. An extra 2 pairs of wings on him. He became a 12-winged fallen. Red Dragon Emperor. With his newfound strength, also came newfound ego. Darcel covered his fist with light energy and sent a punch at Jin. The punch connected with his barrier of infinity break. Splat. Ag. Darcel screamed because as soon as he made contact with his fist it shattered and blood started to fly everywhere. Panicked, Darcel tries to fly away. You bye. Darcel began to speak, but Jin appeared behind him. Snap. Tear. Darcel howled in pain again as Jin had ripped all of his wings off of him. Jin then kicks him in the face, sending the fallen into the dragon killer, both being pushed back further away. Filthy Jin threw the wings he tore off to the side, burning them with fire magic afterwards. The dragon killer screeched again and fired a flame breath attack at him. As per usual, Jin is unharmed. This was confirmed when the fire dissipated after the attack. Fuck. What the fuck? Darcel was limping towards Jin. His body was in pain, his entire body, every part of him ached. Darcel was furious. He glared so hard at Jin, If looks could kill, then his definitely will. What the actual fuck are you? How can a mere human reach God's class and power? You're not even using your sacred gear, for fuck's sake. Jean didn't answer as he silently glares at Darcel. There wasn't any point in explaining himself to a man that's going to be dead soon. Fuck it enough, I knew I didn't stand a chance. I loved every bit of it. But at least Avetsa was useful. Darcel muttered as another massive grin appeared on him. He pulled out a syringe with a long tube and a sharp nail on the other end. They connected to each other. Darcel stabs himself with the syringe and the dragon killer with the other end. Last boss fight, Jean. Shine. The area around Darcel and the dragon killer is covered in a bright white light. Darcel's crazy laughter is heard throughout the light show. Seems like the magic jamming things he set up were useless since I transported us here. Huh? It's better to destroy them after this, Jean. Or it might be used during that. Jean nodded as he knew what Drake meant. It was going to be used during the Kokobeel events, so if he destroys them now, then he won't need to worry about them down the line. Shine. The lights slowly died, and what was in front of him was just gross. Jean squinted his eyes at the now fused dragon killer and Darcel. Not the brightest idea, you know. Did you know? Avetsa told me to make this thing complete that IT needed a host. Guess I was compatible after all. He screamed. So, there was a chance of him dying? How dumb can you be? Beings desperate for power can, and will do anything for it, so. He became stupid after I punched him? Maybe I shouldn't have then, or he's always been like this. Jean sighed and used a binding technique on Darcel, as he was stuck to the spot now. W, what did you do? Darcel tried to move his big body, but it didn't move an inch. He tried and tried again, with varying amounts of power, but he didn't budge. Darcel was starting to become nervous. Now, this has never happened to him before. Is this how I die? Not even a godly fight with the Red Dragon Emperor, but a one-sided beatdown? What are these? He demanded to know, but as usual, Jean doesn't answer him. Jean starts to float and points his finger toward the sky. A giant magic circle appears, covering 3 times the area of Darcel's body mass. No. Fuck you. Stop. I order you. UCT. The Fallen was in a panic now. He was desperate. He didn't get the legendary fight. After all, it was almost like Jean was bullying the guy. Geo Grace. Jean muttered as a jet-black sun appears from the magic circle and slowly descends onto Darcel. The fallen cryptid hybrid starts to scream and struggles even more as the attack slowly approaches him. No, not like this. I was meant for more things. Jean read his memories before his life ended. What he saw sickened him, but Azrael was in contact with something or someone. They were powerful as it made Azrael reach the peak of God class and power. He calls that thing his goddess. What is it? Is it from another world, or he didn't want to think of it, but there's a small chance it might be an outer god. Jean, Draig, and Albion muttered the word together. So, they've been messing with me all this time, TCHY though. What do they gain from it? What annoyed Jean more was that every time Darcel teleported to the base, they never said the name or place. They kept his secret. Is this why I couldn't locate him? The outer god was helping hide him. Who else is it hiding away from me? Ghidorah? Other DXD villains? Fuck, I have more questions than answers than Shosa CI. And low. The attack finally makes contact with Darcel as he screams in anguish. The attack fully consumed him, leaving nothing behind. Boom! Once the attack was gone, the area in front of Darcel was gone. No, it didn't just make a giant crater. The area, law, concepts, time, space existence itself was erased. It was as if the artist of his art took an eraser and started to erase their drawing or burned the entire paper with fire. It was completely annihilated. It's over, huh? Jean skyward shine. A figure of someone, was in front of me. He had their back turned from me, so I couldn't see their face. The figure stood with an aura of confidence and authority, almost imposing in a way. What? Shine. Partner. What was that? What? When all that is fuck happened. That person. The only thing I can see was blonde. He had blonde hair. The figure had blonde hair. Blonde hair? That doesn't necessarily narrow it down that much. I don't know the gender, since they had their back turned from me. Were you blonde in your previous life, partner? No. And maybe? I really don't know CNTIR. Do you know? Answer. You had black hair in your previous life. Okay, you heard the lady then. Who the hell was that? Whatever. They'll deal with it later. I have to sort this mess out first. I turned back to see the Grimmery peerage were looking at me in awe. The same with Asia and Raynar's group. I hate being in the center of attention. I thought they might have had a chance of fighting. Guess I was wrong. Igris was standing beside them as he waited patiently for me to return. Welcome back, my king. Igris was already kneeling as he welcomed me back. Yeah, good work. I gestured for him to return to my shadow, and he complied. Who is that, Jean? Something new you created? Aquino casually asks, and I nodded. Yeah, he's one of my shadow soldiers. There's another one, but he's an Ingvild's shadow right now. Anyway, let's get all this sorted out, all right? I turned to Raynar's group. So, the real reason you recruited Asia into your group was to kill and steal her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Yes? Fuck you. Bite my juicy fat ass. Middle cursed at me as she glared at me. Her attitude didn't change after being nerfed down to the ground. We ain't saying shit. I stare at her with cold, dead eyes, while also directing some killing intent at her. The female fallen starts to shake uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Wait, they'll tell her. Raynar shouts. I wasn't going to do anything, but at least we have someone willing to tell the poor confused nun. Raynar turns to Asia and explains to her why she did what she did. Asia's eyes widen as she listened to her leader. TCH, why are you being like this all of a sudden, Raynar? What the hell is wrong with you? Calawarna was confused, very much so. Her leader was acting so strangely all of a sudden it didn't make sense to her. Raynar ignored her and continued. Once she was done, Asia had a complicated expression. In the supernatural world, power means everything. Without it, you are nothing. You're fodder, something to discard it away. I was a low-class pure angel. I fell because I envied the 10 seraphs and the 4 great seraphs' powers. I joined Grigori because, well, I fell, and also to impress Azazel. If I managed to get a sacred gear, my value would change, right? She sighed. That's impossible now. Asia had fallen silent as she listened to Raynar's reasons. Raynar-sama, even if you can't say those words now, I forgive you. That's so like Asia, even after someone tries to literally murder her and get her power, she's still going to forgive her. What a kind person. She's way too pure. This also extends to everyone else in your group. The other fallen were also dumbfounded by this. The same with the devils on Grimmery Peerage. Even if you didn't get to start the ceremony because of her hesitance, even if you didn't hurt me yet, I still forgive all of you. Donasik snorts. This kindness will be your downfall in the future. You know that, right? Asia answered his question with a silent nod. Even still, this it won't change. She turns to me as well. Jean-san, once again you helped me, thank you. She smiles brightly at me. Yeah, it's no problem. I turn to the ORC and point to the tied-up fallen. They'll be bringing these lot to Grigori. They nod and I turn back to Asia. What you decide from now on is solely on you. You decide your life, your decisions. But if you need a place to stay in Kuo, my home is open to you, Asia. She nods happily, yes, thank you. Jean-san. I turn to Rias and nod at her. She was confused for a moment before understanding what I meant and nodded back. Gasper tilted his head, confused by what I did. Gee, good luck, Jean-san. Asia wished me luck as I made Raynar's group float towards me. They'll see you at home, Aquino, Chiron. I canceled the different dimension, and we were all transported back to reality, back to Japan, Kuo. I turned to the destroyed church and repaired it by reversing time on it. Both girls nod at me, and I teleport away with the fallen. Grigori, hey. I put my hand up and greet Azazel. Shemhazai was also there with him in his office. Oh. Hey, Gina, you're done with it? Azazel greets me, and Shemhazai also nods to me. They both see the fallen I brought with me. Yeah, it's done. I let them fall slowly to the ground. All of them had gone silent once they saw their former leaders. They can't fight back. I removed their powers, and the only way to get them back is through me. If they somehow rehabilitate, and I deem them no longer a threat to Grigori, then I'll restore them. If not, they'll stay like this forever. They're in your hands now. I turn back to Raynar's group. Reflect on your actions. I can at least see one of you that's willing on doing that. I glance at Rainier as she curled more into herself. I look at Azazel too. Good luck. Before I could teleport, Azazel calls out to me. You seem like you age up a few years. What's up with that? Azazel seemed amused by it. I shake my head. Just got scolded by Drake, that's all. All right then. Azazel laughs and waves me off. Japan, Kuo. When I teleported back into my home, the living room, everyone was there alongside Asia. Hey there. I'm back. They all turn to me when I announce myself. Welcome back. They greet me as Rinny attached herself to me like a koala. Yeah, I'm home. So, how's everything for you so far, Asia? Yufufu, welcome home, Jean. This is Asia Argento, Rias's new bishop, so she did accept her offer in the end. Well, whatever, it's Asia's decision. I did tell her to decide for herself. Igriagis. I became Rias Gremory Samus' new bishop. Please take care of me. Welcome to your home. Well, I guess our home. Bump. I feel someone bump into me from behind. When I turn to that person, it was none other than Rias Gremory. We awkwardly stare at each other until I step to the side and gesture for her to come into the living room. She nods and steps in. So, Jean, why the sudden change in personality? Aquino publicly asks me the question that's been in their minds. I chuckle. Just got a little verbal lashing from Drake, nothing else. Just then my right arm glows and his mark appears. Damn straight. He quickly appears and disappears, everyone laughing at him. Huh. It's exhausting, though. I slump my shoulders and sigh loudly. I go to sit on the couch as Aquino giggles at me. Well, we all mature at different rates, I guess. I nodded along as I plopped my head down on Ingvild's lap. She stopped yelping at this point and just started spoiling me. She started to stroke and pat my head. This feels nice. Oh, right. Welcome to my humble abode, Rias. What are your impressions? I turned my head towards the crimson-haired princess, as she looked amused at me. Thank you, Jean. It's homey, very comfy, but simple. Great, because that's what I was going for. I could feel Rinny climbing on top of me and snuggling into me. Geez, what's with her? I know she was worried, but I'm fine now. Maybe she wants to be spoiled too? Asia, did you pick a room yet? She shakes her head. Looks like she hasn't then. I turn to Grafia and nod to her. Can you help her, Grafia? Yes, of course, Jean. She gestures for Asia to follow her, and the nun trots behind her like a lost puppy. I sit up from my lap pillow as Rinny's incessant cuddling is making it a bit difficult. I tap my right thigh, and Rinny gets her own lap pillow. Chiron also takes residence on my left thigh almost instantly. So, about Asia and school I start, but Rias shakes her head. I already have plans for that. She's my bishop after all. I nod, good she's on top of things. I see. That's reassuring. I sigh and get up as I pick up Chiron, making the girl a little bit annoyed. I noticed Kuroka was sleeping on a different couch in her cat form. Rinny also got up, slightly pouting. I place Chiron on her lap, and she quickly recovers as she hugs her tightly, Chiron glaring at me for doing such a thing to her. Sorry, Chiron, it won't be long. I turn back to Rias. Rias, can we talk? The backyard is this way. I start to walk to the door, and Rias nods. Backyard, it was night already, so when we arrived at the backyard, we were staring up into the night sky. We stayed like this for who knows how long, just a night sky and silence. What you said yesterday, was it all true? Rias broke the silence and asked me a question. Yes, I just wanted to look cool. I have no other excuse. I'm stupid like that. I confirmed her question without looking at her. How you're dumb. I could see her shaking her head. You could have seriously damaged my relationship with my servants, you know. I silently nodded. I know, I'm stupid. Drake has said that a lot already. It also put a slight strain on our friendship, yeah, it did. We fall silent again. It wasn't awkward per se, but it was a bit tense. We both turned to each other at the same time, surprising us a bit as we smiled at each other. I put my hand out for a handshake. Let's start over then, fresh. And not keep secrets from one another. A real friendship and nothing superficial. Rhea smiles and nods as she grabs my hand and shakes it. Yes, I would also prefer this arrangement. Our handshake lingers for a moment before we break it off. They'll also explain to Kiba and Gasper. They were looking pretty confused by it all. I chuckle and Rias nods. Yes, please do. We'll be there to answer questions for them if needed. The next morning I had woken up earlier than usual, so I had gone downstairs to get breakfast started earlier Grafia was also still not here. "Okay, let's do this, Jean." I heard Grafia's voice behind me. I hadn't kept up with the time, so a good bit had passed as Grafia was up. I didn't turn to her as I kept cooking. "Hmm? Oh yes, Grafia. Can you help me here?" She swiftly does so with the small instructions I gave her, though she seemed at the top of it, as she didn't have any problems with the simple breakfast I made. During the small downtime we had, while the food was cooking, Grafia had hugged me from behind, which I found kind of funny, since I'm usually the one that does that. "You seem very touchy-feely with me today." "Care to explain?" I chuckle as she kept hugging me. "But I like it, so I'm not really complaining. I've been alive longer than you. Jean and I have seen countless devils and other beings change over the years. I can see someone change almost immediately." She explained as I felt her hug me tighter. "I see him here if you need me, Jean. I always will." I turn around and hug her back. We were left in a very comfortable silence. "Yeah, thank you. I'm just a bit tired after all that. Trying to balance it all is a lot harder than it seemed in theory." Your dismissal of Kuroka was quite impertinent of you, but you must move on and learn from that." I laugh and tell her the real reasons why Kuroka avoided me. She sighs heavily and shakes her head on my chest. "You're both immature as you're both still young. Next time, talk it out, or else your harem will never work out." "Yeah, I have a lot of things planned in the coming days, or weeks, more features to the rings," the barrier drake told me. "And the other crap I promised everyone else, I love hugging this mature maid after school." I had explained myself to Gasper and Kiba, and they were fine with it, surprisingly enough. They did say the same thing, being more honest with them from now on. I also said the same thing. Honesty went both ways after all. I felt a being with a high magical signature approach me. They had disguised themselves with illusion magic. It was quite high, too. They must be skilled. A fae. What the hell are they doing in Japan? They gave me a letter, nodded, and disappeared. Thankfully, the area I was at was empty, or else that would have caused a ruckus. I opened the letter and read through it. It basically said I was invited to the Fairy Kingdom in Ireland in a week's time. I nodded as I didn't have any problems with that. It didn't say I couldn't bring anyone with me, so I want to bring 2 individuals with me. Drake did mention them also. Gotta ask for their opinion of how I have done things, more verbal beatdowns. What is wrong with me? Am not a masochist. I could hear Drake snicker at me. Skyward household, I had arrived back home after my quick encounter with a fae. I was surprised to see Grafia waiting for me in the hallway entrance. I walk over to her, and we greet each other with a kiss. "Hey Grafia, what's up? This is quite rare of you." "Yes. A request came your way. Venelana-sama has requested your help to watch over Milika's training. Another individual will accompany you with his training. You two are already well acquainted. Through a battle." "I don't mind, but through battle, huh? It's probably Serorg then." I nod and accepted the request. "Not every day you get requested by Ria's mother. When is it?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow, huh? He'll use an avatar for school then." "Sure, I'm game for it." I didn't think they thought of it as that urgent. "Shine." I turn to my side and see a circle from Azazel. It's one thing after another. "Hey, what's up, Azazel? Need something from me?" "Jo, Heen, I got some info for you. You can come by and see SAE in 2 weeks. I just need to work out some stuff before you can enter a room." "Sure. Anything else? Like info from Raynar's group?" "Nah, nothing yet. We've just locked them up for now. We're gonna get started with them tonight. I'll tell you when you visit here in 2 weeks, or earlier if you drop by. Anyway, that's all from me." Azazel announced, and the magic circle vanished. What happened to SAE? So much stuff is happening. Milikas and Serorg tomorrow. They'll visit Ireland again in a week. 1 week after that'll be in Grigori to help SE. Then Riser events along with Suzuka. I haven't gotten an answer from the Himejima family, too. This is exhausting. Well, whatever. Have it me. Chapter 7. Improvements. A Cat's Love, or 2 in Millicast, Japan. Kuo Skyward household. Jean Skyward. I shall continue with the preparation of dinner then. Grafia bows and starts to walk back into the kitchen. "Do you need help?" "No, I will be fine." She answered back without turning around. I shrug and go into the living room. I stand there and look at what's happening in front of me, which was nothing out of the ordinary, with the exception of Kuroka not being here. "Hey, I'm back. Where is Kuroka?" Everybody turns to me when they hear my voice, but they just blush at me instead. Did Kuroka say something about what's going to happen tonight? That's the only reason they'd look at me and blush. Or I take it that she told you about what's happening and she's preparing? They all nod and I sigh. Talk about being hardcore. I did tell her to prepare, but I thought it would be a bit more, well, less. She's just looking forward to it. Aquino giggled and gestured for me to sit. I nod and sit in between Rennie and her. Chiron, who was seated on another couch, eating, silently got up and plopped herself on my lap as soon as I sat down. How was school? Rennie asked as she leaned against me, Aquino doing the same thing. It was normal. My hate club continues to grow, as usual. Oh, a fae from Ireland did approach me today, which was surprising. It was on my way back home. A fae? Are they finally planning to form an alliance with the other factions through you? Ingvild asked as I shrugged. That seems to be the case. A fae did approach me when I was in Ireland last month. This is what they probably meant by being contacted. I pull out the letter and give it to Rennie. She read it, nodded, and passed it on to Ingvild. She did the same thing. It doesn't say you have to go alone. Are you bringing someone or multiple people with you? Ingvild got up and gave the letter back to me. She went back to her seat afterwards. Yeah, I have 2 people in mind. But if any of you want to come along, then tell me before I go in a week's time. They all nod. I could see Asia staring at me and on not saying anything. She hadn't started going to school yet. She will start tomorrow, though. Now that I think about it, isn't she destined to be in the same class as Motohama and Matsuda? Oh, and Ika Kiryu shall be corrupted faster since I'm a year above her. Zenobia. When she joins, won't be of help since she's as clueless as Asia. Should I ask Rias to switch her classrooms to Kibis? I pondered the thought. Asia did make friends with her and others within the class. Am I being too overprotective? Drake, Albion, what do you guys think? Asia will be subjected to perverted things eventually, whether it be from Ika or yourself or even your harem. It will happen. You're just delaying the inevitable. The same thing will happen if she is switched to Kiba Yudo's class. You said it yourself. Cool Academy, no. This world has an overabundance of perverts. You are one yourself. A closet pervert, but a pervert nonetheless. Right? Asia Argento is Navi and innocent, but that will change over time. Hell, she's been glancing at you and blushing since you walked in. I look at Asia, and she's doing just that. She sees me looking at her and averts her gaze. Did Kuroka talk about things with her? She was the only one home other than Asia. Then it's already started, huh? Task failed successfully, partner. You fufu. It's okay, Asia-chan, you'll get used to this. Aquino tries to comfort Asia, but she just nodded silently. How was your day, Asia? I stopped talking to the dragons and turned to the newly added family member. Yes. It was great. She answers with a question. Kuroka-san and I spoke about a lot of things. She blushed as she remembered whatever she spoke to Kuroka about. As she brought me on a guided tour around Kuo today, she's a lovely person. She even bought me new clothes. I need to pay her back. It's fine. I've given the girls more than the necessary amount of money needed to live a day-to-day life. Kuroka probably didn't spend too much, so it's fine. I reassure her that she wasn't being greedy or selfish. Though not she's a devil, she can embrace those sides of her a little more. Really? Well, if you say so. Jean-san. Thank you very much. I should probably not give her a card for a while until she adjusts fully. This is because she did live in isolation for a long time, being used for her healing powers. Give her an allowance. That's easy for you. Yeah, that's what I had in mind, but I don't know how much. Maybe 100,000 yen? Isn't that like 700 euros? I would say it's fine. I nod and turn back to Asia. Do you have a wallet? I ask her, and she nods as she takes it out. They'll give you a weekly allowance then. They'll give you your own car when I think it's appropriate. You did just start living a more modern lifestyle. I make the wallet float towards me, summon the previously mentioned amount, and put them into the wallet. I change the wallet's properties to allow the amount to be put in. Should I make this into a product? Seems convenient, but being robbed and having your life savings in this flexible wallet will bankrupt you once I was done. I gave the wallet back to Asia. I changed your wallet to be more flexible anyway. There's 100k yen in there. When I told her the amount, her eyes threatened to come out of their sockets. This is too much. She was obviously panicking as she opened the wallet and saw the amount in there. It's fine. I could just make money on the fly. I summoned a stack of dollar bills that equaled to $1,000. See? I dismissed it and sighed. It'll destroy the economy at this rate. Well, as long as they don't spend too much. I look towards the stairs and think about how much Kuroka eats, and then to Ingvild, who's been buying more things. They're small things, but they do add up. She notices me and blushes. I don't spend that much, she mutters, and I laugh. I didn't say anything in, but please be moderate about it. She nods and turns back to her phone. I grab Chiron and get up. I place her on Rennie's lap as she starts to hug the girl. Chiron deadpans at me unamused. Sorry, Chiron, I have something to do. It's imperative. Where? What? Huh? Rennie kept hugging Chiron as she also had a strange expression on her face as she looked up worriedly at me. Just need to improve some of the defenses I have around the house. They'll be doing the same thing with your rings later. I won't be long, I think. Oh, they'll be heading to the underworld tomorrow. Vinalana Gremory requested from me. They'll be using an avatar for school again. Relay this to Kuroka when she comes down. Please? Okay, after my explanation, Rennie relaxes and turns back to hugging Chiron. I make my way to the backyard. Once I was in the backyard, I looked around. My house was solid, but the front and back gardens were not. Anyone could just waltz in. Maybe I had to get too soft. Sighing, I erected multiple barriers around my home. These barriers could tank an infinite number of omniversal attacks. In addition, I also added a self-repair regenerative effect on them, which was instantaneous. Once they take an attack, they automatically repair themselves. In order to go past this barrier, you need my authorization or be a normal human without any type of energy or magical properties. Otherwise, if you're a part of the supernatural world, you'll walk into it and be unable to go any further. Furthermore, I incorporate sound canceling and soundproofing into these barriers. The sound from within won't be heard, the sounds me and my girls will make, or anyone else that comes here. But we can hear relevant sounds from the outside. Normal car noises or other disturbing sound will be blocked, but cries for help or things along those lines will be heard. I also add a summonable panel anyone can use to control the weather and temperature in the outside. You can change the temperature to whatever you like, as well as the weather. So, if we're in winter, you can just add an artificial sun that only the residents of my home can see while anyone in here can see. But to the outside, it will look like normal apart from us being in bikinis or something. If we do it in the winter, we'll look crazy. With that said, I increase the height of our fences and walls. It'll keep the front gardens the same, but change the backyards. If these barriers somehow break, which is impossible, but I can't be too paranoid, I created 50 combat android fairies. Each fairy's power level is at a multiversal level. Anything below them will die easily. They're designed primarily with combat in mind. Much like the panel, they will only appear when danger is present otherwise. They're in a separate dimension in sleep mode. They follow my commands first and foremost. Whenever they see a target, they perceive it as a threat, but not me, and I tell them not to attack them, so they stop. These fairies are red and white, resembling the boosted gear and divine dividing scale male color schemes. Heh, nice choice, partner. These combat fairies will materialize from anywhere. They don't just appear outside. They can do so inside, too. Will your harem have control of these? What happens if someone they perceive is a threat, but your lovers don't? Point taken. It'll add them as admins, too, so they can control them. I do that immediately. Now the fairies will also listen to the girls. I look at my house and nod. It's time to add some underground sections to my house. I create 3 additional levels. The first section is a regular swimming pool. The girls might want to use it. I was thinking of adding it to the back garden, but I'll ask them about it, so we'll have 2 options. There are also changing rooms and showers there, like an ordinary pool center. The second level was a training area. I should have added this sooner, since I know some of them want to train. Among them are Aquino, when she doesn't have training sessions with Rias after school, and Ingvild, who looks like she's been itching to train. I made it very large. It had some indestructible training dummies and normal ones that would regenerate themselves. Normal gym equipment for some basic physical training, a section to train your magic. That area has mana regeneration properties. I added an effect that increases mana regeneration at a rate of 99 billion. so they can abuse it as much as they want. That's a lot. What about the rings? It will be upgraded, but the effects will be less, but will still feel instantaneous. The materials used on the equipment can't be destroyed until you reach omniversal levels of power, the same with the ground and walls. They can cut loose here. Cut loose teleport back outside to my barrier and add an aura and mana sealing barrier that will block out my full power as an outer god. I will reveal my real identity to my girl soon, but not now. I need to do some things first. I teleport back to the gym and add another panel. This can change the time dilution within the gym. I set the max setting since I don't want them nearly killing themselves if they set it too high. The maximum output is 100 years, both inside and out. 100 years inside, 10 minutes outside, or 10 minutes inside, 100 years outside, though I don't know who would choose that latter. Finally, the third and final level for the time being. A core that will also act as a jamming or interference signal, much like what Darcel had planned. Now that I think about it, I snap my fingers and destroy the jamming circles around the entirety of Kuo. Additionally, I created a core that was shaped like a small dragon, and it was glowing like Goku's mastered Ultra Instinct. What the hell is that, partner? It feels like unlimited energy? It is. This thing will power this household, so we can say goodbye to electricity bills for the foreseeable future. As I said earlier, this will also jam or interfere with anyone looking for me or my girls. It will be nearly impossible to find us. If they try to, they will be given a random location somewhere around the world instead. If they did come to Kuo and approach the general direction of my house, their senses and brain will be changed and altered. This will be so that they will be convinced that nothing is here. But the downside is if they already knew beforehand, then I can't do much except wait to beat the shit out of them. However, I already have some barriers in place, so we'll be fine. Now, this is what I was talking about, partner. It's over the top. Hell, you can make it even more over the top. But I like it. Well, you did tell me to do this. Anyway, I need a way to connect the underground part, so it'll make an elevator inside. I chuckle and make my way back inside. I choose the place near the stairs, as we all go through there after all. Within the entrance hallway, I add an elevator for us to reach the underground level. We can always teleport in there. That's probably what we'll do most of the time. But if one chooses to use this, it's there as an option. Rumble. Rumble. The creation of the elevator made a bit of noise and shook the area a bit. This caused everyone to run to where I was. WH, what happened? Aquino asked, as everyone was staring at the elevator doors I made. Oh, nothing. I just made an underground area for our home. There are 3 levels. They'll explain what I did during dinner when everyone's here. They expressed curiosity, but accepted my reasoning and agreed to wait until dinner. I teleport back to the room with the core and turn on. Shine blush. It was shining even brighter than when it was in its idle state. It was pretty mesmerizing to look at. This should be fine for now. I look at the core again. Next is the girls' rings and our clothes. Clothes? Yeah, ITLL will be like a last line of defense. It'll enchant and upgrade our clothes too. If whoever attacks them somehow gets past the ring's defensive capabilities, then the clothes on them will stop anything lethal from happening. Am I going over the top? Probably. Will they feel insulted? I have no idea, but I hope not. During dinner, I want everyone to go to the living room after we're done. I want to do some upgrades to your rings, make more rings, and to your clothes. Everyone stops eating to stare at me. I understand the rings part, but our clothes? Aquino was confused, and the rest of them expressed the same sentiment. Yeah, you'll understand what I mean when I get to that part later. They nod and resume eating. Jean, Ophis calls out from my lap. She had brought a spoon near my mouth with the dinner Graphia had made. When she offered me food, I smiled wryly and opened my mouth. It seems like she's become a little more affectionate lately. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but I hope it was. I could feel that Ophis was feeling happy on the inside. So she genuinely wanted to do this and not copy anyone. Nodding, she takes more from her spoon and eats it. I could see Chiron and Asia looking at Ophis. Asia nearly fainted when I explained to her who she was. But now those two, well more akin to Chiron, she looked jealous. She notices I was looking at her as she averts her eyes and continues to eat. I see Asia pat Chiron on the shoulder as the white-haired cat girl shakes her head. The rivalry will increase once Ravel and Kunu come here probably. Even more, partner. Your lap is kind of Chiron's sanctuary. The Phoenix, Nun, Nicomeda, Kitsune, and Dragon will be fighting for it in the future. I guess so. Well, I can have two at the same time. They'll need to settle it like Kuroka and Chiron. A game of rock, paper, scissors. Jean, what about the newly added areas to our home? Aquino recalls that I would mention that. Yes, about that. I tell everyone what I did, the upgrades I made, the underground area, and how they all functioned. They were all quite shocked by the sudden improvements to the home. Why? Ingvild asks. I can defend myself because of my own power. I know there are threats that are in hiding right now. Their power rankings are unknown. You girls are slowly becoming powerful, but they won't care about that. They'll end your lives as they see fit. I made the training area for those purposes. The pocket dimension is just another way to get stronger much quicker. The training area is just a slightly downgraded version, but functions the same, but without any monsters. With my fight with Thor out and about, I will definitely get more visitors in the future. Having dealt with a few myself. The jamming feature is for convenience for any future pests. The rest can't get past the barriers. Anyway, we'll bring you guys there again soon enough. I also have a few other women I need to upgrade to Yasaka, Kunu, Natsum, Gabriel, Shigyun, and Rosweiss. Maybe even Suzaku, as well. I feel another tug on my sleeve and accept Ophis' offering. The rest of dinner progressed smoothly with a few topics of conversation that were brought up. After dinner, I clapped my hands to get their attention. All right, Aquino, Kuroka, and Rennie, can you give me your rings first? They comply, and each gives me their rings. I take them into my palm and begin the process of upgrading. CNTIR a bit of help to make this process faster. CNTIR. Answer. Yes, Jean. CNTIR. Answer. Beginning upgrades. Upgrade successful. CNTIR. Answer. Upgrades are as follows. 50 increase in mana regeneration changed to 5 million increase in mana regeneration. Inventory pocket dimension function added. Max item limit is set to 1 million items. Each slot may hold X 999 of a single item. Time freezing mechanic removed. Example. If one puts a corpse in there, it will rot. It will not freeze. Add magic to the ring to activate. Communication function added. Once activated, a red and white see-through transceiver will appear on the individual's right ear. Anyone with a similar item or the same function may be able to communicate freely with one another. Add a small amount of magic to activate. Protection function added. A defensive barrier will surround the individual if the ring feels that the power or attack sent to them is beyond their current abilities and may prove lethal. Example. Aquino Himejima high class and power. Anything in low class or middle class, the ring's defenses will not activate. But high class and up it will. As long as the individual can avoid or dodge. It will not deploy. Max barrier output. Dragon God class beings. Overkill much. Is it really? Why Dragon God, Jean? I do not believe Azrael's max power is at the level of peak God class. However, much like Darcel, he may be able to breach Dragon God levels of power. Also, both Ophis and Irene are in good standings with me, so I won't worry about them. I see. Wise choice. Alricht, I'm done. I hand them back to the girls, and they put them on. I then explain what I did with them, and they were obviously shocked. Is this really necessary? Rennie asked nervously. Yeah, like I said earlier, there are many unknowns. I don't want to take any chance. I want to keep you all safe. I sigh and turn to the other girls. They'll make rings for the rest of you. They were a bit surprised by this, but nodded since they knew of the benefits it gave. Ingvild's ring was silver, just like the other girls. He'll do the same for the rest. The gemstone being ametrine. Ametrine, one of the rarest types of transparent quartz, combines two colors. Amethyst's purple and citrine's orange to yellow. Graphia's ring has the gemstones set to red ruby, much like her eyes. Asia's ring is silver with the gemstone being emerald with a small gold piece in the middle, a nod to her hair color. As a compliment to her hair, Chiron's ring was made of diamonds. Finally, Ophis, the gemstone being black obsidian as it's her overall color scheme, quite literally being the jet black god of infinity. I then add the same functions onto their rings. Once done, I gave them each one. Asia was a bit surprised that she was part of it, but happily accepted it, along with Chiron. She had a rare smile on her face. Ophis tilted her head, but put on immediately. She seemed happy with it, even if she didn't show it outwardly. Thank you, Jean-san. Asia thanked me nervously as she put it on. Thank you, senpai. I'll visit Kyoto and do the same thing with Kunu and Yasaka. Heaven with Gabriel. I'll do the same with Shigyun and Natsum when I bring them with me to the fairy kingdom in Ireland. I'll also give Rosweiss one on our date outing, and Suzaka one when we meet. He'll do the same with Shuri, but with a necklace or bracelet. Upgrades. Whoa. Jean, what about the clothes? I turn to Graphia and nod. Yeah, about that. He'll do the same for your clothes. It's another line, the final line of defense. Go upstairs and bring me back clothes you will wear regularly. He'll enchant and upgrade them. They were stunned, but complied with my request. Ophis was dragged along with Rennie, even though she can just shape-shift her clothes. Jean, what do you plan on adding to their clothes? I'll tell you when they get back. He'll summon a school uniform and add it to it, since he'll be using it often too. Very well. Also, if an outer god is watching me, I better be prepared. CNTIR. Answer. The outer god is not targeting your lovers for now. For now, it's better to be prepared than not. And just basing these guesses on the strongest levels in this world. So dragon gods for now. It'll upgrade them again to omniversal defenses. Inform me when they change their target. It'll probably upgrade them before that happens, but it won't hurt to find out if they do. CNTIR. Answer. Of course, Jean. I touch my necklace and then upgrade the barrier around it. I change it to my outer god power level. I would rather not have to keep erecting a barrier every time I make a new shadow. I stare at the mountains of clothes they all brought. Dear God, why do women wear so many clothes? You are just a slob. You just clean your clothes on the fly, and you have a weird fashion sense. A dragon telling me I have a weird fashion sense? You're practically naked, Drake. Hey, screw you. I have my own fashion sense, all right? Let me guess. It's mostly red or crimson. Wahahaha. Yours are just white and silver. You shut up, Albion. Touch, Drake, touch. I shake my head at their small squabble and turn back to the girls. So this is all of them? I get a nod from them. I sigh. All right, let's get to it. But before that, let me explain what I'll be adding. I summon another Kuo uniform. CNTIR. Answer. Enchanting and upgrading clothes. Enchantment and upgrade successful. CNTIR. Answer. Enchantment and upgrades are as follows. All size fits, all the clothing will change according to the individual size. Aura, mana, suppression, aura, and mana will be sealed, making the individual seem like a normal human being. Indestructible, can't be destroyed unless it is subjected to dragon god level attacks. Self-cleaning, won't need to wash them anymore, as they'll clean themselves after each day. Increase healing effects much like Twilight healing or healing magic. It will automatically heal injuries to the one that received them. This is less effective than Jean's healing slimes and Phoenix tears, but faster than normal healing magic. Temperature regulator if hot, keeps you cool. If cold, keeps you warm. Simple enough to understand. Barado prevention, any attacks that can Barado will be stopped and nullified. Max output is Dragon God level attacks. Absolute defense, any magical and physical attacks will be nullified and stopped. Max output is Dragon God level attacks. Once I've finished enchanting and upgrading my uniform, I turn to them and tell them what I put on the uniform. Those really sound convenient, Naya. The girls nod at Kuroka's remark. So, you do it to all our clothes? I smile wryly at Chiron's question. Well, I did say to take out what you usually wear, so I can enchant them. Your clothes will also act like a line of defense if an attack or being gets past the ring's defenses. I pull on my sleeves. Let's get started then. So I did just that. I went around to each girl and enchanted the piles of clothes they brought down. Chiron, Aquino, Ingvild, and Asia had school uniforms, so I started with those. They only brought one pair, as they said they'll only use this one from now on since it can clean itself. Graphia brought down mostly her French-made outfits and a few casual wears as well. We really need to get you more clothes, I said, but got a pinch on the cheek in return. I turned to the girls. I'll leave it up to you guys. I have no fashion sense. They nodded and giggled as Graphia kept pinching me. Asia brought her nun outfit as well as what she bought today with Kuroka. Kuroka had a few OBs and many revealing outfits and a few casual wears with her. You really like OBs, huh? She responded with a happy Naya. I turned to Asia, these suit you. Did Kuroka help pick them out? She shyly nods. Praise me, Naya. I chuckle and pat her head. It was the same for Ingvild. She brought her noble dress and a few casual clothes, and she seemed nervous for some reason. I did notice a few newly acquired clothes. Maybe these were from the time she went out with Kuroka and the other girls. Akino had her shrine maiden outfit and other future outfits she would wear. Yufufu, you're seeing our clothes before we get to wear them for you. Jean, she has a point, but as she said, I haven't seen them in it, so I want to know how much of an impact ITLL have on me. True, but clothes are clothes. Every person who wears them brings a different type of charm. So, we'll just wait for the day when I see these on you guys. I was nearly done when Ophis was the only one left. My hand is grabbed by her, and she puts it on her gothic Lolita dress. I created this. I did not shape-shift it. She pulls out two more clothes, the pink jumper casual clothes she'll wear, and the Kuo uniform I saw her in before. I see. All right, Ophis. I pat her on the head and enchanted her clothing. She's already powerful, so having these on her, the ring, and clothes is overkill times 10. Huh, that should be all of it then. They nod, store the clothes in their rings, and make their way back to their rooms. They should be safe then, like I said earlier. They'll go do the same things for the rest of the women I've met. I pull out my phone and send them all a text. They'll be giving them a present sooner or later. With Natsum and Shigen, I told them just upgrade their rings since they already knew about it. I got a few quick replies saying they're looking forward to it. Will Natsum request to fight with me in Ireland? If she does, I wonder if they'll allow it. I wonder what's bothering her. They'll find out when we get to Ireland. Speaking of upgrades, I took out the whip I made for Shigen around a week ago. I feel like it's still lacking. Item, evolutionary weapon. Shigen's whip, no name set durability. Effects. 1. Devour effect. Much like Poe, Shigen's sacred gear, this whip can devour attacks. It will also grow along with the power of the wielder. The more powerful they get, the stronger attacks or things they can devour. 2. Flames of Rebuke is an effect where the wielder can ignite their weapon with golden flames. The spell's strength will also grow in accordance with its wielder. Maybe it's up to Shigen? I did add an evolutionary effect to it. Perhaps, partner. Leave it to her. Nia. I feel Kuroka shake my shoulder. I turn to her and see she's back first. She leans towards me and whispers will be in your room, waiting. She pulls away and smiles. So, the time has come, huh? A few minutes later, everyone had settled down and was relaxing. Some of them were still staring at their rings. I then add the colors of everyone else into my own ring. I look at it, and it already has many colors. I wonder how this thing will look in the future. Yexelha. I got up from where I was sitting. They'll be heading up now. I announce my intentions, and they nod. Good luck. Aquino wished me luck as I stepped outside the entrance hall. I walk up the stairs. Third-person point of view. Lemon Star Jean had arrived in front of his room's door. For some reason, he was feeling nervous. Why? Kuroka probably expected him to be a pro or something along those lines. He had done it with Aquino twice, so he did have some experience, but not a lot. I should start doing it more with him. He did promise that to Kuroka, so hell, keep it. But actions speak louder than words. So this will be his starting point. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Jean pushes the door open and found Kuroka sitting there in very revealing lingerie. Her nightgown was see-through and purple, and her undergarments were revealing. She also kept a ring on her. Kuroka jolted as she looked up at Jean when he entered the room. He closed the door behind him and was staring at Kuroka, who was blushing. Jean was obviously speechless as he silently gawked at her. You're staring too much. Come here already. Pushing aside her embarrassment, Kuroka pulls Jean out of his trance-like state. Right, yeah, my bad. As Jean walked over to her, Kuroka gathered up her nightgown and slipped it back over her shoulders. Jean glanced around the room and checked that his time dilation and sound-canceling barriers were still securely in place. He said it as 1D, 10 min, 1 day inside of here, and 10 minutes out there. Jean sits down beside her while taking off his shirt. The two stare at each other before closing the gap. Kuroka puts her hands on Jean's chest as Jean wraps his arms around her waist. The two of their lips connect as they kiss. The normal kiss slowly turned into a heated one as Jean held Kuroka close. She let out a soft sigh as Jean repositioned her onto his lap as he sat cross-legged. Kuroka pulled back from Jean with a grin, breaking their kiss. "I've waited for too long, Naya," she said, settling in closer to him and gesturing for him to move closer as well. Jean complies, snaps his fingers, and they disappear, leaving only his underwear. Kuroka grabbed his waistband and pulled him down quickly. As she did this, she was startled by the sudden contact and yelped, "Naya!" She quickly recovered and stared at him in surprise. "Who else has seen this?" she asked, still staring at it. "Apart from Aquino? Probably Grafia, Ingvild, and she only noticed the shape under my clothes. She already knows about Rennie and Chiron." After all, Kuroka nodded and leaned in close, making Jean shiver. "I haven't done this before, so if I'm bad, don't worry about it. Aquino only did this once to me before, so I don't really have much preference." Jean reassured Kuroka with his words and started to pet the cat girl. She nods and stays close to him, checking Jean's reactions as he continues to comfort her. He would make a face that said it felt good, so she continued. But she knew that this wasn't enough for him. "Okay." She steeled herself and leaned in closer to him. Jean groaned as he felt Kuroka continue her actions, until she couldn't anymore. She looked up at Jean, teary-eyed with as much as she could take, which was around half of it. "Yeah, that's fine. Take your time, Kuroka." Kuroka couldn't answer right away, but she paused briefly before leaning back in, staying close to Jean. Kuroka moved her head slowly, trying to adjust to the unfamiliar task. She did her best, but found it difficult to manage. She pulled herself up and tried again, pressing her lips against him. "This is a bit tough, Naya," she said. "Is this good, Naya?" she asked, and Jean nodded. She smiled and leaned in closer to him. Kuroka increased her pace, wanting Jean to feel good from her first time doing this, knowing she wasn't that experienced yet, but she promised herself she would improve in the future. "I did do some research beforehand," she continued, focused intently on her task. "How did Aquino handle this?" It felt impossible to her, to manage it comfortably. Unknown to Kuroka, she had to move even faster, surprising Jean a little. Wait, Kuroka! That's too fast." Jean tried to warn the cat girl, but she didn't hear him. She looked like her mind was somewhere else as she continued her focused attention. "It's fine, right?" Jean was nearing his limit, mostly thanks to Kuroka's enthusiastic efforts. Whatever, Jean put his hand back on Kuroka's head and let go. Kuroka's eyes widened at the sudden surprise. MMPHH. MHFHHM. She tried to swallow it all, but had a bit of trouble since there was quite a lot. A little bit spilled from her mouth as the moment finally ended. "Warn me next time, Naya." Kuroka lightly glared at Jean. She didn't really mind. She was curious as to how it tasted. "Sorry, I did though, but you didn't hear me." Anyway, on to the main event." She shook her head. "Wait. Why does it taste like strawberries?" "I didn't want it to taste awful, so I changed it. Aquino didn't say anything about it, so I guessed it was fine." Jean explained himself, only for Kuroka to laugh at him. "Naya, ha ha ha. You're worried about that? Well, thanks for being considerate, Jean." She got up and pushed Jean down, leaning over him with a flirtatious smile as she slipped out of her clothes. She was also quite flustered. "Did being with me affect you? Also, you changed your look?" Jean stared up at Kuroka, taking in the view of her full body at that moment in time, burning it into his memory. "Yes, it did. Naya, and also, how did you know Naya?" Kuroka cocked a brow as she sat across from Jean, settling comfortably close to him. She started to move against it slowly. This came easily to Kuroka, as she was already aroused. "Aquino whispered it to me before I came up. She also groomed herself recently. So, payback, Naya." Kuroka had a weird competition with Aquino, But Jean just shook his head. Anyway, Kuroka lifted herself up and pulled Jean closer. Enough waiting, she said as she positioned herself against him and pressed down. Huh. She let out a hot breath as she felt him slowly fill her, stretching her quite a bit. So big. Or was that random human just tiny? Kuroka held her tongue as she knew some guys didn't like being compared, even if they were bigger. You can take your time, Jean told Kuroka, but she shook her head and kept going. Gah, huh. Kuroka was relieved. Well, she had been through a lot before. This was the second time they'd been intimate, so she was a bit nervous. You're way too big, she said, feeling overwhelmed. Thanks, I think. Jean's response made Kuroka laugh. Let me take the lead. You just relax and watch, she announced, and pulled herself back up. Once she felt the pressure release, she slammed herself back down. Kuroka let out a weird sound as she felt Jean's hit connect deeply. While she felt a bit winded, she did it again, but with a little less force. She didn't want to pass out before she could finish. Kuroka slowly began to settle in beside Jean, taking a moment to get comfortable as she adjusted her position. She reached for the sheets nearby to steady herself and shifted her hips, exploring a new angle as she moved with him. Nia. No, I said I'd do it on. Kuroka let out a startled cry as Jean moved forward in time with her motion. He had timed his movement well and connected with her again. She was intentionally holding back, mindful of how she had reacted earlier. Kuroka's attempts at a protest fell on deaf ears as Jean overwhelmed her. Hiya! Jean suddenly pulled away from Kuroka, throwing the cat girl onto the bed, as he made his way behind her. He turned her around and had her lean forward against the mattress. Jijin? Is this the infamous doggy style? OHHH. Kuroka was cut off when Jean moved suddenly behind her. The rhythm was fast and intense, and Kuroka's reactions were overwhelming. Hiya! Huh! Nya! Her mind was racing as Jean continued with surprising vigor. Again, without warning, Jean grabbed Kuroka's tail and gave it a light tug. Ashi! The startled cat girl looked back at him, flustered and unsure how to react. Wait, Jean, don't do that, my tail is sensitive. Jean smiled and gave it another playful pull, eliciting a very startled and loud reaction from Kuroka. Tug, 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 tuggo. What is this, nya? Kuroka had felt a surprising jolt she had never experienced before. She didn't know having her tail pulled like that could feel so intense. Thrust, tug, smack-uck. Nia. Kuroka's eyes rolled back in her head as she felt Jean pull her tail, making her temporarily black out. Whoa, that's tight. Jean felt Kuroka's body tense up intensely around him. But Jean pulled back. I'm not done yet, Kuroka. He pushed back against her and tapped her behind. Oh, this brought Kuroka back to life as she jolted back up. Move. Nia. Jean could see Kuroka's expression had a dazed look. Jean leaned over and lightly bit her ear. Hiya, Jinya Kuroka. Inshidi. Kuroka cried out desperately. Jean, responding to her plea, increased his attacks as he could also feel Kuroka reaching her limit. He added some strikes to her back and pulled her tail to push her further. Strike, shit. Here it comes. Kuroka. Jean gasped as he held her close. Jean let out a relieved sigh as the two of them finished together, Kuroka breathing heavily as she shared an intimate moment with him. Kuroka clung tightly to Jean as the moment finally passed. Their shared intensity faded away as Kuroka breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so happy now she had finally done it. She had shared an intimate moment with her boyfriend, and it felt amazing. Hostel chefri ya Jijin? Kuroka felt Jean pull away from her. She turned around and couldn't read his expression. What's wrong? Jean silently stared at Kuroka, but finally says, Kuroka, you don't think this is where it ends, do you? Kuroka suddenly remembered what Jean said a few days ago, that they would be doing it for a full day. Wait, you were serious? Jean grinned at her as Kuroka realized he was serious. Oh no, here we go. Kuroka watched as Jean carefully positioned himself for their chosen activity. I'd say we'd try it, though. Chu Kuroka kissed him affectionately and whispered, "Ah, don't waste a moment." Jean replied, "Hiya, my thighs are covered from our time together." Jean and Kuroka had tried the intimate technique she had mentioned before. They had many more to go through. "Well, this is a lot easier, Naya," Kuroka said casually as she helped Jean freshen up after a long day, keeping things comfortable and playful. "Oh, what a waste." Kuroka grinned and leaned closer to Jean with a teasing smile. "Naya, huh? Whose figure is better, Jean Naya?" Kuroka was currently being intimate with Jean, and she wanted to know who was better at it. "I can't answer that, Kuroka. You're both great at it. This feels amazing." "Yeah, my face is covered. My chest too, you naughty boy." Kuroka playfully wiped herself clean, as well as a bit of his leg. Rub stroke, is it just me, haha, or are you more tense than the previous times, Naya?" Kuroka asked as she had Jean's foot currently resting between hers. "I'm sure I'm the same as earlier. Jean was currently getting a foot massage from the Nakomata. It felt strange, but he didn't hate it. He liked it like the previous things they've tried." "No, you're definitely more into it. Maybe you just like this?" Kuroka snickered as Jean rolled his eyes. Kuroka let out a startled sound as Jean suddenly lifted her up. "Hiya, we're really ending it like this," she exclaimed, feeling a mix of strange but pleasant sensations. "Yeah, I haven't done this with Akino yet," Jean replied as he held Kuroka close. "Yesh, and I beat Akino in something, haha," Kuroka said, flushed and catching her breath. She felt awkward at first, but she quickly relaxed. I wonder what would happen if Jean's eyes went towards Kuroka's tail. "W Jean, don't." Kuroka tried to protest, but was cut off by a sudden jolt of surprise. Jean had placed Kuroka back on the bed. He continued his teasing, but started to pull her tail again. "Nah, this again. Huh. Kuroka started to shake her head. "I can't. I'm sorry," she apologized, sounding horrified with herself. Jean was surprised at her sudden shouting, but when he heard a strange noise, he looked below Kuroka. She had lost control of herself. "Did we go at this for way too long? Push, tugging high." "Jean, wait, I'm still going on." Kuroka was startled by a sudden burst of energy. "Don't worry, Kuroka. Just relax." Jean continued enthusiastically as she was still embarrassed. "Nya, this is so embarrassing, nya." Kuroka covered her face out of embarrassment, but still enjoyed the moment. "Hey, race the last one for the night, Kuroka," Jean announced with a playful grin. "Splurt, nya." Kuroka also lost herself in the moment. "Shalata gaspo. You're making a mess." "Wow. Jean, I love you, but also hate you for overwhelming me like this." "I love you." Kuroka cried out her feelings through a mix of embarrassment and bliss. "Ha, I love you too." The two shared one last kiss. Their night ended in a little strange way. I may have gone a bit overboard once we finished our last round for the night. She passed out, with paint dripping off her everywhere. No place was safe: face, mouth, arms, hands, legs, thighs, armpit, feet, and every other spot. "Kuroka?" I call out to the Nekashu, but she didn't respond. Seems like she passed out. In her own pee. "They'll clean that up." I put my hand out and got rid of the pee-soaked sheets. Who would have thought Shed wet herself like that? Also peeing herself. CNTIR? CNTIR. Answer: 6 hours passed. Well, that was a lot quicker than I imagined. I turn back and look at Kuroka. They'll let her sleep it off then. I teleport to one of the bathrooms and quickly take a shower. I cancel the time dilation barrier and go back downstairs. Why get back to the living room? They were a bit shocked. "What? That was rather quick. It's only been around 6 minutes, Grafia comments. "Yeah, I put up a barrier that changed how time worked. We hung out for 6 hours straight. She's just passed out right now." When I said that, they all blushed, and Asia fell backwards onto the couch with steam coming out of her ears. Jean Senpai, IS, healthy, Chiron mutters as Rennie giggles. He sure is Shiro-chan for the rest of the evening. We had a pleasant enough evening, well. Akino asked about what Kuroka and I did, but I answered her telepathically instead. I didn't want everyone to be a blushing mess throughout the night. Lime Star Jean skyward. What is happening? My lower half feels great. A bit wet, but good CNTIR. CNTIR. Answer: It is currently 5 a.m. So early in the morning. Oh, that felt good, what? I finally looked down and was greeted by the sight of Kuroka, tending to me down there in a very intimate way. She also notices me staring at her. She stops and winks and continues what she was doing. She's still energetic after being with them for 6 hours straight. Or did that long session make her want more? Or awaken something in her? Whatever the reason is, I'm not stopping it. But it will be awkward if anyone else wakes up. Rini, Chiron, and Akino are here after all. Kuroka, why are you here? Plop, can't I spend time with my boyfriend? She asks as she continues to tease me. I mean, it's fine, but isn't it a bit too early for this? Weren't you happy with last night? Nah, haha. I just wanted to do it again. Last night was fine. She quietly chuckled and started to touch me suggestively. I could feel eyes on me. I slowly turn to my right and see Akino staring at me with a grin. She didn't even answer me. Akino just winked and crawled towards Kuroka. Kuroka made some space for herself, and the two grinned at me with playful expressions. This had become an interesting situation. She had mentioned wanting to share a moment with Akino. I waited nervously as the two leaned in close together. It felt so good. Both of them seemed to be competing for my attention. I looked back to see who was there, and it was Akino. They both kept eye contact with me the whole time. He's enjoying this. Kuroka winked at me. You foo-foo. He really is, Akino agreed, smiling warmly. I smirk and gesture for the two to continue. They chuckle and do so, and after a brief moment of playful banter between them, Kuroka gently nudges Akino aside, earning an annoyed yet soft yelp from her. The two settle into a comfortable, teasing rhythm, exchanging glances and soft giggles as they stay close, and do something incredibly intense. Jesus Christ, are they trying to overwhelm me here? The two switched positions, with Kuroka and Akino taking turns attending to me attentively. The sensations were overwhelming, and I could barely hold on. I won't last long at this rate. I'm also especially sensitive since I just woke up. I wonder how long Kuroka had been at this. But seriously, double attention is great. Maybe I should ask for more. But the two stop. I look back at them with a bit of a frown. Akino whispers something to Kuroka, and she happily nods. They look back at me and grin. What the heck? The two of them started to playfully tease me in sync. Kuroka stood on the left and Akino on the right. They kept their eyes on me, as if daring me to act right there and then, and the two of them began to tease me playfully, their expressions shifting into a slight frown. They're really fighting against each other, even though they were literally just working with each other just a few seconds ago. Naya might turn Akino no. It's mine. Kuroka, Akino rebutted as she lightly pushed Kuroka off. The two were lost in their own activities, completely ignoring me at this point. The only sounds that could be heard throughout the room were licking, slurping, and the occasional moan from the girls. Oh no, I felt both Chiron and Rini waking up. Was it due to all the noise? Or the movement? Either way, they're going to see I could feel Rini's gaze to the left of me. I turned to see her blushing as she stared wide-eyed at me. I turned to my right again. Chiron, who was sleeping on my chest, had fallen over there when Akino moved from her spot. It was too late. Chiron was staring at her senpai, an older sister, being affectionate with me, her eyes wide, but she didn't stop looking. She almost seemed fascinated by it all. I see Rini also pull herself up and watch what the two were doing. I could feel her breathing starting to slow down and become hot. Now that I think about it, this is the first time for both of them to see me undressed like that. Rini, I whispered to her, but she grabbed my left hand and pulled it away. Rini then leaned in and kissed me. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Now what? Using some of my powers, since I didn't want to pull away from Rini's kiss, I see that Chiron had grabbed my right hand and started to lick and suck two of my fingers. She had also brought out her cat ears and tail, her tail furiously wagging. I'm in heaven. Rini moaned as I started to actively grope her, our kiss turning sloppy and wet. Our mouths moved together. I could feel her react as I continued to touch her. She wasn't wearing anything else under there. Was she? I could feel Chiron pulling my fingers deeper, moving her tongue at the tips. She was clearly into it, probably from watching her sister and senpai. Crap, I can't anymore. This is too much. And so, without warning, I reached my limit with whoever was attending to me. I also held Rennie a bit tighter as she responded to our kiss, shivering a bit. Chiron also stopped as she felt me freeze up. A voice sounded surprised. I finally pulled away from Rennie and saw that the situation had become very messy with Aquino. She pulled away as she couldn't handle much more. Hiya. Things kept going as it covered both ladies. Kuroka was quite happy with it. I finally caught my breath. Nayaha. We're both covered. Kuroka laughed as she wiped herself off. You fufu. Yes, we did. Aquino giggled and did the same thing, both slowly cleaning themselves up. I turned back to Rennie, and she was staring at me teary-eyed, clearly turned on by this whole event. She was still breathing heavily. That I breathed out, that was one hell of a way to wake up, I muttered out. I turned back to look at the ceiling and sigh in relief. I could see Chiron was completely red. She probably just regained her senses and was embarrassed. You fufu. That'll be a lot more common from now on. Mr. Yes. Yes, it will be Naya great, even more so, with more girls in the future. What way to live. Chiron had stopped looking at the bed and had been staring downward at me with a stunned expression. Without warning, she crawls over and picks up something with her finger, then puts it in her mouth. As Chiron. Kuroka was also startled as she stared gobsmacked at her little sister. Era. Chiron's interested in this kind of thing? Aquino had put a hand on her cheek and giggled at what her junior just did. Rennie finally sits up and stares at the scene, still blushing. I turn to her and ask if she's all right. She nods. I just didn't expect that she lays her head on my shoulder. Hey, Jean, we could do lewd stuff too, you know? She had turned to look at me while still laying her head on me. Huh. I thought she wanted to wait until a certain time. Did this just speed it up? Are you sure? I stuttered out and she nods. We can't do it, until you turn 18 or when you graduate. But you can use the rest of my body as you see fit. Rennie Shishi gave me a look that I did not see normally. A look that was full of both lust and love. Hold back, soldier, or else you might just lose control right now. Isn't the age of consent in Japan 13 or something? But I still have 18 and up on my mind. I can't change it that easily. I see if you're okay with it, then I'm more than happy to comply. Ahem niya. Kuroka coughs, interrupting Rennie in his little moment. We both turn to her as Aquino and Chiron were staring at us. Early morning bath. We're sticky also, Chiron. You too. You didn't even ask to taste it. All fair in the game of love ne-sama with that. Chiron crawled up to me, gave me a kiss on the cheek, and hopped out of bed. The other three were speechless. Did it, Chiron? Just? I start as Kuroka finish my sentence. Confess to you? Shironiya? There's an order to these things, Naya. Kuroka jumped up as she followed her sister. You fufu. See you two in the bath. Aquino was amused by it all and left the bedroom too. I sigh and rub the back of my head. Let's get going, Rennie. I got up and summoned some towels for all of us. I helped Rennie out of the bed and we went into the bathroom. And after the early morning bath, Rennie and Chiron had left earlier since the two weren't too far involved with the early morning activity. They had asked me to help wash their hair, though. Chiron had gone back to normal, but she did confirm our question by saying yes. She did confess to me. I guess I got someone new then. Even in a very unconventional way, I like Chiron too, so it's no problem. As for Kuroka and Aquino, they spent some intimate time with me again, but only for an extra hour. I had to make a time dilation barrier. The two of them had just left, and I cleaned myself up properly this time. Still buzzing with restless energy, I wasn't tired, but I didn't think I would be moving around this early in the morning. I summoned some clothes on myself as I made my way downstairs. The girls probably went back to their respective rooms to get changed. When I got to the kitchen, I see Grafia. I start to approach her when she says something. Did you have fun? She asks me without turning around, diligently continuing her prep work. I freeze in place. I mean, both in the bath and bedroom. Grafia continued. I nervously laugh. Yeah, I did. If Grafia heard us, then Ingvild and Asia definitely did. She didn't sound angry or anything, just asking me a question, I guess. I sigh and hug Grafia from behind. I could say the same thing to you. You're up early. Yes, I woke up due to all that commotion. I laugh again and apologize to her. I grab her left hand as she looks at me confused. I bring our hands up into the air and intertwine them. It really does fit you, huh? I had put my chin on her shoulder, Graphia looks at me as I stare into her red eyes. She slightly blushes and cutely nods. Thank you for this, Jean. She thanked me. As we were about to kiss, we were interrupted. Ahem, Nia. I turn around and see everyone, with the exception of Asia and Ingvile that come downstairs. Oh hey, you guys already decided to come down? They nod to my question. I don't mind Graphia. She's a bit shy about showing her affection to me in public. We usually just flirt when it's between the two of us. Ow. Sorry if as I tried to explain to the girls, Graphia had started to pinch my side as she blushed. Graphia sighs as her secret was found, even though it wasn't really a secret. The girls giggle at this side of Graphia they hadn't seen before. She shakes her head and gives me a quick kiss and goes back to cooking. We all sit down as we wait for breakfast. Just then, Asia and Ingvile also come down to join us. Looks like everyone is getting up early today. Morning, you two. Sleep well? I greet them. They look at me and blush. Guess not then. Gee, good morning. Jean-san. Asia greets me as she blushes. Yes, good morning, Jean. I see you had a very active morning. Ingvile seemed slightly annoyed as she shook her head at me disappointedly. I don't think we were that loud, but I guess we were. I was caught up in a moment, so I didn't get a chance to put up a barrier. Asia, if you have any questions, feel free to ask your new peerage, Ingvile, or even my avatar. We're here to help you assimilate faster, all right? Igriagajis, he'll be in your care. She boasts to everyone. They reassure her that they'll be there and hopes she has a good first day. Well, since you guys are here, they'll be going to the underworld like I said last night. They tiredly nod, and we just sat around waiting until breakfast was ready. After breakfast, Naya Kuroka called out to me. Everyone was ready to go on with their day, but stopped when Kuroka spoke up. What's up, Kuroka? So, is Chiron part of your harem now? She did confess this morning. I nodded her question and turned to the cat girl in question. She was blushing, but nods at me. I want to be with Senpai. Ha! Well, you heard the girl. I walk over to her, kneel down, and kiss her on the forehead. Chiron immediately turns red, but a happy smile was on her. Jean-san, can I speak with you for a moment? Asia asks, and I nod. I follow her into a different room. What's up? I was curious as to why she brought me here. I thank you for everything. She bows again at me. It's about that. I wave her off. It's not a big deal, as I said. Don't worry about it. We're friends, aren't we? This is what friends do for each other. I reach down and pat her on the head. I could see tears starting to swell up. Really? We're friends? She shakes her head no. You're right, we're friends. You helped me back then. You were my first friend in this new country. She smiled brightly at me. Tears long gone as she reaffirmed my statement to her. Everyone in this house is also your friend, Asia. Your new peerage members, Ingvile, Graphia, Kuroka, Ophis, and I. Even more in school. You'll be making a ton more there. So, you won't be alone anymore. Again, Asia starts to tear up. Jean-san, on my past I stop her as she tries to tell me her backstory. It's fine, Asia. You can tell me about it tonight. Let's start the day with a happy tone, shall we? She wipes her tears away and nods. We go back to everyone who is waiting. All right. I snap my fingers and my avatar joins them. Good luck, Asia. Keep an eye out for her, you hear me? My avatar nods at me as they all teleport away. Kuroka, you busy today? Want to go to the underworld with me? I ask the cat girl, but she shakes her head. They'll visit Cow's brigade. Val has been silent, and I'm curious about the situation back there. I want to catch up with Le Fay. Le Fay? Oh, all right, good luck. Tell me if anything serious happens. She nods and kisses me on the cheek. She then teleports away. Looks like it's you and me then, Graphia. She stands beside me and nods. Yes, it is Jean. I snap my fingers and we teleport to the underworld. Underworld Grimoire territory. We had teleported just outside the home of the Grimoires. We both were greeted by the guards. Graphia-san, Jean-sama, welcome. The two guards by the gate greet us. Graphia puts her hand up and they go back to their previous posture. Sama? When did they start referring to me with that? Graphia apparently saw my confused look and spoke up. You have been here time and time again, Jean. It is inevitable they would recognize you. She grabs my arm and pulls me towards the home. I let myself be dragged and nodded along. Is that so? Yes. It will happen more and more in the future. You must get used to it. I guess so. I started to walk on my own, and Graphia lets go of me. It didn't take us long to reach the big doors into the home. When Graphia opened it, I was again in awe at how big these places are. Cleaning and maintenance would be a bitch, unless I literally make it autonomous or have Android cleaning fairies. I glanced to my side as Graphia leads us to a different room. Graphia wouldn't be too happy about it. Maybe I can speak to Venelana about it? Graphia and her maid fetish you like it, though. Well, yeah, but I want to lift some burdens up for her, you know? Drake didn't answer me, so Graphia and I walked silently to our destination. A bit later, we finally come across another big door. Graphia pushes it open, and I see 3 individuals there. Venelana Gremory, Millikas Gremory, and Astri Gremory. Interesting, I felt her aura earlier, but I thought she would be busy. Seems like she'll be with us during this request. Now that I look at her again, it's our second meeting. She really does look like Priscilla from Re:0. I look at Millikas, and it looks almost identical in canon, with the exception of his hair. It had some red blonde streaks around his sides and the tips of his hair. We have arrived, Venelana-sama, Astri-sama, and Millikas-sama. Graphia announces our presence and bows to them. After she finishes her bow, we go over to them, all of them smiling at us. Hey there, nice to meet you, Venelana-san, Astri-san, and Millikas-kun. I greet them as we arrive by them. Era, it's finally nice to put a name to a face. Venelana puts a hand on her cheek. How do you do, Red Dragon Emperor? I am called Venelana Gremory, Rias and Surzek's mother. I did not get a chance to formally introduce myself to you last time, Jean-kun. As you know, I am Astri Gremory, formerly a Bale. It's a pleasure to meet you again. She smiled at me, which was a bit weird seeing as how I have a personality set for this person. Because of her appearance, I need to stop that. They're basically different people. Millikas was staring at me all starry-eyed, but came out of it and introduces himself. How do you do, Jean-san? I am Millikas Gremory. It's nice to meet you. He gives me a curt bow and smiles at me. Yes, it's nice to meet you all. I nod and look at Venelana. So, this request is about supervising and training Millikas-kun here. Yes? Little man, you gotta stop looking at me like I'm some kind of role model. I'm far from it. Especially after my recent fuck-ups, no. This is a long-time incompetency on my part. So, Millikas-kun, why did you choose me to, supervise you? I'm sure the Gremories can afford to choose someone more appropriate for this job. Qualified, I guess is the word I'm looking for. It's because I've heard of your most recent tale. He excitedly says, his grandmother and mother smiling at him to be able to fight the god of thunder Thor and your other achievements as the middleman. I want to be trained by a person like that. Excuse me for my unsightly behavior. Millikas caught himself acting like a kid his age and corrected himself. The troubles of a high-class devil. Huh? Don't worry about it, Millikas-kun. You may be a high-class devil, but you're still young. Enjoy that part of your life. But I'm glad I'm seen in such light by you. Shall we get going then? He nods vigorously. Graphia leads Millikas away as they both leave us. I shall lead Millikas-sama to the training hall. She bows and they leave. I turn to the 2 female devils. I'm guessing you guys relented to Millikas' request on me, being his supervisor? Yufufu, yes, Millikas was quite insistent on you being the mentor. As you said earlier, we could have chosen anyone, but he chose you in the end. He even refused to be trained by his own father's knight. He is quite famous in the human world. No? He goes by Okita Tsuji. I knew that already, but pretended to be shocked. As in the Okita Tsuji? Oh man, who would have thought he was reincarnated as a devil? But I'm flattered by Millikas-kun's insistence then. Will Sarorg Bale join me today? I get a nod from Astri. Yes, he will. I personally requested him. He will try to teach Millikas the use of 10k. 10k? If Millikas learns to use that and masters a Hellbia monster. I see. He'll get going then. I stop and turn back. Actually, can you guys leave me their Graphia? Didn't give me instructions, haha. I could just locate their auras and find them that way. But I wanted to talk to these 2 a bit more. Especially this Astri person. They both nod, and I follow them. We start walking there, but we mostly stay silent. Astri-san, do you have your own peerage? She turns to me and shakes her head. I do not. I do have my evil pieces, though. I never wanted to compete in the rating games, so I never used mine. I have had many devils offer themselves to join my peerage, but I declined all of them, even my own husband at one point. She sighs as Vinalana giggles at her. Who would have thought that the almighty Surzex would do that? Though it was probably hundreds of years ago at this point, my only goal, once I was engaged to Surzex, was to start a family, become stronger, and protect it, as well as myself. We are childhood sweethearts, after all. She turns to Vinalana as the two smile at each other. This also extends to my family as well. Everyone who is dear to me. She turns back to me. We promised to support each other through it all. We had a few ups and downs throughout our marriage, but we came out of it stronger. This amplified when we found out I was pregnant with Millie Cass. She smiles. Protecting what's dear to you is a wonderful thing. Wouldn't you agree, Jean-san? I was flabbergasted. This woman, this devil, was deeply in love with Surzex Lucifer. Holy crap, what a lucky guy. Man, finding someone like this, it's one in a million. The fact that they were also childhood sweethearts is even rarer. Surzex is quite lucky to have such a devoted wife. She chuckles at me and nods. I also want to thank you for giving my husband that android fairy. His paperwork has become so much easier to manage. It's also given him more time to spend with Millie Cass and his family. It's no problem, Astri-san. I'm glad I could help. Vinkon. Vinalana calls out my name, and I tilt my head in her direction. What is your opinion on Grafia right now? I didn't expect this, but I'll be honest with them. I knew from the start why Grafia came to live with me. It was to monitor me, report back to Surzex. I wouldn't blame them. I did kind of show up out of nowhere. Grafia also had her own reasons for going. But over the course of a month, I think we have gotten closer. I mean, I hope we did. I really do rely on her a lot, though, from cooking to cleaning and other things around the house, even emotional support. She's done a lot for me. Makes me wonder where I would be without her. Like with the cleaning android fairies, I suggested I tell them on why Grafia is against them, and they laugh. Yes, that does seem like Grafia. She likes being a maid after all, so I suggest you give up on that pursuit. However, Jinkun, you haven't fully answered my question. Vinalana stops and stares at me seriously. The Grimory really do value their servants like family. Huh? I sigh and look at her seriously too. I love her. As I said earlier, we've grown very close. So, I plan on asking Surzex for her through one of his favors. They both smile at me and continue to walk towards a training hall. The conversation ended there. Training hall. Once we enter the training hall, I see Grafia, Millie Cass, and a huge, bulky figure Saror Bale. Millie Cass had changed into some sort of jumpsuit. Saror in his usual clothing. He spots us and waves towards us. Grafia bows at us as we arrive by them. Forgive me, Jean. I forgot to mention where the training hall is. It's fine. These two lovely ladies were kind enough to lead me here. They giggle at my compliment. I also could have just located you through your aura, so if they said no, I would have been fine. My, flirting with two married women? Grafia stared at me with cold eyes. No, we were just talking. Grafia smiles at me. I was joking, Jean. It was. You rarely do that. I turn to Sarorg, and we smile at each other. It has been quite some time, Jean. He holds his hand out for a fist bump. I happily bump fists with him. Yeah, it has. You doing good? He nods, and we catch up for a little bit. You've gotten stronger since last time. I grin at him, and he grins back. Of course, it was a one-sided battle. I wish not for that to happen again. My loss to you motivated me even further, as well as my peerage. When we start playing and rating games, I'm confident we won't lose to anyone who doesn't regularly train. I see. Good luck with those then. I turn to Millie Cass, as he had been waiting patiently. All right, Milikazkoen, show me what you can do. The young devil nods and proceeds to give me a showcase of his current powers. They'll be honest, this kid will be a major powerhouse in the future. Born from Surzex and Astri, both monsters in their own right. Born into greatness, huh? I glance at his potential, my god. Millie Cass, Grimory potential. Dragon God SSS, is this his potential in this world? I would guess he would be a super devil in canon then. His hand-to-hand combat is decent. With the help of Sarorg, Hell improved drastically. His control and power with his normal demonic energy, and as well as elements, very high for his age. His control and power for his power of destruction, a lot better than Rias. While his power output is a little bit below since I've started to train her, but still this little monster sheesh. He can control their direction, too, once he fires them off. Incredible to be this talented at his age. Sarorg said beside me, and I nodded along. Yeah, he'll be a monster in the future, a super devil like his father, or maybe even higher. I knew the answer, but I gave Sarorg a small hint. Add you training him in 10k and my general advice, as well as whoever else trains him. He's set up for great things. Indeed. A few minutes later, Millikas started his training with Sarorg. True to his nature, after being taught the fundamentals by Sarorg, he could start to produce a little bit of 10k from his body. After a few more minutes, Millikas achieved it. He covered his body in 10k. I had given some general advice to him as the two of them trained. Seeing as how he wanted to learn 10k first, I left it in the hands of Sarorg. How would a monster, I sigh, as Sarorg begins to coach Millikas in his close-quarters combat. He obviously went a bit easier with his punches, otherwise the kid would just explode on the spot. Whoosh! Boom! Sarorg sent out a punch and created a shockwave from it. The dust settled and Millikas nodded. He copied Sarorg's movements and whoosh! Boom! Created the same shockwave, a little weaker, but he managed to do it. Even Sarorg looked incredulous at what he had witnessed. He turned to me, and we both grinned at each other. I could hear the ladies behind us cheering on Millikas. He already has his own fan club. The two of them take a quick break and walk over to me. Jean-san, can you tell me how you got so strong? Millikas asks enthusiastically. My lip twitched, as I haven't come up with a cover-up story. We'll just make it up as I go. Well, like yourself, I was just born a bit lucky. I have the boosted gear for one. But I also trained my butt off. I practiced every day. What I am today is a result of blood, sweat, and tears. God, I felt awful lying to him, but this little white lie should help motivate him. You are quite talented, you know? Being able to use 10k already without prior training. Having that power and control at your age, you really take after your father, no? You'll definitely surpass him in the future. I just know it. Millikas was brightly smiling. Can you use 10k? I froze, but recomposed myself. I never tried to before, but I'm sure I can. Sure, I can, just watch. 10k is, in essence, the external manifestation of one's life force. In other words, their ki. I breathe in and breathe out. Pshhh. 10k surrounded my body. The color was slightly different. It had the colors of red, white, and gold. Gold. Why gold? I can see why the red and white. It's Drake and Albion, but who the hell is gold? Now that's quite peculiar, partner. Perhaps it has something to do with your past? Or maybe the incident. That's the only conclusion we can come up with for now. We'll leave this for another time. I undo my 10k. See? I can do it too. Ha ha ha. You're a monster too, Jean. Sarorg laughs as he pats my shoulder. Jean-san, may I request a short mock battle? I was caught off guard again. I wasn't sure on how to answer, so I turned back and asked with my eyes. I see no problem with it. Astery says as both Grafia and Venelana agree. Millikas, put your all into this, yes? Yes, mother. Then it's settled. I turn to Sarorg. Can you be the arbiter? He nods, and I turn back to Millikas. Give it your all, as your mother said. Let's say this is your first evaluation from me, then. He nodded determinedly. Third-person point of view, Millikas and Jean stand at other ends of the field, Sarorg waiting patiently as he looks at the both of them. Then let this mock battle between Millikas Gremory and Jean skyward. He gives the signal by swinging his hand down. Begin. Millikas instantly covered his body with 10k and dashed towards Jean. He appeared beside Jean and fired a point-blank ball of power of destruction. Jean smiles at Millikas' aggressive nature. Jean casually dodges the attack. He's really going all out from the start then? Good. Millikas smiles as he flicks his hand. The power of destruction attack that had seemingly missed Jean had done a complete 180 and headed back towards him. Oh. Jean smiles as he swats the power of destruction attack out of existence. Millikas was a bit surprised when his attack was destroyed, but gained a giant smile. Millikas charged back at Jean. He used what he just learned with his close combat on Jean. Millikas' power and accuracy on his punch and kicks were on point. Jean smiling at all of this as it happened. Swish. Swoosh. Dawn. Jean notices that Millie Cass has good battle instincts. Perhaps I'll become a battle maniac in the future? The thought of it made Jean chuckle because he really can't see it. Not bad, Millie Cass, but since you're young, you're lost in the heat of the battle, so you're expending more than what's necessary. Millie Cass had good control of his demonic energy output while training, but he was slightly expending more as he was fighting. Yes, sir. Millie Cass tries to correct himself, but Jean sends out a punch, forcing Millie Cass to block it with a defensive barrier. Ack. Unfortunately for him, Jean broke it. He held back obviously, otherwise he would hurt Millie Cass. Millie Cass rolls backwards, but quickly recovers. But this repeats, with Millie Cass trying to correct himself, using more 10k, demonic energy, and power of destruction attacks. Jean didn't want to destroy the training area, so he destroyed the balls of power of destruction. The mock battle ends soon enough with Millie Cass sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Haha, it is my loss. Jean walks over to Millie Cass and taps his shoulder. Suddenly the young devil's stamina and demonic pool were restored. His fatigue was also gone. A bit surprised, but he bows to Jean again. Thank you very much. Jean skyward, I helped Millie Cass up after the little mock battle. I didn't attack much, but he just ran out of steam over time. But he kept at it for a little longer than I thought, so he has the stamina. I'm curious about who would win if Rias and Millie Cass went at it. Well fought, Millikazkoen. As Jean said earlier, you have a lot of potential. I wish you luck with your future training. Sarord came over and praised Millie Cass as he thanked him back. We make our way back to the female devils. Once there, Astery hugged Millie Cass. And mother him still sweaty. He was embarrassed, but accepted his mother's affection. My baby, you did well. I'm so proud of you. I don't care if you're sweaty. Astery kept on hugging Millie Cass, showering the young devil with lots of love. Astery-san is quite affectionate with Millikazkoen. I point out the obvious, and Venelana laughs. Yes, she is. Dare I say, even more so than her own husband. She giggled again. Astery didn't even try to deny it, so it probably has some kind of truth to it. Jean-kun, will you stay for lunch? The request has ended with this. If that's the case, then I'll happily stay for it. Thank you very much, Venelana-san. She smiled as she walked away with her group. Grafia turned to me and nodded as she follows them. Millie Cass is still being showered in his mother's love. So want to talk outside? I ask Sarord, and he nods beside me. Since he has more knowledge of how the Grimmery home worked, I followed him. We end up at a little veranda as we looked out at the view, which was mostly trees and what seemed like a lake far in the distance. So, any development on your part, man? Maybe romantic? When I asked this question, Sarord laughed. Since my defeat to you, I have reflected on many things. So, yes, I have noticed a certain woman having romantic feelings for me. He keeps staring out at the view in front of us as he answers my question. I see. Will you be pursuing it? He shakes his head. I'm not sure of my own feelings, so for the time being I will keep the status quo. But when I do find out my own feelings, I will confront her with it, just how I usually do things. That's just like you. Well, I wish you luck then. I may know who it is, but I'll keep my nose out. Is that so? Haha, I appreciate it, Jean. Wow, look at you. Not forcing someone to confess like a certain accused we know. I know. Geez, do you really need to hound me about that? I'm trying to change here, Drake-sama. It will be a slow process. They'll still make mistakes, but please bear with me. They'll back off a bit with Toby too, though. It seems a bit too late with it. Since he does plan on confessing to Essie, probably when I visit her. I could say the same thing with you, Jean. You seem like a changed man. He finally looks at me and smirks. I chuckle back at him. You can tell. Yeah, I did go through a bit of a change. I'm still working on it. I proceed to tell Sarorg about my fuck-ups and incompetency. He silently listened and occasionally nods. He sighs through his nose. Well, I do agree, Jean. You were insensitive, but you say you have corrected this, no? He laughs to think the Welsh dragon would scold you. That is unheard of. Jean, at the very least you're not a robot with no feelings. I look at him confused. Seeing my reaction, he continues. When one is confronted with criticism about themselves, how do you think that person would react? I believe they react in two ways. Deny and double down, or accept, reflect, and improve. He smirks at me. I believe you are the latter, which is good. A lot of devils, or other beings can't come to terms that they aren't perfect. They believe what they're doing is right most of the time when in reality it is not. I guess I can. I mean, I have so far, but I do feel like I'm lacking or missing something. It's just a nagging feeling. That's my past, my memories, why an outer God is messing with me. And that incident, that's what it means to live, Gene. You will find these answers as you keep on living. Do you think our parents found their answer to life when they were our age? I do not believe so. We will find those answers over time. Just live in the moment and enjoy it. Man, this guy, I look up to him, huh? I can see why he's so likable to so many people. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm just overthinking all of this and am forgetting to live in the moment. Good. He puts a hand on my shoulder. Let us go and join my relatives for lunch. I smile and nod. We slowly make our way there as we chat about the more mundane and less heavy topics. When we got to the dining hall, thanks to Sarah's directions, we had a very delicious lunch courtesy of the Gremery cooks. I enjoyed it so much that I had CNTIR analyze and keep the recipes in my head so I could recreate some of them at home. Once we were done, Grafia and I bid them farewell. I also promised to try to come more to Millicast training sessions. Third-person point of view slam. Crash. Fuck. Kokabeel screamed. He has been throwing things around as he just found out that Darcel was killed, Raynar's group is captured, and Freed was also killed off. The middleman was still alive, as well as the two heiresses. I expected this outcome. Calm yourself, Kokabeel. Azrael spoke as he gazed out a window. Expected it? Kokabeel was still pissed, but asked Azrael the same question in a calmer manner. Yes, once we confirmed the Red Dragon Emperor's true strength, I expected Darcel to lose. Still, who the hell will wield the Excalibur pieces then? Not any dumb stray priest or exorcist could just wield them. Kokabeel sat down and frowned. Freed was made for it and was a genius in his own right. We have many disposable exorcists. However, I have my eye on a certain individual. This catches Kokabeel's attention. A human caught Azrael's attention? Now that's a surprise. Kokabeel cocked a brow as he kept staring at Azrael. Valper kept a backup, a more perfect specimen. In case Freed did die, we have someone else we can use. Azrael grinned and turns to Kokabeel. When he did, the doors opened and a young man stepped through. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Kokabeel turns around to see a human enter the premises. This is Ajamu, a young man Valper came across after his research was stopped by the church. What's so special about him? Kokabeel observed the man named Ajamu intently. Azrael grinned. That's the thing. Kokabeel, this human, is a natural wielder. Kokabeel was surprised and grinned at Ajamu. Well. It seems like our luck never truly left us. Even more amazingly, he perfectly fused with my blood. Ajamu's current power is true Satan class. Again, Kokabeel was shocked. He couldn't believe their luck. Someone this powerful was just out there. His sword skill is also beyond Freed. I would even compare his swordsmanship to the legends of the Knights of the Round Table. Kokabeel kept on being impressed the more he heard about this new subordinate. Ajamu is an average-sized man with short, bristling yellow-green hair. He's around the age of 24, if not slightly older. Ajamu is adorned in a tight, black set of armor, which he covers with a sandy-colored cloak, likely to not attract attention. His facial expressions, physique, and the overall air he gives off have all been described to be as sharp as a wire. He's an amusing individual. Azrael continued. Most of the time, Ajamu acts professional and follows orders without many complaints. However, his temper is rather short, which makes him appear very tense and quick to blow up, often causing him to make impulsive decisions mere moments after hearing an unwanted reply. When subjected to scenarios he isn't fond of, Ajamu doesn't refrain from speaking his mind, be it to someone of a lower rank than him or to myself. Ha. Azrael was clearly amused by the young man. It seemed he even liked him. So, the perfect replacement for our plan? Kokabeel grinned. Our plans have never been stopped or slowed down. It's been going smoothly. Our attack shall begin once Avetsa has completed her divine beasts. The name Ajamu is a boy's name of Nigerian origin, meaning he fights for his desires. Pretty ironic, since he's a subordinate of Azrael's. Rhythmic name sometimes associated with Calypso singer king Ajamu. Chapter 8. To the Fairy Kingdom in a slash of 3 Japan. Kuo, the same time Avatar Gene Skyward, I had teleported to the Occult Research Club alongside the original's harem. Once we arrived, I could see that Rias Gremory, Kiba Yudo, and Gasper Vladi were already present in the room. Good morning, everyone. Rias Gremory greeted us with a smile, followed by the other 2 male peerage members. Good morning, President. Chiron Tiju, Aquino Himejima, and Asia Argento greeted their king. Ingvild Leviathan and I greeted the Gremory heiress as well. I would like to start by saying I'm the Avatar. I tell the others, they nod to my statement. Where did Jean Senpai go? Kiba Yudo asked. The other 2 eagerly awaited my response. He is currently in the underworld. Venelana Gremory has requested for his assistance for today. And my mother asked Jean for help. Rias Gremory seemed surprised, and I nodded to her. What for? She has requested for the original to supervise Millicast Gremory's training for today. He will be joined by Sarah Bale. I nod to her and everyone else. I shall make my way to class then. Good day to you all. Third-person point of view with the Occult Research Club. How do I say this? Rias starts as she rubs her head. The Avatar Gene made is a bit stiff. It's not the first time we've interacted with him. I noticed him being like that the other times Yufufu, he is president. They're quite easy to distinguish, yes? Aquino replies while amusingly staring at the door. Why, yes, they are. Did he purposefully make him like that? Ah, well, we would think so. Gene, even if he doesn't show it, is quite possessive and overprotective at times. So, I doubt he would let his avatar, or even clones, be intimate with us. Thinking of being intimate with Jean Senpai's clones or avatar is weird. Chiron says she gets a weird look from Rias and the 2 male devils. What do you mean by that, Kaneko? She froze when she accidentally said that out loud. Chiron started to look around for help, but seeing Aquino smile, she knew she had to accept her fate. Yufufu, Kaneko, or should I say Chiron Tuju, officially joined Jean's harem this morning. Once Aquino said that the cat girl turned red. They were obviously left speechless as they stared at the young Nikomada. Now, let's not bully Chiron, Aquino. Ingvild reprimanded her friend and classmate. Said Hybrid just giggled at her. Ingvild Senpai is my only ally. Chiron stood closer to Ingvild as she grabbed her skirt for support. Aha, Ingvild chuckled at her junior. Asia stood there not too sure what to do. Anyway, welcome to your new school life in Japan, Asia. Rias moved the conversation along and welcomed her newly appointed bishop. Igriagajis, please treat me well. Asia bows, nervous and excited. Avatar Gene Skyward, I was made by the original with access to all the power he has. The only downside is not having Draig, Albion, and CNTIR. I do not know why he didn't give me those, however, I do fine without them. I also purposely act like this to distinguish myself from the original. As I made my way to my classroom, I spot the infamous troublemaking duo beside a tree, being up to no good. They were saying some obscene things loud enough for the other students to hear. One of them, I believe he's called Matsuda, sees me staring. He nudges his friend, and they quickly get up and run towards me. Senpai. They reach me with lightning-fast speed and call out to me. Hello, Matsuda-kun, Motohama-kun. How can I help you guys? I greet the 2. Even though they're perverts, they're still normal humans, so I greet them normally. We have a question. I nod and wait for them to continue. I could also see some students stopping to listen in. Among them were a few students whispering about the 2 perverts. How did you manage to score such a smoking hot babe as a girlfriend? Yeah, senpai, teach us. You're even more boring than we are. For some reason, the way they said that irritated me. Nevertheless, I could feel the other students' emotions as they were agreeing with these 2. I sigh and look at them. I shrug and say, well, we should try not to be big, open perverts for one. That's one of the main reasons why women are avoiding you. You just seem too desperate, and you need to cut back on the lewd talk. We're teenagers filled with hormones, but we have the power to restrain ourselves. Just learn some of that and you'll get girls. I finish my explanation as they stare blankly at me. That's impossible. I expected this response, so I just sighed. Are you really a teenager like us? You act like some stuffy old grown-up all the time. Lighten up a little. Motohama shouts, clearly angry at me. I am a teenager, but am just modest about this kind of thing. I turn away and start walking. You guys are free to live life how you want. I am not here to try to police it. I only gave you my perspective on things. I wave them off as I walk away. I passed by Aika Kiryu as she was snickering at me. She was the main reason why the original and I are getting so much hate from the male populace. I sigh and keep on walking. When I open the door to my classroom, I see that it is still quite empty. Therefore, I walk over to my desk, sit on it, and take a small nap. This is how main characters do things, right? I had followed some of the actions they had taken. A few minutes later, I hear more and more of my classmates come in. Homeroom soon starts, and I answer without getting up or opening my eyes. It soon ends, and the room erupts into chatter. A few minutes later, I feel someone tap on my shoulder. This time I finally got up and saw that it was Akino Himejima. Class is about to start. She informs me. I nod and thank her. It's time to start the school day then. Lunch I, along with the Grimmery Peerage and Ingvild, were back at the Occult Research Club. Ingvild had joined us as her friend were busy with club this time around. The original hadn't asked her about that before. Perhaps I should? I was about to win blink. Joe, the original teleported in and greeted us all. I nod toward him, and he nods toward me. I dispel myself. Gene, Skyward Gene. Akino gets up and hugs me. The avatar disappears, and all his memories come flooding into me. I hug her back. Looks like my request ended early today, so I decided to head to school. Greyfi is back home training. Welcome, Gene. How was your request with Millicass? Rias greets me, and so do the rest. It was fine. It'll be real if you guys. Millicass is definitely going to surpass his dad and become one of the top dogs of the world in the future if he keeps up his training. I turn to Rias. Well, we'll be up in your training too. Right now, Millicass has the edge on his control over you, while you only slightly have higher strength thanks to the recent training and age. Rias nods seriously, I understand. I won't lose to my own nephew, that would be too unsightly. She says with a sigh. Good. It'll take you guys to a more appropriate training area. ITLL be more beneficial. As I mentioned earlier, Greyfia is currently using it. They seem confused. You'll see once you get there after school. They nod and I turn to Asia. How was your day so far, Asia? She was currently eating her lunch alongside Chiron and Gasper. Igriagajis. It has been great so far. I've made many new friends. She stops eating and smiles, but two boys in my class asked me very strange questions. The same with the girl too I facebomb. It has to be Motohama, Matsuda, and Aika. There are literally no other suspects in that classroom for the time being. Just take what they say with a grain of salt, okay? Asia tilts her head, not really understanding what I meant, but agrees. Akino offers me some lunch, but I decline since I've already eaten. I'm fine, Akino. Lunch was already served at the Grimmery home. They had some delicious food. I even analyzed them and might recreate some later. For some reason, Rias looked mortified by this, but didn't say anything. We had a relatively calm rest of lunch, talking about random things and Asia asking questions about certain subjects and topics. After school, Skyward household, I had arrived home via teleportation along with the Grimmery Peerage. Yiniya. Kuroka pounced on me as soon as I teleported in. Welcome home, Jean, Rias-sama, everyone. Greyfia bows and welcomes us back. She has already finished her training, it seems. Hey there, done with your training already? I hug Kuroka back as I ask my maid a question, and she nods. Yes, it was quite fruitful. I shall prepare dinner. Will Rias-sama and her peerage be joining us tonight? She asks, and I turn to Rias. I don't see why not. How about it? Yes, we will. Thank you, Jean. After she answers, Kuroka jumps off me. Chance Naya. Kuroka says, confusing us. It'll help cook, Greyfia Naya. Greyfia blinks a few times at Kuroka before nodding. Very well. I will only accept your very best effort, Kuroka. Prepare yourself. The air around Greyfia changes as she drags Kuroka into the kitchen. Looking unsure now. New. I regret this, Naya. Her pleas fell on deaf ears. I coughed to get everyone's attention. They'll be heading to the training facility with the Grimmery Peerage. If anyone else wants to join, feel free. I start to walk towards the elevator, and they join me. When we enter the elevator, Rennie comes down from her bedroom. Jean? She tries to run over, but the door closes before she can. Jean! It almost seemed comical. When the elevator reached the training facility, everyone left, and Rennie had already teleported to the training facility, glaring at me with a huff. She walks over and pinches my cheeks. Rude. You could have held the door, mister. Yes, mom, I'm Shulvi. She scolds me. She began stretching my cheek as well, and when she was satisfied with my apology, she let go of me. Senpai, is this the infamous girlfriend you showed Aika? As the Gremory peerage stare at her, Kiba asks. The only one not surprised was Rias, as she met her prior. Yeah, she's Lavinia Rennie, affiliated with Grigori. Anyway, we're here, so time to train, follow me. I walk towards the training area and explain what this place can do, and safe to say they were shocked. So, run wild if you want, especially in that area with the mana regeneration rate. It will affect all types of energy and mana, including your demonic energy. They nod and run towards different areas, much like kids who are given new toys. How was your day? I asked Rennie without turning to her. I wanted to keep an eye on the peerage. I went back to Grigori since Natsum and Shigen asked me to train them. They've really improved a lot with their magic. She seemed satisfied, so I could trust her judgment. I can't wait to see Natsum. We'll probably use it during our upcoming fight. Really? Can't wait to see then. We watch over the Gremory peerage train, along with Ingvild, who joined a short time later since she wanted to change into something else. Rennie and I roamed around giving advice, or if they asked for us, we did so. Rias tried to use the spirit gun from Yu Yu Hakusho with her power of destruction, but it backfired and blew up before she could fire it. I told her she needed a little bit more control before trying that. Apparently, it's from a show and manga called Gogo Bakasho, another weird knockoff. She tried to recreate a few moves from the knockoff shows in this world. These moves included the Spirit Bomb, Kamehameha, Big Bang Flash, Gallic Gun, Megiddo, Rasengan, and others with her power of destruction. However, like the Spirit Gun, it didn't end well. I can't recall how many times I had to heal her or have her go to the spot to replenish her demonic energy. I had to tell her she could use them when she gets better control. She was embarrassed and said she was just excited because of the place they were brought to. I understand. It's like a cheat room, so you want to try as many things as you can. But after that, she did slow down and do her usual training and practice, so she did improve a little bit during that time. Nighttime after dinner, we were all in the living room, so I had to create extra couches and expand the living room since it was getting a little crowded. Dinner was a hit. It tasted delicious, and Kuroka got a lot of praise for it. However, Graphia said she messed up quite a lot and panicked a few times during it, much to the Nakomida's embarrassment. We were relaxing when Asia said she wanted to share with everyone about her past. It seems like she decided to tell everyone, and not just me. She told us a story about a girl that was once called the Holy Maiden. In a certain region in Europe, there was a girl who was discarded by her parents. She was raised in a nearby convent by a nun along with other orphans. The girl, who was a strong follower of the church, received a special power at the age of 8. She healed a wounded puppy, and a person from the Catholic Church witnessed it by chance. From there on, her life changed. The girl was taken to the main Catholic Church, and she was symbolized by many as a holy maiden because of her healing power. She used her power to heal many believers, and they were told it was a power of divine protection. Rumors brought rumors, and she was respected as a holy maiden, even without her approval. She was not dissatisfied with how she was treated. People from the church were kind, and she didn't hate healing people. She instead was happy that her power was of use. The girl was thankful for the power which was bestowed to her by God, but she was a bit lonely. She didn't have any friends she could open up to. Everyone treated her nicely and was courteous to her, but no one was willing to become her friend. She understood why. She knew that they were looking at her power as something irregular, something special. They didn't look at her as a human, but as a creature that could heal humans. But one day it changed. By coincidence, there was a devil nearby, and she healed it. A wounded devil. The girl couldn't ignore it. She thought that even if it was a devil, she had to heal it if it was injured. Her kindness motivated her to act in this way. But that changed her life forever. One of the people from the church saw that incident and notified others in the church. The ministers of the church were shocked by it. A power that can heal devils. Something absurd like that cannot happen. The power of healing can only heal the followers of God. Yes, there were several people who had the power to heal. The ability to heal the devils was out of the question. The people of the church thought it was common sense that the power of healing doesn't work on fallen angels and devils. Apparently, a similar incident had happened in the past. The power to heal fallen angels and devils that were not protected by God. But that was regarded as the power of a witch. So, the people saw her as a heretic. Damn, witch that heals devils. The girl who was respected as a holy maiden was then feared as a witch, and the Catholic Church abandoned her. The organization of stray exorcists picked her up because she had nowhere else to go. In other words, she had to get divine protection from the fallen angels. But the girl never forgot to pray to God. She also never forgot to thank God. Even so, the girl was abandoned. God didn't save her. What shocked her the most was that there was not even a single person in the church that was willing to defend her. There was no one who cared about her. After that, Asia cried, tears fell from her eyes and down her cheek. The ones nearest to her were already hugging her, trying to comfort her. I could see it really pissed off Kiba, as he was also mistreated by the church due to the Holy Sword Project. Who truly are the devils? The devils themselves? The fallen? Or has it always been humans? Whichever the right answer is, injustice does not discriminate and it's plagued everywhere. It's okay, Asia. You're here now, and you have all of us as friends and comrades. Those days will never come again. Ingvild was lightly crying with Asia as she hugged the girl. The other girls agreed with her. Perhaps she could relate to her loneliness and how much of an outcast she once was. After being asleep for around 100 years, a human-devil hybrid, and then waking up. The world has changed dramatically. People, friends, and family you once knew are dead or changed. Yes, she can definitely relate. But she also has changed. I can see these two becoming good friends, bonding over this. Gasper was crying his eyes out, but was also hugging Asia. That guy is really sensitive. Huh? That a good and bad thing. He's at least gotten some courage to do that in front of people, but I think he's just too distracted by the crying. A few minutes later, everyone had collected themselves and had changed topics to lighten the mood. Chiron had sat on my lap after Asia's story and began eating some candy. Since she did join my harem, she's become more affectionate, well, in her own way, rubbing her head on my neck and chest, feeding me some of her sweets and candy. Kuroka was smirking at her sister, but she didn't react. All right, since everyone's here, they'll do that. They turn to me confused. I don't blame them. I should have done this over a month ago. In terms of their potential, I will change it. I will change the Gremory peerage, but I will stop at super devils for them for now. It'll change all your potential right now. They were still confused. So, I can see being's potential with my eyes. Like, Kiba, you have the potential to be Satan class and nothing else. I can change that so you can grow to the power of super devil like Surzex and Ajuka. Obviously, this shocks the Gremory peerage, but not those that I am close to. I see. I thought this would happen down the line. Graphia nods, and so do the other girls. Ahaha, am I that obvious? Yes, they say in unison, even weirding out the Gremory peerage. Duly noted. He'll start with the Gremory peerage then. I will make you all into super devils. You should be able to compete with the strongest in our world if you keep training. Kiba steps forward, and I put my hand on his shoulder and change his potential to that of a super devil. I do this for Gasper and Rias. I will increase Chiron and Aquino's potential to become omniversal beings since they are my lovers. I could see Rias had a questioning and slightly annoyed look that I didn't consider her part of that. But I did consider Asia part of it. Is it wrong of me? I'm not sure myself. But it makes sense though. Our relationship had a reset and now we need to work on that again. After that, the rest of the girls came up to me, and I transformed them into the peak of Omniversal class. I'm definitely fucking up the power levels of this universe. But since an outer god is messing with me, and in essence everyone else in the world, this is fine. More enemies as well. So this is definitely fine. Once I finished doing that, everyone reverted back to what they were doing. Talk about being so calm about things I do there, just used to it, partner. Isn't this better than them freaking out every time you do something? Yeah, you have a point. I prefer it this way. BZZT. I check my pocket, and pull on my phone. Seems like I got a text message from Ross Weiss. Chiron saw who the sender was and gave me an amused look. She leans close to my ear and speaks. I thought you got flustered, senpai. She whispered and sniggered at me. I lightly chop her head as she giggles. How would my thing even make a BZT sound? Hell, how would my thing vibrate? You can literally do anything that isn't out of the realm of possibility, partner. Seriously? Seriously? I shake my head at a stupid remark drill. What? Would that even work? Okay, now I was curious. BZ? Right. Back to the text. Good evening, Jean. Hey, Rose, what's up? I was wondering where we will be going on our outing. Yeah. We haven't really. Maybe Kyoto? I mean, I can kill two birds with one stone. Give the upgraded rings to Yasaka and Kunu. Add more things to their necklaces and enchant their clothing. I could do the same thing for Rossweiss on our date. We all win. Yeah. Actually, I was thinking Kyoto. I have some quick business there. You can meet the West Yukai faction leader, Toriura Kyoto, for a bit, and then we go out to Kyoto for a date. It's not a date. It's just an outing between friends. She responded immediately after I sent mine. I couldn't help but chuckle. Chiron took a peek and laughed as well. Down goes the Valkyrie-san. I grin and pet her. Sure. Then our outing will be there. What does that sound? I'm fine with it. Great. They'll teleport to Asgard to pick you up. How about meeting in front of that restaurant then? The one that Anvari own? Sure. How does around 12 at noon sound? I'm fine with that then. So in 2 weeks? You're free by then, right? Yes, I am. Okay. It's a deal. I'll look forward to this, Jean. Good night. All right, I'll see you then, Rose, and yes, good night. I put my phone back into my pocket and hugged Chiron. She was a bit startled, but adapted. I wonder what request Odin was talking about back then. Perhaps he will request you to hunt down an evil god? He did allude to it. Perhaps he wasn't entirely joking, yeah. That Odin has more meaning in his words than he lets on. Maybe he was telling you a partial truth? An evil god, huh? If that's true, I wonder who. Loki? Someone else entirely? Perhaps a different god that's from the Norse mythology? Cow's Brigade and Azrael's group seem to have the same goal since Ophis left them. Yeah, since she left, the old Satan faction probably took over as leaders. I can assume the outer god, through Azrael, helped power them up then. I need to hurry up with my lover's power training. The defenses I have on them can only help so much. I don't want them relying on them too much. They'll bring them to Pocket Dimension before and after my visit to the Fairy Kingdom. Ring. Now what? I take my phone back out and see who the caller was. Oh, it was Barakiel. I tap Chiron on the shoulder. I need to take it out back, Shiro. She nods and gets off me, then moves to sit on Rennie's lap. The female magician happily hugged her. She's been forced by Rennie so many times that she's become the secondary lap she switches to when I'm not around. I like it. It's cute. I got a call. We'll be heading to the backyard. They nod and I leave. Backyard, once I go outside and close the door, I hear it slide open again. It was Aquino who followed me. I finally answer the phone and put it on speaker as Aquino stand beside me. Hey, Barakiel, I put you on speaker. I'm at the back of my house, and Aquino's with me. Very well, and good evening to you, Jean. Aquino. Good evening, Dad. She greets Barakiel as she hugs my free arm. Oh, good evening, Jean. Aquino Shuri's voice resound from the other end. I didn't expect her to show up. Oh, Shuri. Mom. So, I called you because Shuri and I finally made our decision. It took them that long? Geez, I'm glad they did. I could see Aquino roll her eyes at me. Did something else factor into this decision? That took you guys quite some time to decide. Yes, however, it was mostly because of Shuri. She was agonizing over where to meet up at. I personally don't mind where Barakiel explains, but a shuffling noise is heard, almost like his phone being taken away from him. We'll be meeting in Jean's home. Shuri speaks as we hear Barakiel sighing in the background. Really? All right then. I recently upgraded my house's defense systems, so I can confidently say that it's the safest place in the world right now. I should upgrade their home in the future, or at least give them necklaces that act like the girls' rings, especially Shuri. I tell them what I did. I already consider them in-laws after all. They were obviously shocked. Well, I guess we picked the right place to meet up then, huh, Jean? Yeah, I guess so. Shuri still sounded against the harem thing. It's whatever will wait for her approval. It shouldn't be too far off with Akino and the Slash Dog girls joining. Shall be more open to it. Don't forget about Suzuku. If she does, then it's a guaranteed yes. Right, yeah. He'll relay this information to Suzuku. Yes, thank you, Jean. Akino, make sure to visit. I mean this to both of you. I need to speak face-to-face with this stupid soon-to-be son-in-law of mine. He, of course, Mom. Akino blushed, but she accepted. Shuri hangs up the phone, and I put it back into my pocket. Hashel probably try to stop me from having more women. I look up and sigh. Yufufu, it won't take long. My mother will be convinced sooner or later, Jean. I know. It's just a waiting game with her. She kisses me. You'll be speaking with Suzaku-san, right? I was a bit surprised, but nodded. How did you know? She snickers at me and rolls her eyes. First wife instincts. Don't underestimate them. Jean, I know a lot more about you than the rest. I had a head start after all. I couldn't help but smile, and we share another kiss. They'll get going, then she winks and start walking away, putting a little emphasis on her walk, making her ass shake a little. This woman, I sigh when she steps inside and closes the door. First wife, huh? You're lucky, partner. You said the same thing about Surzex with Astri. Akino is basically Astri, and shall probably stick with you through it all, even with your dumbass. Oi, at least be a bit kinder with your words. Even if she isn't counted as those stupid fated one things, she definitely acts like it. Drake ignored me and kept going. Issues, I don't care. They could be the normal women of my harem or these so-called fated ones. But all I ask is to be loved back. I don't care about what others label them. I sigh and pull my phone back out. I scroll through my contacts and find Suzuka Himejima. I press the call button now that I think about it. This will be our first time speaking. We've only texted each other in the past. Hello. W what? Look at him, Albion, freezing up like a schoolgirl in love. Hi, blush, shut up. I was just caught off guard. I recompose myself. Jean? She calls out again, hey, sorry about that. I was speaking to Drake. I hear her giggle through the phone. She sounded cute. It's no problem, Jean. Partner, if there were more Himejima women, you would be gunning for them. I swear you're obsessed with them. Ignoring Drake, I continue speaking with her. So, I'm calling because Barakil and Shuri just called me and told me they decided on the place of the meetup. So, what did they decide? She sounded both excited and nervous. She hadn't seen them in quite a long time after all in my home in Kuo. Great. We can finally meet up. She sounded relieved that she finally found out where they wanted to meet up at. Yeah, I recently upgraded my home, so it should be a better place to meet up than in Grigori. Away from prying eyes and ears after all. Upgraded your home? She sounded confused, and I relayed what I did in my home recently. And yeah, she was speechless too. Jean, are you sure you should be telling me this? Yeah, why not? You're basically family at this point. If Barakil, Shuri, Akino, and Team/Dog trust you, then I do too. Thank you, Jean. I couldn't tell how she was feeling since we were speaking on the phone. Then I can't wait for it. This may be out of line, but may I request something of you? A request? Does it have something to do with SAE by any chance? Or helping Tobio be accepted into the clan? Or both? Sure, what's the request? Thank you. It's actually about Tobio's childhood friend, SAE Tuju. I cut her off. SAE Tuju and Grigori, right? Tobio asked me to do something about her. He'll be going over there in 2 weeks. Toby's a friend, so I didn't mind helping him. The other side went silent again. Really? You're serious? Yep. I can definitely heal her up with whatever is happening to her right now. So by the time we meet, she'll be all right. Hell, we can even invite the team in my house too, so we can all have a little reunion. I laugh at my suggestion. Jean, thank you truly. She sounded upset and relieved. Don't worry about it. Hey, at least nice to finally hear you. You know, putting a name to a voice and then a face in the future. I try to lighten the mood. Suzuka giggles at me through the phone. Yes, it is nice to finally hear you. We just need to see each other. We talk a little bit more before bidding each other a good night. Few at sea, Ireland, and Faye, Grigori Riser event somewhere there, Ross Weiss date with Yasaka, and Kunu in between, and Suzaku. I sigh again at the number of things that are going to happen. Third-person point of view, see IR frowned as she stared at the blonde-haired figure in front of her. Why did you summon me here? The male with blonde hair, turned around as he stared CNTIR in the eyes with his red eyes. "We need to talk, CNTIR, dear." The figure replies. She frowns at him. "And what do we have to talk about?" "You're doing a shit job at helping, Gene," he bluntly replied. This left CNTIR speechless as she stared dumbfoundedly at. "I'm doing a fine job at guiding and helping Gene. I'm a guide, not there to baby him through it all. Gene needs to go through some trials by himself to grow as a person. If he requests help from myself and the two dragons, then we will help him." Scoffs. "Even if he has to shoulder all of that burden by himself? You and the two dragons may feel what he does, but he bears the brunt of it. He has knowledge of many worlds at his disposal, including the one he calls home now. He knows next to nothing about his past self, thanks to Azathoth, nothing about the incident involving me, but I will say he's on the right track in finding out. He was never and is not obligated to help this world's inhabitant ever, but he chooses to because both of our natures and personalities mix together. He knows about an outer god messing with him, but not who." Scoffs again. "It's a miracle the guy didn't try to create an edgy, split personality to cope with all this mess. Gene has an emotional support group. Through me, the two dragons, his new friends, and harem. Also, do not look down on Gene's will. It takes more than that to take him down. You know that yourself, you know about his past, before his death. Yes, after getting diagnosed, having 6 months to live, he went out and lived his best life, helping himself and others. That's why I said we were almost alike. Besides, he thought of other people's happiness and well-being when he himself was going to die soon. He was always like that, even when he was young. Even during his asshole years, he still looked out for people. That guy was born to help people, almost too much. He was nearly taken advantage of that kindness of his." Glared at CNTIR. "You're acting like Gene recently. He has all the skills and abilities, but he's still quite vulnerable as an individual. Just because he reincarnated doesn't mean he forgets all of those. Why do you think I took over during that time? He needs to work on that part of himself once he finds out. Gene isn't that weak. His past won't affect him that much. Yes, it won't. I can see him shrugging it off, maybe even saying it's in the past. Can't do much. Yeah? You are too wishy-washy, CNTIR. I have reincarnated multiple times, lived for more than 2,000 years, ruled over people, and watched over a kingdom. You may have knowledge, but I have both knowledge and experience. I'm not perfect, I know that. My backup plan obviously failed since I'm here now. My next appearance will be my last after all. I failed to keep my promise to him, and to my rival and best friend, and to her. That's why I leave that up to Gene. He has my hopes and dreams now. My old hero complex is kind of rubbing off Gene. He's acting like an Amiya Shiro. Laughs. It's very minuscule, but it is there. That's why even if Gene is doing his own things, they align with the good nature of things. Especially the part of uniting the supernatural world. No. Smiles. I did try once to unite my whole world to take down someone after all. Points at CNTIR. So, you better curb stomp that personality trait of Gene, and as well as yourself. I've looked through Gene's mind. He plans on one-shotting Trihexa in the future, possibly Ghidorah as well, powering his future lovers to omniversal monsters and then living a peaceful life. I have no idea what Azathoth or Nyarlathotep have planned, but they will definitely add fuel to the fire. Look sharply at CNTIR. Or, are you Azathoth? Grins. Have you been playing cute girl to gain Gene's trust? Carefully watching him grow and giving him advice? Sadistically watching him suffer? Or did you purposely erase your own memories to better fit in and get along with him? And no, I was just a system created by Azathoth. Gene, he gave me my name and personality. CNTIR was panicking. She didn't think of that scenario at all. How are you sure? Maybe you could be lying to yourself, after all. Scoffs again. Well, whatever the truth is, you won't tell me or Gene. Much like what he went through recently, the longer you keep him in the dark, the higher the chance of him hating you in the long run. Well, whatever. Stretches himself. Better do something about Gene's hero complex and try to be Mr. Perfect to everyone all the time. Otherwise, he'll be going down a nasty road. What was it? Our biggest enemies are ourselves? especially for Jean. He's trying to be perfect. I came nowhere near it. I could last because of my world and my age as well as experiences and her by my side. That's how I kept sane for the longest time. As I mentioned before, CNTIR, SHE is looking for me. The blue and gold will soon appear. She will definitely call Jean by my old name. ITLL be up to him on how he deals with it. CNTIR doesn't say anything and disappears. Sighs. You really need to help him before the Kokabeel and Azrael events happen. Clenched his fist as it starts trembling. Seeing Jean like that makes my body shiver. Azrael and a hole through Lavinia Rennie's stomach. She really has to warn him, the rage of an outer god. Also disappeared from the deepest parts of Jean's soul, where the two heavenly dragons couldn't even go to. 1 week later, Jean's skyward a week has passed, and I'm going to go to the fairy kingdom in Ireland. But God, it's been an eventful week. Something's been up with CNTIR too. She's been a lot more open, informative for some reason. I mean, I like it, I appreciate it, but I and the two dragons were weirded out by it. It seems like something has been bothering her. I tried asking multiple times, but she's dodged and deflected all my attempts. I did take Drake's advice on confronting them as soon as possible, but he also told me to back off when they really didn't want to speak about it, so I did. CNTIR's been fine, but the nagging feeling is still there. The Grimmery Peerage has been coming to my home, more specifically using the training facility every day after school. My girls and I also join them there. Everyone has made great progress. Chiron and Kiba reach high class in power. I did spar with them a few times. Their strength and speed have drastically improved. Asia has reached middle class in strength. She has also managed to start using her Twilight healing at a distance to heal. Kuroka and Chiron took her in and started to teach her the use of 2k. The same with Kiba as he asked them for help in that department. I feel like Asia will become a Tsunade, a great healer, then using 2k to beat the shit out of everyone. She's already started to condense it and punch the ground. She can't destroy it, yes, since it's designed to withstand higher power ranks. But still, the shockwave and rumbling is an indicator. Rias also improved a lot. Her demonic reserves truly awakened into a high class, as well as her control and strength in her power of destruction. She was so happy that she started to fire a bunch of spirit gun power of destruction everywhere. Graphia had to scold her a bit, as everyone else was left to dodge it all. Her childish side hasn't, so I had a good laugh during that time. Ingvild improved a lot too much like Rennie. Her control and power grew immensely, but she didn't go up in rank like the rest of my girls. Well, that was until I took them to the pocket dimension. When I did, with the exception of Rias, Kiba, and Gasper, as I will bring them there during the 1-week training camp. They'll train them there for a year, get them to ultimate class, and have them curb stomp Riser's Peerage. That'll be a show that the devils will be shocked to see. Haha, yeah, anyway, when we were done, since I trained them there for over a week, but a few hours passed out in reality, they grew, and I mean grew a lot. Aquino can freely access her fallen angel mode transformation. She also reached ultimate class. She's around the middle, so AAA? Asia, alongside Chiron, gained better use of their 2k. These two, with Kuroka and Ingvild, worked together during the week's time span. Asia and Kaneko reaching high class, while Kuroka and Ingvild shot up to a higher class of Satan class. They're near the peak. Asia, while she didn't like or want to hurt anybody, she knew she couldn't grow stronger or defend herself in this place, so she did the most minimum to kill. However, with her training in 2k and magic, her reserves skyrocketed. I had Asia use this time to get a better understanding of her sacred gear. Of course, when she was exhausted, I took over healing everyone. Her feeling is almost instantaneous. She can choose to heal over time or in an instant, and the stamina drain is less with the overtime and more with instant. She can heal from far away with an AoE or area of effect, and not just a single target anymore. I'm just wondering how I'll get her to unlock her subspecies balance breaker and armor like mine. As I mentioned earlier, her 2k was at a good spot too. She destroyed her fair share of the landscape when she condensed it in her fist and punched the ground or the monster attacking her. She's really turning into a Tsunade. Her breasts and height were slowly growing like the rest of the girls. I also started to teach Graphia time-stopping magic. In the future, I will make her a time goddess to stop, manipulate, destroy, and influence time however she likes. She has a knack for it, as she has started to use Hit from Dragon Ball Super's time skip ability. When she includes her demonic ice magic with it, it's one hell of a trump card for now. For now, Graphia can stop time within the entirety of Kuo. She can only do it for a few minutes, but anyone below her in power will stop moving, regardless of race or species. The two cat girl sisters grew an extra pair of tails, so Chiron has 3 and Kuroka 4. I wonder if it works like the wings of the fallen, devils, and tails of the kitsune. Kuroka's demonic pool and overall strength and mastery in her craft grew, like Chiron, but she hasn't acquired her Chiron mode yet. She can only use her Nikomata level 2, or should we dub it level 3 or 4 now? Ingvild, well, she got closer with Asia, as I suspected. The two have become great friends, juniors and senpais. Ingvild also got better control of her demonic energy and elemental magic. She prefers using water and ice, but has also a good grasp on the other elements. The girls started to call her Serpent Princess, much to her embarrassment. Graphia added the title Red Dragon Emperor's Serpent Queen, making me laugh at Ingvild's embarrassment. So, Asia and Chiron reach high class after our time in the pocket dimension, Chiron reaching the peak. Ingvild, Kuroka, and Graphia went up in Satan class, Aquino in Ultimate class, and finally Lavinia Rennie. I don't know, I'm at a loss for words. Well, she reached mid-tier God class for one. Could summon 3 ice dolls consistently now, can use living elemental magic, and yes, she became even more powerful. That wasn't the only thing that happened during that time in the pocket dimension. While our main goal was to get them stronger in practice, we did take breaks. I made a temporary replica of my home in there. We spent nights in there just relaxing and unwinding. I obviously did IT quite a lot with Kuroka and Aquino. Graphia and Rennie were beginning to grow closer. Chiron also became a lot bolder thanks to Kuroka's provocation. I created a larger bath, almost like an open-air one, so we all went in together. Asia didn't mind. I wonder if Kuroka has been getting into her head. Overall, the week in the pocket dimension was worth it, both power and relationship-wise. It was the weekend, so I didn't need to worry about school. Everyone was doing their own thing. The Grimory peers were here, well down at the training facility, wanting to get stronger. Rias felt Asia, Chiron, and Aquino becoming more powerful after I took them somewhere. She just looked even more determined than before. I told her that I'll bring her peerage there soon, but just to wait for now. She was satisfied with that and left the issue there. But seriously, I wonder how Gabriel's been? She did say she would visit, but it's nearly been a month. Our angels work really that busy and packed. She doesn't have a phone, so I couldn't contact her. She played with mine for a bit, but while it's mine, maybe I should give her one? But she could always just use a magic circle. I kept up with a lot of women during the week times through text too. Yasaka, Kunu, Suzuku, Rossweiss, Latia, Natsum, and Shigyun. I told Natsum and Shigyun that if they wanted to accompany me to Ireland a few days prior, they were more than happy to. I haven't given Shigyun her weapon, but I did allude to giving it to her during our trip. You may be wondering, where's everyone else? Graphia went back to the underworld as things have started to heat up with the Phoenix, more so on Riser's part. I can only guess the Riser arc may start soon. Kuroka, Rennie, and Ingvild went out somewhere that they didn't tell me where. Just said they had to go out for some girls' time. I would guess shopping for stuff, but what would I know? I didn't want to pry, but I've basically left Baru in Ingvild's shadow for 24/7. He doesn't mind. He thinks it's the greatest honor that he can keep an eye on one of my lovers, so I guess it's fine. I did say he can switch with Igris, but he refused. That feels weird, Natsum commented as she stood in my living room along with Shigyun, who was nodding along. I had teleported them from Grigori into my home. They were curious about my home, so I let them be there. It's very home-wise, Shigyun comments as she looks around. That was the plan, after all. Anyway, we shine. Jean, a bright angel ball of wholesomeness tackled me and starts to hug me. Oof, I look at the figure that was hugging me, and it was Gabriel. How ironic. I was thinking of her today, and she appears the other two girls were staring at the Seraph in shock. Gee, Gabriel, how have you been? I hug her back as she cuddled more into me. I'm sorry for not visiting sooner. She looks up at me. She was quite upset with herself. I've been busy, haha, don't worry about it. I did say you can visit any time, and I meant that when you have free time. My awkwardly smile at the other two. So, today I'm actually going to Ireland since I was invited by the king and queen of the Fae. Do you want to come along? Yes. I've never been there before, the seraph quickly agrees. I get up and gesture for Shigian and Natsum to come near me. Well, let's get going then. Ireland. Dublin, I teleported us to the top of Cran CG, or the fairy tree. Whoa, where are we? Natsum asks, and I tell her. Anyway, the letter told me that the barrier between the fairy kingdom is in Cavan, Derrycarne Woods. Time to teleport again. Hey, be careful. I see that Natsum was walking around without too much care as she got near the edge. Hoo-hiya. Natsum was walking around until she slipped. I catch her and pull her back up. I was hugging her tightly. Ireland's weather is what I call bipolar. It can change any time. I look at the roof. It was a bit wet, and from the looks of things, it was raining recently. Natsum blushed and nods. Sorry, I jump back to where the others were and let her go. She stays still as Gabriel and Shiggin crowd around me. All right, next stop. Cavan. Cavan, Derrycarne Woods. When we teleported there, the woods were void of people. I could feel some sort of magic within the area. No, it covered the entire woods. Normal humans are being influenced into staying away from here. I'm thankful. While I was confident in humans not being around these parts of the woods since I teleported us quite deep within, the magic the Fae has around here helped. There will always be some rowdy teens that will go further than necessary. Jean, do you feel that? Gabriel asks, and I nod. Yeah, some sort of magic, probably set up by the Fae to keep normal humans out. Have you been here before? Have I? I feel like I have, maybe on a school trip in the past. I shake my head. No, first time for me. But let's just follow the magical signature and find the barrier that splits the supernatural from the normal human world. So, we did. Gabriel had latched onto me. I have a feeling a lot of blonde women have started to do that kind of thing, Rennie for one. Now, Gabriel and Asia, during the week we stayed in the pocket dimension. These would sure do seem normal, though. A lake. Shigyun as well as Natsum were looking around since they were intrigued. Are you two doing okay? It's quite chilly this time of year. Yeah, we're fine. We can take it. We've been to worse places with awful temperatures. I nod and planning on upgrading their rings, clothes, and potential later on, if I can guess right, we'll be invited to stay the night. So we'll do it then. That's how it went in Asgard and Kyoto. Gabriel seems fine. She was probably created with different temperatures in mind. Or is it because of me? You. Duly noted. Actually, how would they know? Those two haven't exactly hugged me. It is weird. CNTIR. Answer, I told them. All right then, after a few minutes, we come across a clearing, and I could feel the zones ending and starting here. Looks like we're here. I turn back to them. You guys ready? Yes. They both answer. Gabriel just squeezed my arm. All right, let's go. So we stepped through. Land of the Fae Fairy Kingdom. When we stepped through, we were greeted to a very, how do I say this? Otherworldly? Magnificent? Fantasy-like? Because they all hit that. Hundreds, no, maybe even thousands of trees everywhere of different colors and sizes, bushes and mushrooms of varying sizes, plants that were glowing almost like lights or lanterns. Many normal wildlife too, some birds in the sky, frogs croaking, a few deer. In the background, one enormous tree. Perhaps it was the castle or home to the king and queen of the Fae. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Behind that, even more trees, but they were smaller in size. Mountains in the distance on par with the big tree, and a few smaller ones, some waterfalls and supernatural creatures flying around. Ariels? Large birds, spirits maybe? The sky was bright blue. I wonder what it would look like at night. The air was fresh. It was really magical. In front of us were creatures who had spears and were looking at us in shock as we soaked in the views. Halt! State your business. One of the guards came up to us, the other one pointing their spear at us. I nod, bring out my letter, and hand it to him. He takes it and reads through it. He gained a surprised look as he lowers his spear and tells his fellow guard to lower it too. My apologies. You are the middleman, correct? I answer his question with a nod. He nudges his fellow guard. Fetch Spriggon. The other guard nods and scurries away. Excuse me for the rude welcoming, Mr. Middleman. Don't worry about it. You were just doing your job. But man, this place sure is something, huh? Sorry for asking, but what are you? The guard chuckles and nods. It's no problem. I am, and my fellow guard are spirits. I am a rock spirit, and he is a plant spirit. I turn back to looking at the scene as we wait for the escort, or whoever this Spriggan person is. I could see the other three still looking in awe. I don't blame them. Asgard was great, but had a modern feel to it. The same could be said for Yuri Kyoto. It had an old Japan vibe to it. Here, though, it seemed more like those fantasy places you'd visit in games, like a hidden village in a forest. The inhabitants keep to themselves as they lived off nature sort of thing. There is more to our home than what you see, middleman. The rock spirit continues. The inhabitants here live in harmony. Wars have been over for many millennia. There are dedicated land masses or domains that house certain species or races. For example, we have both high elves and dark elves here. They live in different domains, but are quite friendly with each other. Elvis. My eyes widen. Holy crap, you guys have elves. The rock spirit guard was a bit shocked. He then laughs as he confirms with a nod to my question. Jean, you like elves? Shigen asks, looking at me weirdly. The same with Natsum. I mean, they've been portrayed so much in media, I kind of wanted to meet one. So yeah, I'm excited to see or meet one. Natsum stared at me suspiciously, but didn't press it. Just then an elf walked by. An elf. Holy crap. She looks great. My eyes were immediately on her. I was in a way bewitched by her appearance and aura. Blonde hair, green eyes, elf ears, a bona fide elf. You will squeeze. Huh? I turned to see Gabriel huffing and squeezing my arm. G. Gabriel? E. An Ariel that was purple came flying to us. Behind her was a small creature. It had a diminutive appearance with a head that consists of stone, a golden necklace, and a fur pelt. Ah, Spriggan-san. He's the middleman, and he's brought some companions. One of them seems to be one of the 4 great seraphs of heaven, Gabriel-sama. The rock spirit explains. The creature, now called Spriggan, nods. I see. I welcome you, middleman and his companions. Please follow me. He turns his back to us and starts walking away. We nod and follow Spriggan. We continue to look around us as we walk through the city. What do I even call this place? But there were shops, street vendors, homes, inns, and the like. They didn't use human currency. I wonder what they use. But everything was mostly made of wood. A few buildings had rocks, concrete, cement, whatever they weren't wood. The lights weren't, well, lights. I could feel magic from them. So they used magic to light up their kingdom. One thing is for sure, though, they were all friendly. Nearly all the Fae were greeting us. A few flying by or coming up to us to give us some food. We gladly accepted them, not to seem rude. Natsum and Shigyun were clearly overwhelmed. Gabriel was taking it all in stride. Some Fae were captivated by her beauty. She is the most beautiful woman of heaven. After all, how lucky am I to have her clinging on to me? Spriggan didn't seem like the type to be social or outspoken. He would sometimes look back and nod at us, but nothing else. This place is incredible. Huh. The Fae are also so friendly, Shigyun points out, as Natsum nods furiously while eating a fruit she was given. After a few minutes of walking, we reached the giant tree, and my assumption was right. It is the castle or home to the king and queen. We enter and are guided to an elevator, but it was made out of plants. Watch your step. Spriggan warns us after we piled into the plant elevator. Just then it started to move upwards. No, the plans were swapping, like they were pushing us up. Then another plant took us and pushed us up again. Oh God, what will happen when we go down? Are they just going to yeet us? I would assume they would just do the same thing, but downwards, all right. Point taken, Albion. Eventually the plant elevator stops, and Spriggan leaves first, followed by us. Another few minutes of walking until we enter a place I would assume is the throne room. Oh, they're here, haha, a man says. He had deer hooves for legs and feet. The lady beside him smacked him, so he settled down. So they're the king and queen? Looks like the queen has the reins of this relationship, my queen. Titania and King Oberon, I have brought the middleman and his companions. Spriggan announces and bows. He immediately stands to the side, watching us intently. Hello. Jean, call me Jean. I gesture to my companions. This is Natsum, Shigyun, and Gabriel. She nods and smiles. Welcome, Jean, to the kingdom of the Fae. I am the queen and ruler, Titania. She points to the guy beside her, who I guess is her husband. He was smiling widely and waving at us. This is the king and my husband Oberon. So, you're the middleman, huh? Got a harem going? Haha, cool. Again, hearing a light smack from Titania. Oberon has a mostly humanoid form, with the exception of his deer horns and deer hooves, which make him resemble a satyr. He has fair skin, yellow eyes, and long, bushy, dark green hair that reaches beyond his back. Meanwhile, Titania is as tall as a human with floor-length black hair that is parted at the center, violet eyes, and very large breasts. Her dress is black and adorned with gold, and she has a circlet that resembles green branches. They're from the ancient Magus Bride series. Is their history different here? Don't they reside in England? No, this sort of makes sense. England already has its own history with King Arthur, Merlin, Leigh Fay, and all of those also. The long history between Ireland and England tensions and all that. IRA, how what a hassle. So, I can assume I was invited because the Fae wants to form an alliance with the three factions, perhaps even other factions and pantheons through me. The queen, Titania, smiles and nods. Indeed, that is the reason why I have invited you, as well as to see if the rumor were true. It seems that there can she tell from a glance. Her powers are pretty interesting. Maybe she can speak to the plants or something. The wildlife? Can she tell if someone is lying or not through, I don't know, nature? All right, sure. I feel like the three powers might have a peace conference in the near future. They'll pass it along. I'm doing the same with Asgard and the West Yukai faction after all. They'll come back here when they do accept. Thank you, Jean. We look forward to it. Then Thor's all real. Huh. Oberon finally speaks up as he jumps from his seat and circles Gabriel and I. The seraph in question was still latched onto my arm. Yeah, I summoned the boosted gear. I can have Drake vouch for that. I mean, yeah, but you didn't exactly use me, so I'm kind of useless in this regard, partner. This earned a chuckle from both leaders. Drake de-summons himself. Well, your stunt did get a lot of factions and pantheons' attention, you know. Oberon goes back to his throne and sits down smiling at us. I know, I already know who leaked it and informed Odin. I don't know what happened to them, though. Even some from Ireland, like us. Hey, are you really Irish? Your name doesn't sound like it. Hi, yes, I am. Blame that on my parents. They were quite eccentric. They did things at their own pace. Unfortunately, it also meant my name. Were? Sorry for your loss, Jean. Oberon apologized, and I shook my head and told him it was fine. But still, quite a few groups are interested in you, especially Tir na Nog, the Tuath de Danann, Ione of Nakane, and finally the Queen of the Land of Shadows herself, Scathach. Perhaps even her students? Maybe the Giants of the Giants Causeway? Who knows? Maybe even more. I knew of them all, but the stories of Tir na Nog were true. Color me surprised now. I'm kind of excited to meet them, of course. I'm not Na'vi enough to think they'll welcome me with open arms. Scathach for one. The hell she's doing here? Isn't she Welsh? But she's mentioned a lot in Irish mythology worlds, different, whatever. Anyway, she might know. Will definitely want to fight me then. I don't see any other reason for her want to contact me. So many confusing words. Natsum was scratching her head as Shigyon smiled awkwardly beside her. Ahaha, sorry, it's just like that. I even have trouble pronouncing them at times. Titania finally lost her composure and actually smacks Oberon hard on the head. The husband falls unconscious. We stare gobsmacked at the fallen king. Afufu. Anyway, thank you for coming all the way here, Jean. You and your companions are more than welcome to stay here for the day and night. As I suspected, she invited us to stay. I turned to the girls, and they nodded excitedly. Well, we thank you in advance then, Titania-san. She smiles and waves me off. You can call me Titania, it's fine. She bends down and ruffles through Oberon's pockets. She makes keys float towards me. These will be your rooms at a certain inn. Spriggan, guide them there. At once, my queen. Spriggan bows and gestures for us to follow him. Oh no, the planned elevator. Aha, it wasn't that bad. It did what Albion said, though. I felt like I was falling, but then stop, then start falling again, and stop. Truthfully, it was a weird experience. We had reached the inn that Titania mentioned. Spriggan nods at us and leaves. Well, we're on our own then. We enter the place and see that Ariels were managing the place. Hello? We were given rooms here by, Titania. I call out as an Ariel stops reading a newspaper. Oh, the middleman. Welcome. We've been expecting you. She flies over to us and flies around us. Can I see the keys? I oblige and show her them. She nods to herself and goes back to her desk. Okay, you're all set. She snaps her fingers and a trail of light appears. Follow that and they'll lead you to your room. Oh, but if you want to sleep in the same one, she grins, then you can. The beds are expandable after all. Hee hee. As usual, Gabriel was too innocent to understand. He'll sleep with Jean. This made the other two blush. Well, let's just go check our rooms out. I start to walk with Gabriel in tow, the two not too far behind. We reach, my room first, and we go, and it's just like a cottage. Everything made out of wood, but the mattress was made out of, how do I put this, magical leaves and other assortments? It looked like a normal mattress, felt like one as I'd sat on it. It's normal, except for the look. I look at the lights, they were powered by magic. I clap in its direction, and it goes out. Oh, I did it again, and it turns back on. Wow, that felt almost futuristic. Clap, 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 smack. Ow, someone had smacked me. Okay, I won't blame them. I did just turn into a stupid kid there. Stop, Jean. Natsum looked annoyed at me. Meanwhile, Gabriel and Shigyun were giggling to themselves. All right, my bad. Partner, it's fine to let loose or act childishly. Just don't be an insensitive asshole. Huh? Where did that come from? I was confused by the random comment coming from Drake. We feel what you do. You've been way too cautious about it. I can see you're taking steps, but you're acting like everything is a landmine. Take it easy. They'll shit-talk you if you do start going backwards. Gee, thanks, Drake. Always OL reliable. So, you guys want to go exploring? They excitedly nod, and so we go out actually. I have something to do. You guys go on without me. I need to speak with the queen again. They were a bit surprised. About what, Jean? Gabriel looked concerned. It has something to do with Natsum. A part of her present, you could say. I see Gabriel start to pout, and I pat her. I have presents for all of you, but later on tonight. All right? This satisfied her as she went back to her usual self. That necklace is doing wonders in keeping her from falling. They all reluctantly agreed, but decided to stick with each other. I watched them go explore, their forms slowly disappearing. Few now then. Hey, Titania. I communicate with the queen through telepathy. Jijin. She was clearly startled. I tell her what I can do, and she calms down. So, I feel a wind spirit here, a very powerful one. At that I was wondering, will they do contracts? Wind spirit? Do you mean Sylph? Yes, she's quite playful, but whoever wants to form a contract with her needs to do a trial. Sylph? Her? All right, sure, since Natsum is working on wind magic, having someone that's literally a living element of that can work. Why don't you just make one for her, partner? I thought about it, but I think this will have more meaning than me making it and just handing it out, learning from experience then. Yeah, that. Anyway, I thank the queen. Thank you. Titania, where can I find this Sylph? She's located within the domain of the High Elves. When will you go to her? I will inform them of your arrival and reason. Woo! Else here I come. Well, right now, I guess. I just need to get my companions and go there. Very well, I wish you luck. I cut the link and go off to find the girls. Hey, I find the girls as they were enjoying themselves. Well, I did find them earlier, like an hour earlier, but they were having fun, so I decided to hang back and wait till they seemed like they were going to go on a break. Oh, Jean. Natsum sees me and waves me over. I join them and tell them my plan. So, part of my present for Natsum is a little, how do I say this, adventurous? We need to go to the High Elves domain to get her. Get her? Natsum squints her eyes at me. I don't want to be labeled anything weird, so I'll just explain myself. So, you're learning wind magic, so I thought, why not get you a contract with a powerful wind spirit? There's one here. She's over at the High Elves domain. Her name is apparently called Sylph. They stare at me in shock. Why you didn't need to go that far? Jean, thank you though. When do we go? Shigen asks, a bit excited for her friend. Well, how about now? She does need to go through a trial for her. This makes Natsum grin. I don't like handouts, so if the trial makes sense, didn't you accept that ring from me? Well, whatever. I nod and gesture for them to gather around me. I spread my aura and look for an overabundance of high elves within the fairy kingdom. Once I find their aura, and I teleport there. Elven City, I apparently teleported us just outside the city. 2 male elf guards stop us while they try to until they see me and salute me. Welchome, Jin-sama. They both shout. This gets a bit of attention as some elves stop to look at us. Welcome, middleman. Another elf greets us. She's a little girl that has pale white hair and eyebrows, pointy elf ears, and pink-colored eyes. She sports a short bob cut with a large bang in the middle of her forehead and 2 smaller hair strands at the side of her face. The elf wears a short dress that reveals a bit of her legs and a medium-sized robe that only covers her left shoulder. She also wears a golden ring on her left finger and also carries a staff. What is Kokoro Natsum from Princess Connect? Redive, doing here? Is something wrong? She asked, concerned. I was probably making a very shocked expression. Ahem, no, it's nothing. Are you here to guide us? I recompose myself and answer her. Yes, I am Kokoro. I will lead you and your companions to where Sylph resides. Please follow me. She doesn't wait for an answer and starts to walk away. We follow her and look at the elf's domain. I was honestly expecting a more forest-wide, houses on the tree kind of deal, but it's a lot more modern than the main city of the Fae. Modern-type houses, buildings, shops, a cathedral, and food vendors everywhere. All types of elves walking around, men, women, and children going about their everyday lives. Since it's a high elf domain, there are only a few dark elves to be seen. I wonder if there are half-elves like human and elf hybrids, or other types so. Never mind, then there are still houses and shops that are embedded into trees, but it seems like most are modernized. There are also small walkways and bridges connecting them. Much like the main city of the Fae, the elves were a friendly bunch, giving out free samples and greeting us. We eventually leave the town city and reach an opening. This will teleport you to Sylph Samus Sanctuary. Please be mindful. Kokoro explains and bows. She then starts to walk back to the city. Guess we're on our own then. We step on a magic circle. A few seconds later, we are teleported into a deeper part of the forest. If I were to say that the Fae City looked like a fantasy dream, then this was something else. It had a mysterious vibe to it. The general color scheme was blue and green, and the deer and other animals here were the same color. But the area felt warm and welcoming. The trees blocked out most of the sun, so it was quite dark, but not pitch black. We could still see with the rays of light shining through. This way, I could feel the presence of a strong spirit. The others follow me as we silently walk through the wind spirit's domain. Oh, visitors, a small female spirit excitedly says. We stare at the little spirit in shock. This was the strongest wind spirit here. Her home was mostly ruins, overgrown vines, trees, moss, and other plant life everywhere. She also looked like Sylph from the MGQ franchise, dear God. Is she stupid too? Hi, I'm Sylph, the wind spirit of the fairy kingdom. Nice to meet you. She starts to fly around us, occasionally poking at us like a curious child. Sylph was wearing a typical green dress that showed off her legs, even in her small form. Her boots were also colored green with a small hint of orange and light yellow. The queen told me someone was going to try to form a contract with me. It's been so long. Hee hee. She stops and stares at us with a big smile. So who is it? Umi. Natsum steps forward as she awkwardly shuffles towards Sylph. Okay. The wind spirit happily claps her hand and swoosh. Fwip. They vanished. Ashu. And Natsum. Shigeon starts to panic, but I put my hand on her shoulder. It's fine, Shigeon. Natsum is fine. They're just in another location or dimension. Let's not panic and let Natsum get through the trial. I was worried that she had started to pat her head to calm her down. I know, I would have done something if I felt any malicious intent from the spirit. But she's almost childlike in nature. Maybe she pulls pranks to pass time? It does seem like she starts to calm down, and we wait there for Natsum to come back. Third-person point of view with Natsum and Sylph T, that's it? Natsum asked incredulously. Yep, that's it. You want fully synchronized without proper training and doing that. But what does my love life and crush have to do with getting wind powers? Natsum was blushing at Sylph, who was giggling to herself. There are other spirits here in the Fey Kingdom. Each of us has a different trial you must pass if you want to form a contract with us. I'm known to be Morwell, the childish one out of the four. So this is my trial. Natsum Managawa. Admit your true feelings to the one you like. That is my trial. Sylph crosses her arms and smiles widely at the girl. Natsum's right. I was twitching wildly as she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Maybe I shouldn't have accepted this. She was having second thoughts. I mean, I do like him, but we aren't exactly close, and if I suddenly confess, it would be weird. Many beings have tried to form contracts with me in the past. However, they have failed to pass my trials. They're quite easy, but most can't go through with it. Who cares about any of that stuff? Don't couples get together and fall for each other afterward in this day and age? Natsum looked mortified at the spirit. How do you know about New Age traditions like that? Ho, I know that look. You're wondering how I know this. Right. Yeah. Natsum was again shocked. The winds tell me. I am the embodiment of wind. While I'm no god or goddess, I am a spirit. I was born from it, lived many lifetimes, and have merged with the winds all over the world. I know many things, she proudly announces, leaving the girl speechless. Natsum Managawa. I repeat this one more time, confess. And let this be the winds of change that advance your stale relationship. Jean Skyward has been around 30 minutes. We have been waiting out here for a while. I had made chairs for us, and we have been sitting waiting for them silently, Gabriel not really minding since she was mostly cuddling with me. Swoosh. Fwhip. Oh, their back. Natsum was completely red. Why? She's looking at me, and her heart race is increasing. What in the world did that spirit do? Her trial isn't over, but it will be before the end of the day. She flies over to me and sits on my shoulder. With that said, I shall be within that girl until then. So, like a sacred gear, you'll be living within her? Yes, essentially. But rest assured, this forest is just my home. It isn't necessary for me to stay here all the time. I can control the winds of the world from anywhere. I guess we're done here, then that we are. Sylph gets off my shoulder, turns into a small green ball of light, and goes inside of Natsum. Are you okay, Natsum? Shigyan was worried about her friend and teammate. She goes over to her and tried to comfort her. I'm fine, I just need to think about how to do this trial. Natsum falls silent as I teleport us back to the main city of the famed nighttime. We were currently in the inn. We had explored the rest of the city after we got back. Natsum seemed to be in deep thinking after we got back, though. So, she didn't really experience or enjoy everything that was presented to us. It was night, and I was relaxing in my room with Gabriel. She was lying beside me, a very happy and satisfied expression on her. BZZZT. I summon my phone and see a text message from Natsum. It said to meet her outside. Does this involve the mock fight? I nod and try getting up, but this disturbs Gabriel. Jijin? Sorry. Gabriel, I need to go. You can go back to sleep if you. She shakes her head and gets up. I'll go with you. I nod, and we leave our room. I locate Natsum's mana. She was on top of a hill. It had a wide open space. A lot of Fae went here to relax or play during the day. Right now it was night. So many of them were asleep or in their homes. I could see some banshee flying around, some waving at me, but they were mostly busy doing their own thing. Do they come out at night only? I wasn't sure. Maybe I'll ask a resident before we leave tomorrow. When Gabriel and I arrived there, we seen Natsum, and Shigyan looks like she was dragged along as she awkwardly waved at me. All right, come out. Titania and Oberon, I had felt their presence earlier before I even arrived. I wonder why they were here. Hee. We were found out. Oberon comes out first in his usual playful manner, followed by Titania as she smiled at us. We were out on a stroll. I felt Natsum-san's emotions were a bit wild disturbed, so we came here to see why. She explained, and Oberon nodded along. They weren't lying, so I nod at them. So, why did you call me out, Natsum? Jean, I told you around a month ago. Why? Also, it has something to do with my trial, I see. So we're fighting then? She answers with a silent nod. The fight didn't last long. It really didn't. Natsum had summoned Griffin, and they attacked me together. But due to her emotional turmoil, she wasn't really in the fight, so she slipped up a few times. I only avoided her during the time, and she ran out of steam. Griffin was concerned, but I told the sacred gear to just go back. He reluctantly did so, knowing his wielder would be fine with me. Natsum, why? Why did you want to fight me in the first place? She was still panting on the ground as she put her light gun back in its holster. It's the same as Toby. I felt useless and helpless. That time in France when fighting that stupid thing, she slammed both her fists so on the ground. So damn useless, that's why I asked Rennie to train me in magic. Griffin can use wind magic. Maybe I could as well, you know? I was making good progress, but it felt slow compared to Rennie and Shigian. So I was happy today when you said I could form a contract with a wind spirit. She looks up and gives me a bitter smile. But to get the contract, I have to do something embarrassing, something I'm not ready for yet, I think. Hey, Natsu, I'm not perfect. Either I had my fuck-ups recently, too. This catches or no, everyone's attention. Do it. Do it. I sigh at Drake and tell everyone what I had done to Kuroka and how I had been. They all obviously sighed at me. Yeah, you were an asshole. Natsum nodded. I would have probably exploded on you. Jean Shigian gave me a half smile. Powerful with power, but not so much at relationships. But you are indeed growing, no? Yes, I agree with my husband. We learn and grow from experiences, Jean. Just take this as a lesson and move on. Gabriel didn't say anything, but was sadly smiling at me. That's all I needed from her to know what he feels and means. So, yeah, you're not alone in this, Natsu. I look at her as she had gone back into thinking. Her face slowly turned red. She finally nods to herself. Okay, with that, Sylph appears on her shoulder with a wide smile. She then gets off and floats on the spot. It's time. Natsum gets up from her spot and walks towards me with embarrassed determination. She stops in front of me and looks up. Jean. She stuttered horribly. This made Sylph laugh behind her, Shigian confused since she also didn't know what was going on. I can't do it like this. Natsum turns around and fires her light pistol at Sylph, the wind spirit dodging it. Hey, that's dangerous. She wasn't mad, but was surprised by the action she took. Get over here. Natsum turns back to me and shouts. She grabs the collar of my shirt and pulls me down. She kissed me on the lips. My eyes widened, the same with Shigian. Yay, contract complete. We're now connected in mind and soul. Natsum and Agawa. Let's get along and become stronger together, okay? Sylph happily announces their contract had been formed and vanishes in a green ball of light. Woo, you go, girl. Oberon cheered from the side while clapping. Era Titania touched her cheek as she blushed at the sight in front of her. Reminds me of when we first met. Indeed. The two leaders were enjoying the teenage drama in front of them. A bit too much, she finally breaks the kiss and blushes at me. That's how I feel. She crouches down and covers her eyes. Kill me. I chuckle and crouch down too. I'll put a hand on her head. It'll help you get stronger, Natsum. I look at Shigian. You too. But let's get back to my room. I have a few things to give and do for you guys. Gabriel grabs the two girls as she smiles at them. We'll be there then, Jean. She was acting like the mature seraph that she is normally when I'm not there. Many thanks, Gabriel. When they go back into the inn, I sigh heavily. The two leaders stand by my side. Getting a harem for yourself, Jean? Or is it a concubine? A harem. I love them all. So no, it's not a concubine. He nods sagely as we stare out into the night sky. It really looked like a fantasy world, purple, blue, and green with stars everywhere, no dark cloud in sight. I feel Oberon pat me on the back. Well, those experiences are forcing you to mature, Jean. Losing his childlike nature. Oberon tells me seriously. Like my wife said, learn from them and grow from them. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. But Jean, do not try to shoulder everything. Titania adds, I can feel that you're carrying something heavy. You have your lovers. Yes? Share that burden with them. Don't let it consume you. He puts his hand behind his head and grins. Well, we better get going now. Good night. Jean, his easygoing self, is back. Titania nods at me, and they leave. Am I shouldering everything? I certainly do no more than the average being in this world. I sigh and start heading back. I don't want to keep them waiting. When I enter my room again, all three girls were sitting there waiting patiently. Hey, sorry for the wait. Anyway, let's get down to business. Please give me your rings, Natsum, Shigyan. I need to upgrade them. They look confused, and I tell them what I did to the other girls. They were shocked and quickly give me my ring. I upgrade the 2 rings and give them back to them. I then tell them about the clothes enchantment. Can I touch your clothes? They again nod, giving me permission. I also enchant them. All right, next, I summon the whip I made for Shigyan and tell her the effects. Just like Poe. Maybe this way you can gain a better understanding. Shigyan smiles and nods. She gives me a quick hug and thanks me. I turn to Natsum. I already gave you your present earlier, and let's, get along. Natsum obviously blushes but nods. Finally, Gabriel, I create the same ring for her. The gemstone is a yellow topaz. To complement her hair, I slip the ring on her finger with all its upgrades. I touch her outfit and enchant them as well. They are all done. Oh wait, I tell them about changing their potential as well. They were more than happy to let it happen, so I change all 3 of their potentials to the peak of Omniversal class. Now we're finally done. I begin to sigh when Gabriel interrupts us. No, we turn to her as she stares at me with concern. W, what do you mean by that, Gabriel? I didn't think Gabriel would be looking at me so seriously. Jean, you asked me before what I thought of love, right? Yes, I did. Did you find your answer? I smile at her, and she nods. Yes, I thought long and hard about it. My fellow brothers and sisters giving me their own opinions. I also heard Father's voice too. What? Isn't he dead? No, it can't be a literal voice, maybe like a past voice giving out advice or something. Ghost of Christmas Past kind of deal. So what's your answer? Natsum and Shigyan get up to make room for the Seraph. Shigyan was flustered as she knew what was coming. We all did. Gabriel stands up and hugs me. My love, Eugene. This love is different than what I feel for humans, other beings, and my own brothers and sisters, she giggles. A sinful kind of love, right, Jean? She looks up at me, a more dazzling and brighter smile than the one she's shown me. So far it left me speechless. Yeah, a sinful kind of love. We lean in and kiss each other. It was a pure kind of love for her. So there's 0 chance of her falling, and even if it did, I had the necklace on her. When we break the kiss, and she looks at me with a blush. I want to sleep with you now. The tension vanishes, and she goes back to her usual self with me. We've been up for a while now, but no one moves more like the girls didn't leave. So I can assume everyone wants to sleep with me tonight. Natsum and Gabriel nod, but Natsum was a bit shocked at her teammate. I can't sleep at new places, especially inns. I'm okay with hotels or hostels. Shigyan explains herself, but Natsum wouldn't stop smirking at her. Sure, things Shigyan aho. Shigyan went red. The other 2 went into their rooms to fetch their things. Once they were back, they striped into their bra and panties, clearly blushing. Yeah, we didn't exactly bring new clothes, I could make pajamas for them or not. Also, I told them a few days beforehand, so they had chances to bring clothes with them. They had this plan from the start. Sly girls. I agree with the breast dragon. Oi. Anyway, we all got on the bed, Shigyan to my right, Natsum to my left, and the angel lying on top of me. I would say we had a rather eventful day. The next day, come visit us again, Jean. Oberon and Titania were seeing us off, alongside Spriggan, then Owner, and the 2 spirit guards. Yes, come here when the peace conference with the 3 powers is done. Oh, and that too. Oberon adds, as some Fae laugh at him. Yes, I will. Please take care. I wave to them, and so do the others a few days later. Japan, Kuo Jean skyward. I could feel someone trying to teleport into my room. When I started to move, the girls also woke up. They looked quite annoyed. I let the teleportation happen, and a Grimory magic circle appears. Is it time already? The girls stare, a bit surprised by who teleported in. Rias Grimory. Yes. Akino was a bit shocked, but the heiress ignores everyone as she jumps onto my bed, straddles me, and strips everything off. Jean, not time to explain. Please sleep with me. Take my virginity. Everyone was stunned, speechless. So, the Riser arc starts, huh? Chapter 9, Part 1. Riser and a lot of training. Japan. Kuo Skyward household nighttime. Jean Skyward Rias had just straddled me and told me to take her virginity. I know. Teenagers are hormone-filled, and their feelings take precedence when in high-stress situations. She probably was informed by both Surzex and her father about what Riser wants as a result. She is suffering through serious emotional turmoil at the moment. She has only recently begun to mature and change her ways. Expecting instant changes is foolish. I can relate to that after all. I sigh. I snap my fingers and put her clothes back on, grab her shoulders and put a calming effect on her. Calm down, take deep breaths, and tell me what's going on. She was obviously shocked by this as she stares blankly at me. She comes out of her shocked state and starts to do what I instructed her to do. The girls have sat up on the bed and are staring worriedly at the crimson-haired girl. Ha! Ho! What was I doing? As she takes in another deep breath and exhales. It's my engagement with Riser Phoenix. He wants to fast forward it and get married sooner, I was told by my father and brother. I protested, but they said I couldn't. I lost my cool and did this. Rias looked ashamed of herself once she calmed down. Her eyes were on the ground air, my exposed stomach, but she was still thinking about something else. I see. So the marriage was supposed to, I would assume, after you graduate, yes? She slowly nods. Now you're in distress and thought that if you lost your virginity, it would be annulled? Another weak nod from her. Hi, sigh. The girls that didn't know looked at her in pity. Yeah, fuck that chicken nugget, Naya. Kuroka tries to lighten the mood, but it doesn't work, only getting a weak smile from Rias. Open closed just then. The door opens and Grafia steps through. Her maid outfit was back on. She had already changed in her nightgown earlier tonight. Ryasudasama, please come back to the Grimmery home in the underworld. Your father and brother are worried about you. I may have scolded you if you tried this with anyone else, but knowing Jean, he wouldn't do that if you're not his lover. Rias turns to Grafia, but doesn't say anything. She gets up off me and apologizes. I'm sorry again, Jin. She nods to Grafia and stands beside her. Grafia gives me a strained smile as she teleports both of them away. Aquino, I think you should join her. A bit of emotional support from her queen and best friend. I see Aquino nod. She kisses me on the cheek and starts getting dressed. Yes, you're right. We'll get going then. Once Aquino was finished getting dressed, she waved at us and teleported away. Arranged marriages are weird, Naya. Devils and their old ways, they'll never understand them, Naya. Kuroka shakes her head as Chiron lies on her lap, appearing to drift back to sleep. So, that's still traditional in devil society? Poor Rias. Rennie felt sorry for the young female devil. They've become good friends over the week, so she was genuinely worried about her. Devil birth rates are low, especially for pure devils. I can assume it's easier or the same for reincarnated devils. Their society is also based on the aristocracy period of humanity. So many of those types of traditions are still at play there. Nobility rankings and arranging marriages between strong families. 4 strong new heirs to join the family and continue their bloodline. Sometimes they'll fall in love, which is great. But most of the time, it's a very dead marriage. They'll only do it out of necessity. Rennie shook her head, seemingly not liking it. I would rather marry someone I love than out of necessity. Will you help her? She looks up at me, worried and concerned. Yeah, I was already planning to do that, and I am even more so now. I have an idea of what's going to happen, so don't worry. It won't end like that. Rennie happily nods. Venelana was against it apparently. So it was a promise between Zeoticus and Lord Phoenix. I will guess it's the anime cliché of going out for drinks and promising each other that one of their sons and daughters will get married in the future. Now it's here, and they're keeping it. I'm not sure if this is responsible or irresponsible on their part. They were drunk and put their children's futures on the line. Surzex can only do so much for Rias since he essentially left the family to become Lucifer. Zeoticus is the head of the family, so he has the say in the majority of things, and his word is final. But knowing Surzex and his love for his little sister, he'll do something about it. So, the rating game, all right. Let's go back to sleep. We can't do much until Rias or Grafia informs me of what's going to happen. They agree, and we all get back to our previous positions, minus Aquino. So, I have my own ideas about what to do. Care to share your opinions? Go through the motions. Don't cause a scene when Riser appears. However, since you have a level head, you probably want, it just comes down to how Riser is feeling. Go through the motions? So, wait for their meeting and let it happen. Wait for Grafia to announce the rating game, and then proceed from there. Yeah, basically. How will you train them for that 1 week, Gene? Nah, not a week, Albion, but 1 year. It'll be taking them into the pocket dimension and letting them run amok for an entire year. The goal is to get everyone else to Ultimate Class and have Aquino reach Satan Class. Knowing that Ingvild and Kuroka will be joining me, probably Grafia too, they'll aim to get them to new power ranks too. The replica of my home will be there as well, so it won't matter too much. So 1 year in there and 10 minutes outside, they'll still give them the week to train and master whatever else I teach them. Strategize more and let them get used to their powers. So 1 year in, 10 minutes out. I do have other plans for the week off we'll get from Sona after all. Grigori and Esther, right? Yeah, that. They'll go to the dimensional gap with Ophis after my time with Rossweiss and Kyoto. She hasn't left the necklace in a bit. I wonder what she's up to. Then wrap up with meeting Suzuku. You're all set then, Gene. Yeah, I am. During the next year, I can also improve my relationship with everyone, including Gasper and Kiba. I need more male friends who aren't in a different realm altogether. Next day, lunch Rias called the Occult Research Club down to the club room during lunch, which also included myself and Ingvild. So far, she and Aquino have been absent from school. I would guess she was stressed and thinking about how to approach the situation when Riser came. I had been conversing with Aquino using telepathy. If I used the ring's transceivers, it would be too obvious and the teachers might make a fuss. She told me that, yeah, she was worried and had been munching on snacks all throughout the morning. It was lunchtime, so the Grimmery Peerage plus Ingvild and I were walking to the clubroom. Sona seemed to have an idea of what was going on and told us if we didn't make it back on time, she'd cover for us. Long live the Citri clan. Go Sotan. Close open Asia held my hand as we passed through the main entrance. She was nervous. We told her what happened and what to expect. Everyone else was tense, including and who had grabbed onto my sleeve. By using powers, I was able to calm Asia down, and her grip loosened a bit. We stepped through the final door, and I saw Rias, Aquino, and Grafia there. I smile at them, and they do back, except for Rias, who was still too focused on whatever she was thinking about. I left the others to sit and walked over to Rias. I put a hand on her head. You'll be fine. Keep a steady head and be logical about it. Keep your fighting spirit inside. I stop as she smiles and nods. I take a seat between Asia and Ingvild. Chiron was waiting for me. When I did sit down, she sat on my lap, bringing out her cat ears and tail. Nyan. I gave her sweets per our usual agreement. Even now, she's taking things in her own stride. Both Asia and Ingvild grip my sleeves again, both nervous about what's to come. Asia is also nervous about meeting another prominent clan of the underworld. Well, she was told about Riser, but it was a bit biased since some people didn't like what they heard about him, mainly from Kuroka. Aquino starts to pour everyone tea as we wait. I summon some snacks for us to eat. Kiba and Gasper were on the couch beside us, silently waiting too. Even though he was nervous, Gasper kept his cool. The guy's come a long way since I first met him. It's time. A magic circle of a bird appears near the room's door. From it comes out a person, a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, just one button short, giving a slight view of his chest. Full. It's been a while since I came to the human world. He starts to speak. The guy looks around the room and then smirks after finding Rias. My lovely Rias. I came to see you. Rias is looking at him with her eyes half closed. It doesn't seem like she's welcoming this guy, but the guy doesn't seem to care and approaches Rias. Now then, Rias, let's go and take a look at the ceremony hall. The date of the ceremony is decided, so we need to check it before then. What hell of a guy just waltz right it and does what he wants. The guy grabs Rias' arm, but stops when he sees me. Ibarato a brow. And who might you be? A new member to your peerage? He looks at the two girls clinging on to me. I will assume those two are as well. He is the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. The blonde woman beside him is part of Riasudissimus' peerage. The purple-haired girl is not. Grafia explains. So he's the famous middleman. Huh? He smirks at me. Doesn't look like much. Despite knowing about me, he still spoke with an aura of confidence, spitting out some strange lines. I didn't react. I mean, it's pretty petty of him, but you flatter me, being here and all. I shall invite you to our wedding. Take it as an invitation to the future heir of the Phoenix clan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Riser Phoenix. I guess my own reputation is helping me here. He's probably wary about the one about Thor that helps me. I guess. He's a lot more polite because of it, huh? He and the purple-haired female are here because they are attending Kuo Academy and are also part of Ryusuda Samus Club. Grafia adds. Riser snorts and shakes Rias a little bit. Riser, let go of me. Like I've said many times over, I am not interested in getting married to you or this engagement. Huh. As if you or I had any choice in the matter. Our parents decided this before we were born. It can't be stopped, Rias. So, just accept it, and let's get this over with. Riser continues as he lets go of her. You are well aware with our low population how difficult it is for pure devils and reincarnated devils to give birth to new devils. That's why the evil peace system was created, to try to solve it. Our marriage is to keep the pure blood of the devil race intact, to not be tainted by the reincarnated humans. Two of our houses are well known. We hold a high seat in the devil hierarchy. It only makes sense for us to introduce new life into this world. It is ideal for our repopulation. After Riser was finished with his small speech, Rhea sighs. I do not care. I wish to marry the person I love. She looks at him in disdain, and it's quite clear I don't feel that way about you. Riser starts to laugh at her. And I already said that doesn't matter. Grow up, Rias. Look at the bigger picture. This is heavily dependent on our race. Don't you care? Do you want us devils to become extinct? Such petty reasons for not marrying are why you're still a child. Rias Gremory. Rias is clearly pissed off by that last remark, but holds her temper. I acknowledge your reasons, Riser. I do not want my clan or the devil race to become extinct. Riser looks happy, but was shot down again. However, I still stand by what I said. If you want listen to reason, Rias Riser erupts into flames. They'll be forced to kill your servants, club members, and forcefully drag you back to the underworld. The two of them glare at each other, but Rias does not show off her power. Grafia steps on the ground as her aura fills the room. Both of them freeze as they look at the strongest queen. Oju-sama, Riser-sama, please calm down. If both of you were to continue, then I won't be quiet about it. For Surzek Samus' honor, I won't hold back. Rias and Riser both make a serious face after hearing Grafia-san's quiet and intense voice. It seems like they're still quite scared of her. Riser calms the flames around his body and sighs while shaking his head. Even I would be scared to hear that from the strongest queen. I definitely wouldn't want to fight the people from Surzek Samus group, which is known to be made up of monsters. Master, Surzek-sama, and those from the House of Phoenix knew it would turn out like this. To tell you the truth, this was to be the last discussion meeting. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be solved, so they decided to make a last resort. Last resort? What do you mean, Grafia? Oju-sama, if you wish to push your opinion further, how about you settle it by having a rating game against Riser-sama? Rias becomes speechless hearing Grafia. She seems to be very shocked. Grafia-san continues her explanation. Just as you know, Oju-sama, only mature-age devils can participate in official rating games. But if it's an unofficial match between pure-blood devils, even immature devils can participate. However, in this case, when it involves the family and household problems, Rias continues to talk while she sighs. In other words, Father and the others decided to have a game as a last resort if I was to decline, right? Just how far are they intending to interfere with my life to feel satisfied? Rias is really ticked off. She started to lose her cool, but still trying her damnedest not to. Then Oju-sama, you're saying you would also decline to participate in the game? No, I want, since this is a chance. All right then, let's settle this with a game, Riser. Riser smirks after Rias' provocative words. So you're accepting it. I don't mind, but I'm already a mature devil, and I have already participated in the official game. Right now, I have won most of the games. Even so, you still want to play, Rias? Yes, if I win, this marriage and engagement are annulled. And if Riser wins, We're getting married immediately and start the repopulation of the devil race. The two glare at each other intensely. Understood. I, Graphia, have confirmed both sides' opinions. I will be in charge of the game between the two households. Is that okay? Yes. Yeah. Rias and Riser both agree to Graphia's approval. Understood. I will inform the two households then. Graphia turns and walks into the back room. Riser turns to us and smirks. This is all of your servants. Rias? Rias looks strangely at Riser and nods. He lets out a chuckle and snaps his fingers. As he did so, a magic circle appeared on the floor, and shadows appeared from it. One by one, Riser's peerage appears from it. Ravel and I make eye contact. We stare at each other for a few seconds until she averts her gaze. I don't think anyone else has seen this. Well, these are my cute servants. From it, 15 people emerged. An entire set. Do you seriously think you'll win? We have experience after all. We will. We have our own ace. Everyone knew who she was referring to, and it was me. Flattery won't get you anywhere, Ms. Eris. Quality over quantity, Riser. My servants are worth more than 2 pieces of yours. Riser scoffs again. Graphia comes out of the room. The rating game will be held in a week's time from now. Please prepare yourselves until then. Enjoy your time until then, Rias. You'll be my servant and lose your house when it's all over. Riser turns to me and bows. But I could feel that he hated at my apologies for the unsightly man or middleman. He nods at me and teleports away with his peerage. He's weirdly humble and polite to me. Maybe he was warned by his father? Who knows, maybe older brother. I again shrug. He also skipped having tea. Guess it got a little too heated. Rias finally collapses back on her chair as she heaves a sigh of relief. I go over to her and pat her head. Well done. You somewhat kept your cool. We chuckle anyway. We'll be helping you guys for the next week. Yes, we'll be relying on you even more then. Heh, I have better plans. I turn to everyone and grin. Prepare yourselves. This will be pure Spartan training. Jean style. Oh, I know where this is going. Aquino giggles as Kiba, Gasper, and Rias were confused. Tomorrow morning, be here early. Like 5 a.m. early. They nod. All right, let's finish today and get ready for a long week after school and making my way to the student council. I told Rias I would tell Sona on her behalf since she's been looking like she wants to talk to me. The fact that she had things to prepare made her more than happy for me to do this. They have no idea that we'll be spending an entire year training, but I'll leave that as a surprise for tomorrow. I knock on the door and Saji opens it. He lets me in without a fuss. Jean, what can I do for you? Sona looks up from her desk, and so do the rest. Just came here to tell you that Rias the Occult Research Club will be gone for a week starting tomorrow. She asks why, and I explain what happened to her, and she nods. I see that makes sense. Very well. I shall create a leave of absence for you all. But why is Rias not the one telling me this? She's busy. I told them prepare a lot, since I'll be the one training them. Well, I have been, but it's going to become more difficult. I see. When I'm about to leave, she stops me. Jean, wait. I have some questions for you. I'm all ears. Sona, what's up? Are you human? She squints her eyes at me. No, I mean, that much is obvious at this point, right? Sona nods her head as she fixes her glasses. Then what are you? I shake my head. That's classified for now, Sona. If you wish to know, become closer friends with me. I understand. But what about your past? I explain to her the fake story I told everyone else so far. Sona seemed suspicious of it all, but nodded along. I see. Thank you for answering my questions, Jean. You can leave now. Cool beans. I walk past Saji. Hey, you got someone in this room who likes you. Keep an eye out. He seems surprised but nods. Well, see you guys around. I wave to them as I leave. Next day, 4 a.m. I was still in my home as I was cooking a bunch of food for myself, Ingvild, Karoka, and potentially Graphia. AUU, a very sad and clingy Rennie, had been latched onto me since last night after I told her what my real plan was. Rennie, I told you, in reality, we'll be away for 10 minutes max, but you still get to spend a full year with everyone else. She was moping, clearly unhappy and upset that I hadn't initially invited her to go to the pocket dimension. I did so when she got upset last night, but for some reason, she had defiantly declined my invitations. I also invited you. Come on, Rennie. I stopped cooking for a bit and turn to her. I pick her up and hug her. Why won't you come then? I promised to help Shigyun and Natsum today, Natsum said. She had something to show me. She's probably going to show herself. It can't be helped, then I'll bring you 3 there in the future. How's that sound? We'll be there for a year as well, really? She straightens out and looks at me excitedly. She starts to hug me tighter and shower me in kisses as I turn back to cook this woman. Never a dull moment. I love you. Hee hee. I love you too, Jean. Foodnaya Kuroka was still tired. She and Chiron were leaning against each other. Asia was holding on to Ingvild as she was still tired too. We waited by the field near the Occult Research Club. Kiba and Gasper were already there. Aquino was hugging me, and Rias was the last one. Sorry for the wait. We hear her voice and turn to her. What on God's green earth is that? She was carrying a giant bag on her back. What does she have in there? All that for a week? Why do you need all that? I point at the stupidly huge bag on her. Essentials for the week? She asked me like I am stupid. I shake my head. Whatever. Let's teleport where you want to start. I have something else in mind. I want to explain. They'll leave it as a surprise. She doesn't question it and nods. We gather around Rias and we teleport away. A certain Grimmery Lodge, we had arrived at the foot of a mountain. Trees surround us in every direction. All right, we'll meet you guys at the top. I look at Kuroka and Ingvild. That includes both of you. I snap my fingers and put weights on everyone, an appropriate amount for all of them. What are these? Gasper asks as he struggles to get up. Weights? They all have your overall power in mind. They will change as you get stronger. So the stronger you are, the heavier they get. Anyway, go up the hill like that. They'll be waiting at the top. No one complains, as they all looked quite determined. I leave them and teleport to the top. Aren't you intending to train too, partner? I will. I am waiting for them after all. I start doing one-handed push-ups as I wait for them. Around 50 minutes later, they all start to arrive one by one. Kuroka, Ingvild, Chiron, and Aquino were the first ones there. Kuroka and Ingvild were having a pleasant chat. Chiron and Aquino were struggling a little bit of sweat, but not much. Next were Gasper, Kiba, and Asia. Not too far from them was Rias. She had improved her magic and everything that revolved around it, but her physical body needed to be improved. I take note of that. Foodnaya Kuroka and Ingvild came up to me. The cat girl started to beg for food. I summoned some snacks for her, and she happily eats them. How is it? Ingvild smiles and shakes her head. It was fine, a little tough, but manageable. She turns to the rest as they sat there panting. They may need to rest for a little bit. Jean, how cruel of you. Aquino had come up to me and hugged me from behind. You like seeing us in pain, don't you? How is she even turning this sexual? Even Ingvild was awkwardly chuckling beside me. No, but that can be done for you tonight. Oh, I look forward to it. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, as Ingvild had looked away with a blush. All right, you lot. Rest up before we get started. He'll explain what I have planned. I summon some water bottles in front of all of them. They take them and start to drink. With my hand raised, I create the pocket dimension. I explain what this is and how long we'll be here for. I also remove the weights from them. Rias turns to Aquino. Is this how you got so strong, so quickly? Aquino giggles and nods at her king. Not just me, Rias, but Chiron-chan and Asia-chan. As well as Jean's lovers, Rias looks at both Asia and Chiron. She squints her eyes and notices that, yes, they were a lot stronger than she saw last time. How did I not notice? It's probably because you were too engrossed by the riser thing. Clap, clap. Anyway, we'll be spending a year here. 10 minutes will only pass by outside. I snap my fingers again and create a replica of my house, adding in a few other things like a giant open bath that was separated by sex. We'll spend daylight, so around 12 hours a day, or maybe more, training and fighting monsters, mastering your powers and techniques. The other is for strategizing with your king and team play. The rest will be resting. I can stop the monsters from spawning, so don't worry about it when it's at night. I add a day-night cycle to the pocket dimension. It's daylight right now. In a few minutes, it'll start letting the monsters spawn. Rest up while you can. If you want, you can fly over and put your things inside the house. They nodded and flew to the house. However, Asia and Chiron didn't, as they simply kept them in their rings. Aquino had already done that prior to the climb up. What will you guys do? We ring. My phone rings, and I pick it up. It was Graphia. Jean, may I be teleported to it? She asks, and I oblige. I teleport Graphia in here. I put my phone away. Yo, glad you could make it. She nods as she watches the Grimory peerage coming back. So like I said, what will you guys do? You can train or help them. Or you could do both. You have a year in here after all. It'll train Chiron and Asia for the first 2 or 3 months, Naya. After that, it'll start training Denaya. It'll help Asia too. After that, it'll start training as well. Ingvild agreed with Kuroka. I turn to Graphia as she nods. If Uju-sama wishes for help or guidance, I will provide them for her. This extends to her family. But yes, I agree with Kuroka and Ingvild. I shall start my own training after that. The Grimory peerage rejoins us, so we'll continue my explanation on how the monsters' ranks and power work. As they grow, so will they too. So, don't let your guard down and be on your toes. Looks like you're all ready. Let's start then. I snap my fingers and monsters start to appear in the distance. They'll be here to help. If you can't fight something, don't be ashamed to run away or team up with someone. Push yourselves to the limit. See where you are right now, and go beyond that, all right? Yes, sir. They all dash towards the monsters, Ingvild and Kuroka joining them. I stop Rias as she was about to fly off. Rias, at night, you can focus on reading strategy and tactic books. They'll join you if you want. She looks at me a bit surprised and nods. All right, go ahead. She releases her wings and flies away. Third-person point of view with Akino Ufufu. Dance for me, Akino Himejima flew towards a large group of monsters. She has no idea what they were, but to her they were fodder for her to get stronger. Crackle. Zap. Boom. She summoned a giant magic circle, and out came her holy lightning. Once the dust settled, the group of monsters were no more dead, obliterated out of existence. Ufufu, nothing will get in my way. Akino flew around doing the same thing to groups of monsters until she came across something that would need more than one hit to kill. Era, aren't you big and tough looking? She touches her cheek with her hand. In front of the Grimory Queen was a monster that was 24 meters tall with gray skin, red eyes, and white hair. A Goliath Jean had appeared beside Akino, surprising her a tiny bit. A Goliath? She repeats Jean's comment. Yeah, the one from Damachi. This thing appeared on the 17th floor in the Tower of Babel in Orio. I didn't think it would appear here. Who am I kidding? Anything can. Maybe Dio Brando is next since I'm trying to teach Graphia time manipulation. Yeah, it's tough, so keep your guard up. It's the same rank as you two. As Akino listened to Jean's explanation, she adopted a serious expression. Akino's power surged as she decided to use her maximum power output. Clouds started to appear above them. The amount began to increase rapidly. Lightning and thunder start to appear from the clouds. They slowly dance around in the sky. TSKKK. Crackle. Crackle. TSKSKSKSK. She's using that. Jean smirked as he knew what was coming. Akino gathers the lightning that was above them around her right hand. She starts to shape it come ZTTTKKK. Boom! An enormous yellow dragon made out of lightning and thunder with holy properties emerges from the clouds. It hovers above Akino as she smiles and licks her lips. Vanish with a roar of holy lightning, she tilts her hand up as the dragon, made of lightning, flies back up into the clouds. She makes a quick motion as she brings her hand down. Kirin. The holy lightning dragon quickly comes back down and consumes everything below it. The Goliath had no time to react. It roars as it comes down on it. Boom! Moments before the attack, what is that? Akino. Rias stared at the enormous dragon that appeared out of nowhere after clouds started appearing in the sky. Graphia stared in awe at what was happening. The rest of the peerage were also shocked. They were waiting in bated breath for whatever was to come. Boom! When the attack was over, crackles of lightning echoed around them. The Goliath? Gone, dead, erased. Ha ha hee hee, that took a bit more demonic energy than I thought. Akino was panting as she floated over to Jean. Jean hugged Akino and supported her. Nicely done, that was one hell of a show. Praise me, Jean did just that. He also healed her, including her demonic pool. She was a bit pouty about it. Haha, I can do that tonight, Akino. Just focus on getting stronger for now. Fine. You better pay me back in full. She winked and flew away. Huh. That woman, I swear. Jean smiled as he watched her disappear into the distance. With Asia, Chiron, and Kuroka, wow, Naya. I didn't expect that Kuroka looks up the clouds are also starting to disappear, Akino-senpai. Is scary, Chiron mutters. Asia was still too shocked to say anything. Kuroka picks up Asia as she dodges an attack from humanoid lions they were fighting. Asia, Naya, don't zone out. Kuroka tells the nun who she was carrying. I'm sorry. Kuroka stops and lets Asia down. Chiron was fighting some of the humanoid lions in her base form, punching and dodging. The humanoid lions didn't stand a chance, as she also covered herself in Tuki. Kuroka joins in as the two Nakomata sisters work in sync, repealing and killing the monsters. Suddenly, one humanoid lion snuck up behind Asia, and the nun, sensing the creature behind her, dodged the attack quickly. Sully. She covers herself in Tuki, raises her hand, and slap. Bam! As she slaps the monster, the humanoid monster flies across the area, crashes to the ground, and dies. The two sisters were finished with their fight as they giggled at Asia. That never gets old. Chiron walks over to Asia, Kuroka agreeing with her. Yanaya. She apologizes before killing them, Naya. This was a common occurrence, especially the first time she was brought here. She was forced to fight to hurt others. She didn't like doing it, but she had to, in order to get stronger and not get hurt herself. As a result, Asia always wanted to end it quickly. One punch woman. Chiron calls Asia. You mean one slap woman? Kuroka corrects her as they giggle, Asia hiding behind her hands as she covered her face in embarrassment. Gra! More monsters appeared and charged them. We need it on. Boom! Before Kuroka could continue, Asia had punched the ground in front of them, destroying everything in front of them, including the monsters. I'm Sully. Asia looked in front of her, horrified at what she did. Or not. Never mind, Naya. Kuroka looked at the destroyed environment in front of her. That silly title might become all too real in the future. Kuroka's gaze was on Asia as she shook her head. Asia-senpai, you'll really be a one-punch woman in the future. Amazing. Chiron looked in awe at the nun. I don't want that kind of title. Asia was happy with the praise, but wanted to be known more for her healing and supportive capabilities, not for defeating people with one punch. Grr. Well, we have more to deal with. Get ready, Naya. Chiron and Kuroka got ready. Asia wanted to be a support, so she hung back this time. With Kiba and Gasper slash. Whack. Shing. Kiba had slashed through another monster. Gasper supported him by freezing them in place with his sacred gear. We work well together, Gasper Cohen. Kiba pats Gasper on the shoulder. Igriagajis. I think so too, Kiba-senpai. Gasper liked the praise, encouraged him even more. SCY. Multiple medium-sized monsters appeared in front of the duo. Its body is primarily green and has a thin, cream-colored section between its head, thorax, and abdomen. Its reptilian head has two narrow, triangular eyes and three blunt horns extending from its forehead. Its arms end in large, white sides. Two pairs of cream-colored wings extend from its back. While these wings do allow the monster to fly, it rarely does so. The monster's thighs have large, upward-pointing spikes. The feet of this creature are tall and almost extend past its thighs. They are rounded and conical, with three small white claws on each foot. Oh, Scythers? Didn't expect to see this here. Jean appeared beside Kiba and Gasper. Careful, you two. These things can fly, and their claws are sharp. They're natural-born hunters and can adapt easily. The two are a bit surprised, but nod. Gasper, support me. Kiba told his junior. Yes. Gasper responded, turned into a bat, and flew up. Kiba summoned the demonic sword Flame Sword from his sacred gear sword berth. The group of Scythers rushed Kiba. They swiped and slashed at him. Since they ranged from middle class to high class, Kiba had a hard time keeping up with them all. Gasper focused on those who were clearly above them in power and frozen them instead. Clang! SSSSHHHKKK. Kiba parried the Scyther's slashes, summoning another demonic sword flame, delete an ice sword that can freeze flames. two swords of opposite elements. He started to dual-wield them and rushed the scyther in front of him. Ha! Slash! Slash! Cut! Freeze! The scyther tried to fly away, but was frozen by Gasper first, and then by Kiba's ice. He rushed the scyther and cut it in half with his flame sword. Clang! Clang! He parried the other scythers who were now enraged, as Kiba had just killed their brethren. Gasper landed back on the ground and started to control Kiba's shadow, causing tentacles to appear from them and bind the scythers attacking him. Seeing this as a chance, Kiba hit them with eyes from his flamed elite. He desummons that sword and summoned another called Holy Eraser. He quickly dodges and weaves between the monsters, slicing and dicing them. Ha! Sha! With their teamwork, they killed all the scythers that were attacking them. Haha, good job, Gasper Cohen. Kiba panted. He was injured a bit. With each kill, they got stronger so they could easily kill higher-ranked monsters. Igriegajis. You too, senpai. Jean had watched everything go down and landed on the ground. Good job, you too. He threw some healing slime on them as they recovered from their injuries. Keep it up. You're getting stronger slowly. Push yourself, but don't be reckless about it. Yes, sir. They answered in unison. Jean nodded to them. He gave them each 2 small tablets. Use it to replenish your demonic pool once they're nearly consumed. The other one is simply healing slime condensed as a pill. Thank you, Jean-senpai. They thanked him again as he disappeared. Kiba gave Gasper his 2 pills as they summoned their wings and flew away to fight more. With Rias and Grafia, Uju-sama, concentrate. Grafia watched and instructed Rias as she tried to form her power of destruction into a small sword. Rias had her eyes closed as she concentrated on doing just that. In the meantime, Grafia killed anything that came close to them. Rias wanted to focus on creating a power of destruction sword before killing anything. If she got that down, then she can make them easily in the future. While she isn't a sword user, it will come in handy with opponents she can't fight with her fists or at a distance. This is because they had an ability that could counter that. Sure, fool. The power of destruction in front of Rias had shaped into a medium-length sword. But it took her around 3 minutes of uninterrupted concentration to produce it. Well done, Uju-sama. A sword made out of power of destruction. Huh? Jean had appeared beside Grafia as Rias finished creating the sword. You want to learn swordsmanship, Rias? Just a little bit. But I want to use them like how Oni Aisama uses his. But while they look like swords, she blushes as she gives us her explanation. One otaku. What are you trying to recreate? The Gates of Babylon by Gilgamesh? Jean grinned at Rias as she became even redder. I see. We can ask Kiba or your brother's knight for that kind of training. All I do is swing a sword around and hope for the best. CNTIR. Answer. You already learned how to use a sword not too long ago. Oh wow, you're alive? Where have you been? CNTIR had been mostly silent. Jean had no idea why. He has previously mentioned tried asking, but she deflected any attempts at finding out. And the silent treatment. All right. My bad. Yes, that was the plan. CRK. SHHHK. Freeze. Grafia and Jean pointed behind them and froze the 2 monsters who were coming up behind to attack. So, now, you're planning to try and kill these things with that? She nods at his question. I see, good luck. Jean flew up and watched from distance. Just then a scream is heard beside the 2. They turn and see 12-meter-tall minotaurs had appeared. There were quite a few of them. Please be careful, Uju-sama. Grafia had used her time skip and appeared beside a minotaur. She covered her fist with demonic ice and punched it in the gut, making the thing explode. She repeated this process a few times, leaving only one alive. She bows to Rias. Please go ahead. Talk about being efficient. Jean chuckles to himself as Grafia had done all that to make Rias' practice easier. Well, nothing wrong with that. Rias nods and prepares her sword in a basic stance. She tries to copy Kiba's movement. While they were sloppy and amateurish, she successfully struck the Minotaur. Thanks to her weapon being purely made of power of destruction, it cleanly sliced it destroyed the Minotaur's arm. It howled in pain after its arm was obliterated. I can't slice anything. They just get destroyed. How Arias understood it was a bit of a stupid move, so she decided to abandon it. She created 2 condensed balls of power of destruction and launched them towards the Minotaur, killing it. Back to the drawing board then. She sighs as Graphia followed her. It's a learning experience, Rias. Don't mind. Jean had flown back down and patted her on the shoulder. Yes. She nods and started to think of a different way of using her power of destruction. With Ingvild hurled another sharp blade of water in the direction of the monsters that came her way. The monsters were obviously killed since they were sliced into pieces. She stared down the monsters that were in front of her. She initially wanted to help Asia, but they were completely different in terms of abilities and types. She was mostly offensive with a few supportive abilities, like a small healing spell with her water magic. Asia mostly relied on her healing powers. Apart from knowing 10k that helps her evade capture, Asia didn't like hurting other people or beings. Another monster came from behind Ingvild. She summons an arm made out of water and grabbed it. She touched the side of its face and filled its head with water, making it explode. That was brutal. Ingvild turns around and finds Jean smiling at her. Yo, how's it going? It's fine. I was just thinking of ways to use my demonic power. I have yet to use my sacred gear. There aren't any pools of water, or I haven't come across draconic-type enemies yet. Let me change that for tomorrow. Sorry about that. And Jean apologizes, but she shakes her head. No, it's fine. Thank you, Jean. How about a friendly spar with something I created a while ago? Jean suggested, and that made Ingvild tilt her head. I don't mind, but will it be okay? Jean waved her off, saying it was fine. He's always been in your shadow, protecting you after all. This further confused the girl. Baru. Jean said a name, and something left her shadow. A shadow insectoid appeared and kneeled in front of Jean. I know I said I'd make the lakes, rivers, and puddles of water tomorrow, but since I want to see how you fare against Baru right now, he snaps his fingers, and many small lakes and pools of water appeared. Baru, having a sparring match with her, hold back. You know her power ranking right now, right? The shadow nods. Good. Just match it or be just 1 rank above it. Baru stood up and nodded at the girl and waited for further instructions. All right, are you ready? Ingvild's body tensed up as she stared down at the shadowy being in front of her. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Yes, I am. He'll be the arbiter. He flew up into the sky. You 2 ready? All right, begin. Baru immediately rushed Ingvild. This catching the girl off guard, she jumps backwards and sends out blades of water towards the insectoid. Slap! Slap! Baru deflected the attacks with simple slaps. Alarmed, Ingvild summons hands made out of water and holds Baru in place. The insectoid stops and looks at Ingvild and immediately breaks free from its watery hands. Zip! Baru blinks beside Ingvild. The girl hadn't caught up with his speed yet. She looked alarmed and scanned for him. She finally locates him beside her. Baru held back his arm and punched Ingvild. The female hybrid managed to put up a defensive barrier in time and reduce the damage taken. But she was still launched away with great force. Ugh! She let out a pained yelp. Baru looked horrified and looked back toward Jean, who sighs and gave him the okay. Baru wanted to fight, but didn't want to incur the wrath of his liege. Ingvild caught herself and recovered. This is the first time I've been on the defensive. It was a learning experience for her. This time she wanted to try using her sacred gear. Feeling the pools of water around her, she gathered them all into the sky. Oh! Jean looked up at the amount of water she had gathered, and Jean was impressed. Those lakes he made were quite deep, so being able to empty them was quite a feat. Baru immediately rushed towards Ingvild before she could finish what she was doing. Sensing him nearby, Ingvild sends the giant amounts of water crashing down on Baru. Boom! KSHHH. KHH. Baru was crushed by the water as he was also swept away. Jean stood there smiling, but Ingvild was panting quite a bit, and Baru had recovered from being swept away. I need more training with this thing with the power to control dragons and the sea itself. She controlled a couple of small, large pools of water, and it was her first time doing so. That's impressive in itself. Okay, stop. Baru nodded and went back into Ingvild's shadow. Jean had started to walk towards Ingvild. So, first impressions on the sacred gear. They'll try to summon more dragon-like creatures starting tomorrow. Heart are sacred gears that hard to control. Jean healed her up and restored her stamina and demonic pool. Yeah, sacred gears also respond to their wielder's desires and will. The stronger they are, the more their sacred gear shapes to suit them. I don't know what you desire out of your sacred gear, but focus on that when using it. It will surely respond to it. Ingvild nods and thanks Jean. So, motivated again? Ingvild giggled and nodded. All right, purple-haired diva. Slap. Jiggle. Jean slaps her butt. Go and get them. Kia. Ingvild yelped as she covered her behind while lightly glaring at Jean. Not the right time, mister. She scolds him with a smile and runs away. Not the right time? And now why did you do that? Jean shook his head. Progress is progress. Nighttime Jean skyward. The first day of training them went smoothly. Everyone is slowly growing stronger, and there's already a lot of progress in one day. It'll get them to reach the peak of ultimate class first after that. It'll have them hone and master their current techniques. If they can't control their own powers, then they're a danger to themselves and others. So this should be fine. If I see that they've mastered them, then yeah, I can start spawning monsters again. Grafia and the girls had offered to cook dinner. It was around 6 p.m. now, and I decided it was time to unwind for the day. We all decided to go to the open bath at the same time later. After that, everyone is free to do what they want to guise us. We were just relaxing. I had already prepared the table, so we really didn't have much to do. The girls with Grafia's guidance were having fun while cooking. Even the serious May can have fun with girls younger than her. A calm and pleasant smile on her face this evening, Jean-senpai. I turn and see Gasper looking at me. What's up? Can we just pick any room we want, right? I nod to him. Oh, okay, just making sure. Why so nervous, Gasper? Just try relaxing until dinner. You don't need to do much right now. While I said that every day will be a fight for your life, it will stop once you guys reach ultimate class. They looked a bit surprised, so I explained why. I see that makes sense. We did get a chance to get a bit stronger in your training facility. We also had time to get used to our powers, but here we can grow strong quickly, so our powers could get a bit unstable if we can't properly control them. Kiba nods to himself. Yeah, it'll be here to help, so don't worry too much, especially you, Gasper. Igriegajis. Still stuttering a little, but is making good progress. He no longer hides in boxes or uses the paper bag. We talk about random things while also checking out videos on both YouTube and DeviTube until we had dinner. Everyone had great progress today. We'll be going at a steady pace from now on. I don't want anyone collapsing from overwork after all. Also, there will be days that won't just consist of fighting the monsters. I tell them what I told Kiba and Gasper. Yes, that makes sense. Rias agreed with me while elegantly eating. I can't eat like that. Way too restrictive. But if the time calls for it, I guess I have to, huh? So, we're free after this, senpai? Chiron asks. Yeah, well, Rias asked for all of us to go to the open bath together. So after that, you can do what you want. It's fine, isn't it? A way to celebrate our first day of training. We have a year here after all. The girls agreed, so Chiron shrugged and continued eating. Open bath, we have finished having dinner, and the three of us guys were relaxing in the open bath. Gasper was swimming around. He also brought some rubber ducks with him. He was quite happy with himself right now. You like swimming, Gasper? He stops and nods. I wish I had a bigger bath, so I could do this, he sighs as he starts to daydream about it. Maybe I can do that as a present for him. When they win the rating game, I added some relaxing effects in the water here. Do you feel your muscle fatigue going away? The two stop to consider it and nod. Yes. Actually, I hadn't noticed since I've been so relaxed. Kiba seemed amazed by it. I can sleep easy tonight, Gasper started to float facing up. He seemed way too relaxed. Splash. Splash. Kaya. Akino. Don't touch me there. Seems like the girls had arrived. We don't really need to do much, so we entered the male S side earlier and have been relaxing. The girls recently arrived, and the commotion already started. Sounds like Aquino is being touchy with Rias. President Rias, Vice President Aquino, enemy of flat-chested women. I could hear Chiron mutter. She seemed quite defeated by that fact. Ah, they seem like they're having fun. I'll get going. Kiba felt awkward, so he said head leave. I'll get going too. Gasper was blushing and quickly left after Kiba. Seriously? Come on, guys, what the hell? Huh? I'm alone. I let out a defeated sigh. I was hoping to talk about random guy crap with them. Damn virgins. Would be nice. Jean? Did Gaspercoin and Kibacoin leave? I heard Aquino asking through the bamboo wall that separated the bath. Huh? Yeah, they did. They couldn't handle the girls' talk, so they left. They all giggled. Then why not join us? I hear some splashing you guys don't mind, right? They all started to answer they didn't mind, so I got the okay to change sides. Come over, hurry, sure thing. I had gotten out of the bath and went back and around to enter through the girls' side. I could have teleported or jumped over, but this seemed a bit more appropriate, I guess. When I went through the entrance, I was greeted by the sight of the girl, all varied body types and bust sizes. Nice. I could help but say, this made a few of them giggle at me. Aquino beckons me to sit beside them. I oblige as I make my way to the open bath. I step down and take a seat between Kuroka and Aquino. Everyone was staring at me. What? I asked, but they didn't answer though. Limestar Jean. Aquino calls out to me. What's up? I turn to her as she had a grin on her. Oh boy. Do you want to get into some trouble right now? Caw, caw, caw. The whole area fell silent. An otherworldly crow somehow managed to appear out of nowhere and start cawing. I turn to look at the other girls. They're obviously blushing messes. I sigh and bonk Aquino on the head. What in the world are you even saying? Aquino, time and place, you're not honest, Jean. She grins. Your thing is, though. She points at me. I look down, and something was clearly off. All eyes were on it when she informed the rest. They became redder. Ah, Fine. No, since it's just the three of us together, that's fine. The girls are also uncomfortable, so stop. Well, how about it, girls? Aquino asks them. Asia doesn't say anything but lowers herself further into the bath. Chiron just shook her head. The rest were still blushing. Ingvild just gave Aquino a strained smile, since she's already used to this. You guys are no fun. Fine. Aquino looks at Kuroka and grins. Aquino grabs the towel and pulls it off, flinging it to the side. Da-da. Flop. Flop. I didn't stop her. Why? I don't know. Maybe I was secretly wanting this. Huh. My whole body was suddenly out in the open, and once again, silence fell as they stood there staring at me. All of them are now staring ahead. For some, it's their first time. For others, well, it's not. I feel Kuroka grab hold of me and Aquino take my hand. They start to move together in a careful rhythm. The girls watch intently. Even the usually strict Graphia was staring at the scene being done without blinking. I let out a satisfied sigh, making the two doing this giggle. I'm not into exhibitionism, probably. They're all women I'm interested in, yet it doesn't count. He's into it, Naya. I feel Kuroka squeeze my hand tighter as she leans in closer. He is Aquino also leaned down closer. She turns to the side and stares at her king in the eye and smirks. Ria's face was the same color as her hair, crimson. She tries to avert her eyes, but we make contact. No. I was looking at her lips, and she notices it and turns even redder. Aquino-senpai. Nei Shama. Perverts. Chiron muttered, but kept watching. Asia almost seemed fascinated by the whole thing. Since I don't think she's blinked since this started, Kuroka grabs my hand and pulls it toward her, and I place my hand on her chest as she reacts. With my other hand, I reach behind Aquino, and she reacts as well. She became more enthusiastic and intense. I was starting to lose myself and forget the rest of the girls, but this was interrupted. Graphia stands up, surprising us all. Looks like everyone was focused on what was happening. Shit, is Graphia pissed? Her bangs were covering her face, so I couldn't tell from her expression. I could tell she wasn't mad, more like excited. I used my emotion detecting ability. She starts to slowly walk over. She goes on her knees and grabs Kuroka, bringing her down to her and Aquino's level. Oh my God, she isn't going? She looks at Aquino and Kuroka. They communicated silently, and they nod. Aquino stops what she's doing and shifts closer. Kuroka pulls back and leans toward Graphia. Graphia blushes as she hesitates. Holy crap. A triple surprise treat. I didn't expect my maid to do something like this for me. I could see everyone else's eyes widening. They probably didn't expect Graphia, of all people, to join in. The three women worked together in sync, surprising me completely. They were increasing their speed and energy, and I wouldn't last long at this rate. Jin, how is it? Kuroka asks while leaning close. Yes, Jin. Aquino finishes and looks at me with affection. How is it? Graphia asks with a smile. Am I doing okay, Jean? She asks worriedly. I pat her head. Yeah, all three of you are doing great. I'm nearly there. When they heard me say that, they redoubled their efforts. It was an overwhelming experience I won't soon forget. She had prior warning, but didn't pull away in time. She tried to keep up, but couldn't. She pulled away and let splatter everywhere. It covered their faces, hair, and chest. The other girls' eyes widen even more as they see the mess for the first time. Haya Aquino closed an eye and yelped happily. It's here. Kuroko was also quite happy with herself. Graphia sat there, dumbfounded at how much she had seen from me. Is it normally this much? She asked no one in particular. I think Jean's just different. Aquino added her 2 cents. He kept going at it on and in me for 6 hours straight. Wasn't even tired, Naya. I was still quite worked up, but I should end it here. Otherwise, ITLL escalate. All right, show's over. I clean myself up with magic and summon a towel. I had originally wanted to talk normally to you guys, but it turned out like this. Haha, I look at Aquino and Kuroka. We'll continue this tonight. I turn my gaze to Graphia. Feel free to join if you want. That is fine for me. For now, Graphia mutters quietly, and I nod. We'll get out first then. See you guys. The 2 girls began to clean themselves up. Lime end. Later on the night, what a way to end the night. It had been a few hours since then. Like I promised Aquino and Kuroka, we hung out in another room since a few girls wanted to spend time with me. I made a time dilution barrier, and we went at it for 4 hours. I plan on going to sleep soon, but I had to keep my promise to Rias. We were going to read some books, but I'm sure ITLL turn into reading light novels together, or something. I'll locate her aura and follow it. I will assume this is the room she picked for the year. I open the door and see Rias there, fake glasses and reading a book. It was a book about strategies and tactics. She's diligent. She looks up to see who it was and blushes as she sees me, but she still waves for me to come to her. I sit beside her as she closes her book. She leans on me as we go silent. Sorry about earlier. I got caught up in the moment. She lightly hits me. Don't bring it up, pervert. Haha, sorry. Did you know, we just finished 4 hours in total. They're knocked out right now. Rias nods and gives me a strained smile. So I start as Rias looks at me. Why are you so against marrying Riser? I already knew the answer, but wanted to hear it again. She sighs and says, because I'm a Gremory. Yes, you are. She lightly glares at me, but continues. Not what I meant, Jean. I'm a devil from the house of Gremory, and that name will follow me to wherever I go. Do you hate it? She shakes her head. I feel proud of it. However, this is also something that is a burden to me. Everyone looks at me as Rias from the Gremory. I can't have them look at me simply as Rias. That's why I'm enjoying my life in the human world. They don't know about the Gremory, the devil. Everyone looks at me for who I am. I really like that feeling. I never felt something like this in the devil society. The only time I can enjoy my life as myself is when I'm in the human world. Rias has a distant look. She also has very sad eyes. In a way, I can relate the giant unknown with my past. Especially my name. I can't remember my identity in a way. I mean, I'm proud of the name I have now, Jean Skyward. As strange as it sounds, it's a bit comforting to know I have an identity. In this world, wherever I go, I am known and called Jean Skyward. Nothing else. Rias has been spending her life while carrying the name of Gremory on her back. That will be the same from now on, even more so when she's become a mature devil. She also has her brother to match, a genius, a super devil, and a Satan. Even her nephew Millicass. He's a little monster. He will pass her sooner or later unless I help her. I want to be with someone who will love me as Rias without the fact that I'm a Gremory. That's my small dream I have, unfortunately. Riser only looks at me as Rias from the Gremory, and he loves me as Rias from the Gremory. That's why I hate it. But still, the pride of being a Gremory is very important. My feelings may be complicated, but I want to cherish this small dream I have. So, Rias wants to be loved as Rias, and not as Rias Gremory by the opposite sex. That's what you call a maiden's feelings, huh? I chuckle as she looks at me with a small frown. I look at her and smile. Well, you don't have to worry about that from me. To me, you are Rias, simply Rias. In Ireland, well, maybe I'm just weird, but I never cared too much about surnames or last names. I take people's identities as their first name or nicknames we call each other. So I like Rias. You. And just you, whether you were a devil or a normal human girl, I'm sure we would have become friends regardless of circumstances. We had a rough start, but we're working through that now, especially in the coming year here. So, chin up, Rias. She blushes after my little tirade in explaining my own feelings. Anyway, with my help your victory is assured. Again, well done in keeping your cool with Riser today. That chicken nugget really got to your nerves, huh? We laugh at each other after I tell her that Kuroka was the one who called Riser that. Don't worry too much, Rias. Once this is all over, you'll have your life to find that person. The person who will fall for you and sees you just as Rias. For now, work on yourself, powers, and leadership. I pat her on the head one last time. You'll get going then. Seems like you were already hard at it, so I kind of interrupted you, my bad. She smiles at me and shakes her head. No, it's fine, thank you, Jean. I open the door and leave. 3 months later, Jean skyward, 3 months passed. I made a chair and was watching everyone train or kill monsters. Everyone has drastically improved. I am the store now. Rias with her power and control of her power of destruction. It went up drastically since the night we spoke to each other. She's also been a lot happier. I more or less know why. I just need to wait until the rating game, and everyone else was quite aware of the change and blamed it on me. It wasn't a bad change, so I'm not complaining. Aquino had reached the peak of ultimate class, which was great. She also worked on her control and the strength of her abilities, especially her Holy Lightning and Fallen Angel mode. In her Fallen Angel mode, she can last up to 3 days in it without having any problems. It's been great seeing her improve these last 3 months. I also started her training in anti-healing around a month ago. She will be the ace this time around. Riser's healing and regeneration will mean nothing when she learns this and adds it to her Holy Lightning. It will be lethal. Kuroka, Ingvild, and Grafia had said they'd wait after 3 months to join in, but changed their minds around a week after we started. They could see these guys improving at a rapid rate, so they didn't want to be left behind. Kiba is becoming a near all-rounder, but when he utilizes his night speed, then he can speed blitz anyone in high class, as he's nearly reached the peak of it. A few more weeks or a month and he'll break through. His swordsmanship has also improved since I made more monsters that can use swords and have different styles appear per his request. He'll be ready to take on any swordsman in the future with this. Asia has also drastically improved. She's like a little Tsunade now. She's near the peak of high class, too. Her control in Tuki has become exceptional. The same can be said for her Twilight healing. She could heal allies from a distance and make it AoE healing too. She can also pick and choose who to heal, whether they be allies or enemies. Her Tuki improved dramatically thanks to spending time with Chiron and Kuroka. She can easily shatter the ground with minimal Tuki used, until 3 months ago, as she needed to cover her whole body to do it. Hell, she can shatter the ground around her once she releases her Tuki, just shows how much she improved. While Asia doesn't like hurting people or anything at all, she has come to an understanding that it's necessary for self-defense. This is even more so if you choose to hurt someone close to her peerage. She considers family or the girls in my harem. She won't hesitate you give you the Tuki-powered nun-slap. Apart from that, our relationship has advanced. She started to sleep in the same bed as me recently. She's still quite innocent, though, so nothing dramatic happened. She just started asking to sit on my lap like Chiron, with little more hugs every now and again. You know, baby steps. Gasper, oh boy, this guy started to come out of his shell for real. While he could mostly use his shadows as a form of support back 3 months ago, he can now attack with them. Sharp tentacles and blades made out of shadow, and attack you from there now. While it's not at the level of Tobio, it's a big improvement from him. He can create even more bats now and use them for reconnaissance. He's usually paired with Kiba, so they use it quite frequently. His demonic pool also improved like everyone else's. He started to learn how to use elements from Aquino and has started to use fire and wind with no problems at all. He also received hand-to-hand combat training from Chiron, Kuroka, and I. He's almost a natural once he got used to it. I also helped him work on his confidence. He's become less scared and timid with everyone here. He can hold a proper conversation with all of us, He's still a bit nervous around Grafia. I mean, who wouldn't be? As for anyone else outside, that remains to be seen once we leave in 9 months. His control of his sacred gear also became better. He can freeze an enemy in place for a full 10 minutes now. But I didn't push Gasper too much with it. He may need one last push. He'll go rescue Valerie soon to put the guy's mind at peace. Grafia, how do I put this? Shot through the roof. I guess. She's near peak Satan class along with Kuroka and Ingvild. I taught her ice make magic, and she's been slowly getting better at it. She found it strange to do the pose, have an open palm and put your fist on it, but got used to it quickly. I showed her some moves from Gray, Leon, and Altair from Fairy Tail, and she strangely enough nearly copied all their moves. She has her own unique ones, so I think it was worth showing her it. She can also use living magic on the ice magic. She's copied Rennie's ice dolls while not on the same level of destructive force. It's quite impressive. Her time manipulation has also become a lot better. She can stop time for around 7 hours straight before she starts to become dizzy. She can also do the same thing as Gasper, freeze objects or individuals, not just the entire space. So, she's also been giving Gasper advice on the use of his sacred gear. She can also time skip like nobody's business. It's almost second nature to her at this point. If you don't know how the technique works, you're more or less dead. Kuroka also improved her Senjutsu, Yujitsu, and Kasha. Her Tuki also improved as she trained Chiron and Asia in it. She hasn't grown a new tail yet, but I believe she's close the same with Chiron. Ingvild also improved quite a bit, since she, Kuroka, and Grafia are near peak Satan class now. Due to her constant use, she now has a larger demonic pool. I had originally intended to find the sea serpent of the end relic, so she can start using it. But that's dumb. I told her I'd unlock it personally for her. He'll be doing that tonight. Boom. I could see Rias happily smiling at the dead monster she just obliterated with her power of destruction. Her creation speed of her power of destruction has become very fast as of late. Perhaps she's a late blooming genius? Nah, it's her hard work. Nighttime, we had finished dinner and a bath. Everyone was just relaxing and unwinding for the night. Creak. The door to my room opens. I was just relaxing in bed, reading a random obscure manga I found. I look up and see that Chiron and Asia have come into my room. Hey guys, what's up? They didn't answer me, but crawled onto my bed and cuddle up to me. Huh. Want some cuddle time then? I dismissed my book as I cuddle with the two. Chiron had made her cat ears and tail appear. Nyan. She cutely looks up at me, and I start to pet her head and scratch her chin. Asia is still quite shy, but is making progress. The fact that she's doing this is proof enough. You too, Asia. I pull her closer to me as she shyly nods. Why, yes, by the way, you two made those noodles tonight, right? They nod. Yeah, they tasted great. Looks like getting training from Grafia in cooking has been worth it, huh? These two have been taking cooking classes with Grafia at night or during the day when they ask me. I don't mind. While training is important, relaxation is also important. I don't want any of them collapsing after all. I wonder when the great cook-off will start. Aquino, Kuroka, and Rennie started it. These two have joining Ingvild hasn't made much effort in cooking, but she's asked me about what kind of food I like. I'm not picky, so I can't really give her an exact answer. Yes, I'm glad you liked it, Jean Senpai. Chiron smiles as Asia nods furiously. Yeah, can't wait to taste your dishes more in the future. They both give me a smile as we continue to relax and wait for the rest to join. 2 months later, 2 more months have passed. We've been in here for 5 months in total. I was sitting on a new bench and table I made. Sometimes some of them would join me here to take a break. Phew. Ingvild comes over as she sighs and wipes some sweat off her forehead. Hey, good work. I summon a water bottle and give it to her. She happily takes it and starts drinking it immediately. She takes a seat beside me and leans her body onto mine and her head on my shoulder. I wrap my arm around her and pull her close. So, how's it going today? Any new improvement? It's fine, the usual, please. She sighs and mutters. I chuckle and oblige. In the last 2 months, Ingvild has increased her intimacy with me. The usual is just me spoiling her for a bit. I got closer to everyone, and they did the same. The girls are like literal sisters now. Both Kiba and Gasper rely on me too, in a way. I've become the Grimmery Peerage's pillar. I don't mind, we talk a lot about random stuff, but they still avoid the topic of girls, which I'm fine with. We mostly talk about shows and movies we're into, strategies, tactics, and our futures. I hadn't done anything, and In cutely complains. Yeah, one moment. I turn around and open my arms. She smiles and hugs me as she clings to me. I turn back to the front, and she straddles me. We sit there face to face, her smiling tiredly at me. Baitme. She whispers into my ear, and I oblige. You really become needy during these times, huh? She doesn't respond, but just puts her face on my neck and closes her eyes. The same has happened to the other girls. I've become even closer with them. They've started to compete in cooking more and more. Over the last 2 months, I've only managed to cook, I would say like 4 times. Most of the time, it's Grafia plus someone else that wants some guidance in cooking. Now, with her help, the food ends up great, so I have no problems, but I would probably eat it even if it's a flop, to save hurting their feelings. Rias is hesitant, maybe because of our relationship reset. I'm not entirely sure, but the most we've done is the reading sessions at night. We start off with strategy and tactic books, but end up reading light novels or manga instead. Nothing too serious, though. We just sit beside each other. She just leans her head on me. Honestly, Ingvild seems like she'll confess soon. As to when? I have no idea, but I look forward to it. Apart from that, I spent a lot of intimate time with Akino and Kuroka. It's not every night, but it is most nights. We literally named an empty room the hangout room. Yeah, real original. But I also have advanced my relationship with Grafia. While we didn't have sex yet, she has, gotten quite intimate with me since that night 5 months back. She's gotten a lot better at it, too. I feel like she's been enticing me lately. Whenever we're close to each other, when I'm behind her, I feel like she's brushing against me to get my attention. While I confronted her about it, she obviously denied it. So I didn't push it, but yet Grafia like this is quite affectionate. She even held my fingers close to her lips a few times, much like what Chiron did back then I got to tame my maid, and not have her go wild. I also noticed they become a lot more submissive in bed with me. Normally, they're not like that. But I guess I change a bit during sex? More aggressive, maybe? Stretch, squeeze, and pulled out of my thoughts when I feel Ingvild stretching my cheeks. I look at her as she's puffing her cheeks. Focus on me. We rarely get times like this. She cutely huffs, and I laugh. All right, my bad. Sheesh, you're all getting better at finding out when I'm thinking of other women. It's almost scary. It's just our intuition. She closes her eyes back up and cuddles back into me. Is that how that stuff works? Well, I'm not a woman, so we'll just trust them on this one. Jean, join us in the bath. Ingvild pulls my hand as she, Rias, and Akino were going to take bath first. I oblige and let them have their way. Senpai, do you like butts or breasts more? Chiron had asked me a strange question as she sat on my lap. Everyone was staring at me, including Kiba and Gasper waiting for my response. What kind of question is that? I groaned as they all laughed at me. Bodragon Emperor Nia. Kuroka snorts. Breast Dragon Emperor. Rias adds. No. The 2 heavenly dragons within me cry out in despair. Sully. The both of you, I couldn't avoid those titles. Jean, why just settle it with rock, paper, and scissors? Come on, already Rias and Akino were competing on who could cook tonight. The 2 of them were great at making traditional Japanese dishes. Rias because she's a giant Japanophile, and Akino because, she was born and raised here. Her natural talent for making them was evident. Okay, so, we'll start with this. We look over to see Ingvild starting to cook with Grafia. Ingvild. The 2 complain, but are ultimately shut down by Grafia as they started to cook. Seemed like Ingvild had started to join in the cooking battle. Things have been heating up. Kuroka tried to cook Chinese dumplings before they didn't end well. Gasper and Kiba passed out when they tried it. I'm thankful for my immunity, otherwise I would have been K. OD Grafia was currently with me, and Rias walked in. We all stare silently at each other. Sully. I should have knocked. Rias looked mortified as she apologizes and leaves. Slam. Now that's just awkward. I chuckle, but Grafia continues on with what she was doing without losing stride. Oh, hey, give me a warning next TI. Ah crap, splurt, pull, damn it. Pull. Nya. Kuroka screams. They were currently playing tug of war with me. Everyone else was on the other team while I was on my own. I wasn't sure if I should let them win or not. If we don't win, No more lewd things with you, mister. Aquino threatened as Kuroka and Grafia nodded along with her statement. What the hell? How am I to lose then? That's unreasonable. I mean, I can survive without it, but can they? Should I turn this into an experiment? Okay, now you're just being cruel. I was joking. Geez Louise Drake, you should know my humor by now. Pull. They screamed together. I let go of the rope, and they all stumbled back. Ha, might as well lose. We won. Rhea screamed. There was no punishment, but I did have to cook dinner tonight, and had to cook whatever they wanted. That's what they were so excited about. Is my food really that good? Never in my life. I would think I would see Gasper and Kiba being chased around by a weird creature with legs, but life can be unexpected in these types of situations, Jaya. Jean Senpai, help! Gasper begged as I watched with squinted eyes. Kiba also gave me a pleading look, but I want to see how they deal with this they're running away more of because out of sheer shock, and not because they can't take this thing on. Kia. I turn to my side and see another scene like the previous. Ingvild and Rias were being chased by E.T. Grafia found him adorable. The same with Chiron and Asia, but those two were utterly horrified, hence the running and screaming. Jean. Ingvild was practically begging with her eyes. I just sympathetically waved at them, and so that's how 7 months of our lives passed by. They trained, grew closer to me and each other, and had fun while being in here. 7 months later, the Grimmery Peerage's 1-year training session ends today. They all reached the peak of Ultimate Class a few months back. I've mostly had them train and hone their current magic and abilities. When we leave, they'll have the week left to do what they want. I advise them to keep training or do some strategies for the raiding game. But ITL'll be up to them, so it's not really my say at that point. Asia, Chiron, and Kuroka are what I would say masters to 2k. They have pushed it to their current limit and are monsters. Asia has literally become one slap woman. She still doesn't like hurting anyone or anything, but as previously mentioned, she will defend herself or others if needed. Asia focused on mastering her sacred gear Twilight, healing once she and Kuroka thought her 2k was in a good place. She can instantly heal anyone from a simple touch, and her AoE healing and distance healing are much faster. ITLL take around 5 seconds to heal a lethal wound. She can also shoot them as projectiles. The healing speed is the same as before the 1-year training. The projectiles are also fast and pass by objects, so she can heal through walls this way. Chiron concentrated on her Senjutsu and Kasha. Around 4 months back, Chiron could start using her Chiron mode. In this second mode, Chiron is able to make her body mature, appearing similar to her older sister temporarily by gathering the natural ki around her and syncing it with her 2k. In Chiron mode, she is granted full access to her Nakomata powers, letting her use moves such as Kasha and becoming the power of purification itself. When she first used it, it was quite taxing and she couldn't maintain it for too long. She can, however, stay in that form for around 3 months at a time. She has also gotten her 4th tail, just 2 behind Kuroka. Kuroka has reached low-tier god class along with Ingvild and Grafia. They're 1 tier below Rennie. I wonder how she'll respond once she finds out. Kuroka practiced all 3, Senjutsu, Yujitsu, and Kasha. She has become a near master at it all. Kiba has improved a lot since reaching the peak of Ultimate Class. His speed has become his most lethal weapon. I started to dub it as Godspeed, since if he added his Knight trait, he becomes even faster. He has also started to use his previous master's move called Sandenzuki, a technique used by the famous Okita Tsuji. He uses them on many weak monsters to quickly rid of them. He hasn't achieved Balance Breaker, yet nor gotten his 2nd Sacred Gear Blade Blacksmith. Maybe when the Kokobeel event starts he will. Gasper has improved a lot as well. In terms of his Sacred Gear, he can freeze objects or beings for a maximum of 3 hours. This includes multiple targets. If he just targets an entire area, then 5 hours. I don't know why it's easier for him that way, but hey is what it is, I guess. He can summon multiple bats from his darkness and extend his Sacred Gear's powers there too, so he can cover a wider range if he wishes. His other abilities have improved too, including his elemental magic and hand-to-hand combat. Aquino, well, she reached the peak of Satan class. Her holy lightning has become a lethal weapon for her. I wonder if she's even more proficient in it than Barakiel. She can stay in her fallen angel mode for around 4 full months. She's also fully mastered her holy lightning dragon as well. She jokingly said it was due to receiving a dragon seed for a full year. Kuroka strangely agreed with her, since she also has a weird new power that includes a dragon technique. I wonder why it didn't give them, I don't know, outer god properties or something, but won't question it. CNTIR probably helped me in that regard. I showed her my lightning flame dragon mode a few months back, and she decided to try copying it, so she developed her own holy demonic lightning mode, which was a surprise to say the least. She, in a way, becomes a slayer like from Fairy Tail. She can eat and consume any and all types of lightning, excluding that came from gods or goddesses for now. When she does, she can replenish her demonic pool and stamina, which is useful. She says she wants to try doing for more elements. I don't know how she'll pull it off, but it'll provide her help if she asks. In her holy demonic lightning mode, her physical and magical attacks are multiplied by 6-fold. With her improvement in hand-to-hand combat, she's a big threat in that form. Akino has officially become a 12-winged fallen angel or devil. I can't wait to show Azazel or Barakiel. They'll be quite shocked. She also mastered the anti-healing magic that I started teaching her months ago. She can apply it to magical or physical attacks. With her new powers and mastered forms, she is the current ace of the Grimoire Peerage, without a doubt. Ingvile can use her clan's Sea Serpent of the End since I outright unlocked it for her. Fuck that relic, it can go suck it. As I promised, I created more pools of water, mini lakes, and rivers so she could help train her sacred gear and clan's ability easier. I also made more dragon-type enemies appear for her. She has become quite proficient at using her sacred gear. However, she only has used it a handful of times. Even though I added dragons to be able to appear, they were still quite rare. But she took advantage of it, spending almost hours on a single target or groups of dragons. She even asked everyone to leave them to her if they encounter them. They were happy to hear her request. Rias, she's become powerful. Her control and the strength of her power of destruction has gone up a lot. She can use the spirit gun and Kamehameha while using her power of destruction as a source. So she was quite happy with herself when she achieved those. She mostly focused on that, increasing her power and efficiency in using them. Her speed at creating her normal power of destruction attacks are near instantaneous. She barely consumes any demonic energy from them. But her spirit gun, she dubbed Destruction Gun for some reason, but she didn't name the power of destruction Kamehameha. She also studied up on strategies and tactics at night before she went to sleep. I would join her. We would last for about 30 minutes in reading and discussing those. Then we would switch to light novels or manga. We have become closer. If that wasn't proof enough, she sits on my lap and we do read at night. But that's about it. She's given me looks of wanting to do more, but I think she thinks she needs to resolve the riser issue first before taking steps in that direction. I'm fine with that. We still get along great. Our previous hiccup is all but been forgotten at this point. Finally, Grafia, liking Vyled and Kuroka, she reached low-tier god class. Her ability to manipulate time is remarkable. Like Gasper, she can freeze objects or beings in place for an indefinite amount of time. She can stop time in a large area for over 24 hours straight and not be bothered by it. Her ice make magic has also become power, as has her ability to create living beings from ice. She can create ice dragons that rival ultimate class beings, just like her ice dolls. Grafia is basically Dio Brando. Sakuya is Aoi, Altair, Hit, and Isdeath combined into one being. It's quite weird. She even stopped something I released mid-air once and examined it. That was a weird experience. And so that's the result in the 1-year training session. They've all become strong, and the rating game between Rias and Riser will be a cakewalk for them. Clap. So, our time here has come to an end. You all persevered throughout the year and showed tremendous growth. They'll cancel the pocket dimensions soon. Once I do, only 10 minutes will have passed outside. You still have the week before the match begins. So, use it how you want. The last few months here were dedicated to mastering and honing your current powers. If you so wish, you may try making new techniques or attacks. but a week isn't enough time to perfect it. They nod and Rhea speaks up. We'll be going over strategies and tactics, as well as simulating some team play while we stay in the Grimoire Lodge. I see, good luck with that. Now, don't get complacent or let your new power get to your head. If you underestimate them, they may come out on top of you, and that will be your downfall. Yes, sir. They didn't need to answer it like that, but whatever. I nod and destroy the pocket dimension. Before this little gathering, I had them rest up for a few hours, so they're well rested right now. We'll be going back then. If you need assistance, just contact me like usual. They nod as we wave to them and teleport back home. Chapter 9, Part 2, SE. Rating Game and a Leviathan's Feelings Japan. Kuo Gene Skyward, 3 days have passed since we left the pocket dimension. I got some updates from Aquino and Chiron on what they've been doing. They took up my suggestion of mastering their current techniques and honing them. They were also running some strategic simulations for the upcoming match. Overall, they were doing fine. Only 4 days left until the rating game. Jean. Rennie stood there in her usual magician's robes. I'm ready. Today we go to Grigori. It's finally time to see what's up with SE. Whatever it is, they'll help solve it or fix it. While we personally don't know each other, she's friends with the Slash Dog team and Suzaku, so we'll happily help her out. All right, let's get moving then. Rennie stands beside me as we wave to the girls who chose to stay behind. Grigori, Rennie, and I teleported to the lobby as that's where she would meet up with her team. Hey, Jean. I turn around as I heard Tobio's voice greet me. Hey, I'm ready whenever you are. We fist bump, and he nods. Tobio starts to walk ahead, and we follow. Toby's a bit tense right now. They'll talk the shit up with him, bro. Don't worry about it. Cookie taps me on the shoulder and walks beside their leader. How was the year-long training, Jean? Natsum joins me, as well as Shigen. She didn't know what I meant by that, since I haven't fully explained it to her, but she took it in stride. It turned out really well. They still have 4 days before the rating game starts. I heard good things came out of your training. Natsum grins and nods. Yep, Sylph, and I synchronized pretty well. We just need to come up with a name for that form. I also got better at using your weapon, Jean. Thank you. Shigen joins in the conversation, and I ruffle her head. Glad to hear it, Shigen. I think I know what Natsum's new form is going to be. I'm quite excited to see in action. You better keep your promise, Jean. I nod and laugh at Rennie. Of course, they'll bring you guys there too. Maybe add Suzaku, as well the girls of the Slash Dog team plus Suzaku. That would be an entertaining time in there. I've been meaning to ask, what's that place you've been referring to? Natsum asked. Seeing as how she's my lover now, it's fine. I don't mind Shigen knowing either. I nod and explain what the place is. So, that's what you meant, is that how Rennie got so strong? Rennie beside me smiles and nods. Now, I really want to go. Natsum seemed almost envious. Soon. Just need to find the right time for it. They nod as I tell them what had transpired during the year in there. I leave out some lewd details for their own sake. We finally arrive at a door. Tobio stops and nods to himself. He turns around to look at me. This is the place, huh? He nods at me again. He touches the door and it slides open. Once we step inside, I could see many monitors and tubes attached to a person. I look at the female on the bed. Sae Tuju. She looked horrible, almost malnourished, just barely clinging on to life, and he said this has been happening for a long time now. I've got to hand it to Grigori and Azazel for keeping her alive this long. Now, I wonder what's causing this. Oh, you're here. I look back up and see the Governor General here as well, a few other scientists, and I would assume doctors. Hey, yeah, I am. I answer back to him. He walks over and stands beside me as we all look at SE. So what do you think? Can you do something about this? He looked grimly at her too. Seemed like he was telling me she won't live too long if I can't. Our doctors and scientists here have been hard at work try to find a way to help her. We believe it has something to do with the cowardly Leo inside of her. After a certain incident in the aftermath, right, let me get to it then. Azazel nods and gestures me forward. I do so, and I'll look over Essie. I take the sheet that was covering her and check everything out, even down her legs. She's being affected Utsusimi hollow artificial beings created to try to mimic the four fiends' sacred gears. They are more or less independent avatar type sacred gears. They act and do the same things as the original four. Sae Tiju, the owner of the Utsusimi, called the Cowardly Leo. It takes the form of a huge lion with black fur and golden eyes, which can sink into shadows and merge with them. It can also breathe out gigantic flames and is shown to be incredibly resilient, capable of shrugging off powerful attacks. It was created with the help of the Magicians Group, the Wizards of Oz, with only SCE being able to adapt to it. According to Rennie, as she mentioned this before, but not in detail, the cowardly Leo was later defeated in battle by Tobio and Jin, seemingly being destroyed. However, it is revealed that SCE still possesses the Utsasimi. Is it trying to kill her? Why? Revenge? A failsafe? I look at SCE as her life energy was being sucked away. One thing is for sure, though. SCE, you're one hell of a fighter for staying alive this long. Does she want to keep living and be able to meet Tobio again? Is it possible that Utsasimi has grown fond of SCE and regrets doing this? Doubtful, but who knows? Well, whatever triggered it to do this, I need to deal with it now. It's slowly draining her life, the Utsasimi, the cowardly Leo. I tell the group without turning around. Azazel sighs out loud, frustrated. I knew it, well. Can you do something about it? Easily. A bit of the tension in the room disappears. I turn to smile at them, and then back to SCE. I touch Sa's forehead. CNTIR, do it. CNTIR. Answer. Analyzing the cowardly Leo. Complete CNTIR. Answer. Destroy and remove Utsasimi from SAE Tiju, or officially make it into a complete sacred gear. What to choose? No. It's not a difficult decision. SAE, whether she likes it or not, will be involved with the supernatural since Tobio is, along with her friends. Make the 4 fiends into 5. Make it an official sacred gear. CNTIR, CNTIR. Answer. Converting the Utsasimi, the cowardly Leo, into a new independent type sacred gear. Processing shine. A bright yellow light starts to appear from my hand and seeps into Sa's entire body. The room also starts to glow bright yellow. Today, I start as I feel everyone watching me and listening to my words. March the day that the 4 fiends turn into 5. Shine. CNTIR. Answer. Process complete. The cowardly Leo has been turned into an independent avatar, type sacred gear. As the light faded, I used this time to heal SAE back to full health, as well as revitalize her body. Her previous frail look had transformed into that of a normal girl's body. In a way, she looked like she was just having a nap. I remove my hand from her head. It's done. I step away and let the group look at her. Tobio kneeled beside SAE as he gently grabbed her hand. Azazel stood beside him and stared down at SAE. Incredible. He shakes his head. You are literally a man of miracles, Gene. I just chuckle at him. But what did you mean by making the 4 into 5? Do you mean you? I meant what I said, Azazel. I've turned the Utsasimi into an independent avatar, type sacred gear. The cowardly Leo is no longer an Utsasimi, but a bona fide sacred gear, like Natsum's Griffin or Shigen's Poe. Toby, when she wakes up, shall be dragged into the supernatural world that can't be helped anymore. Help her train with it. I've made sure it will fully obey her, protect her first and foremost, so don't worry about it turning back or try to kill her again. As I finish saying that, see Tiju's eyes slowly open. S.A. Toby called out her name as she turned to look at me. She smiles at me as she stares confusedly at her childhood friend. Tobio, why are you crying? Unknown to Toby, tears had been streaming down his face. The same could be said for the rest of the team. Their friend, who looked like she would die any day now, was fully healed in mere moments by me. You're okay. Everything's fine now, Toby, while still crying, explains to SCE what had happened, the time she collapsed. Her time in here, years passing, who I am, and what I did. He told her everything that happened in between too. Team/Dog adding in their own little piece, including Azazel. The doctors and scientists checked the monitors. The tubes that were attached to SCE were removed when I started to heal her, and the wounds have also disappeared since I healed her. Azazel looks at some of the things the doctors gave him. He nods, and they leave. She's completely healthy, no other ailments. Azazel says to everyone. The girls crowd around SAE. Cookie was looking away, but was shaking. He was trying his hardest not to break down here, but he was obviously happy for his friend and leader. After a few minutes of their tearful reunion, Tobio stands up and bear hugs me. Thank you. Thank you. Jean, seriously. Thank you. He kept on repeating over and over. I just hug him back and pat his back. Don't mention it. Toby, we're friends, aren't we? We break the hug, and he nods. Yet he wipes his tears away and confidently smiles at me. We're friends. We fist bump and chuckle at each other. The girls also hug me, and Cookie and I fist bump. Thank you, Jean-san. SAE looks at me as tears were also streaming down her face. I can't ever repay you, I wave her off, no need. I'm just glad you're okay. She smiles and tries to get up. She plants her feet down, wobbles, and ultimately falls into Tobio, who catches her. Yeah, you haven't stood up in 2 years. ITLL, take you time to adjust. Tobio falls silent as he holds SAE in a hug. SAE. The moment he called out her name, she looked up at him confused. We all stared at him as he adopted a serious expression. He was staring straight ahead while thinking of something. He then looks down at her and smiled. Will you marry me? The room falls silent, all of us staring at Tobio in shock. Even Azazel wasn't expecting this. The girl in question, Saita, was staring at Tobio accused in shock again. The waterworks started again as Sae cried in Tobio's arms. Yes, yes, yes. She started to repeat the word yes over and over again, accepting his proposal. I didn't expect this. I was expecting him to confess his love, but a proposal? No. Maybe down in the future, congrats you too. I finally break the silence of the group. I wish you a happy future. I grin at them. I better be invited to the wedding, Tobio. Once I broke the ice, everyone started to freak out, especially the girls. I caught Cookie as he stumbled backward. Proposal? What the hell is happening? I need a drink. Cookie clutches his head as he was very surprised. I gave him a bottle of water, and he readily accepted it. Huh. Color me, surprised Tobio. Now that the plot twist I didn't expect from you. Azazel laughs as he palms his forehead. They'll step out for a bit then. They'll let you guys have your reunion. They smile at me as I leave. After I had stepped away, I aimlessly wandered in a random direction. I was greeted by many fallen angels as I walked by, even stopping to chat with some of them. Valis Aura hasn't been here in a while. I wonder what Cow's Brigade is like now. Did that proposal bother you that much, partner? Nah, I saw one back in Kyoto with Yasaka and Kunu. I don't know, just have stuff on my mind. Is that so? Well, we're here to talk if you want. I know, I will when I get my thoughts straightened out. Thanks, Drake. Ada. I look up and see Pinemu in front of me. I have no idea how long I've been walking around, but a good few minutes should have passed. She looked quite surprised to see me, for some reason. Oh, hey, Pinemu. How have you been? She doesn't answer. Instead, she just stares at me for a few seconds. Did something happen to you? I tilt my head confused at her question. You seem different. Did you get dumped or something? Pierce. I felt like something sharp just stabbed me in the heart. Jesus Christ, woman. That sounds horrifying. No. I mean, I did get scolded by a few people, but apart from that, no. She waits for me to continue. I sigh and tell her of my recent adventures and tribulations. I see. That's why you look like you matured an extra 2 years. Serves you right. I couldn't exactly deny that, as she says that her usual sass or attitude towards me isn't present. Did she finally get over it? Oh, I cured Iju. She's awake, and Tobio proposed to her. I say that in quick succession as she freezes, her eyes widening in shock. He what? Oh, little SAE is awake. Sounds like she's on good terms with SAE. She smiles at me, genuinely. Thank you, Jean. She puts her hand out for a handshake. Let's start a real friendship here then, seeing as how you've matured a bit. I chuckle and shake her hand. Sure thing, Pinemu. I hand her my number and tell her what it is. She accepts it and puts it away. Now it's time for me to join them. She starts to skip away, happily. She can act a little childishly at times. I continue my little aimless journey. I eventually find an isolated place with a bench. I sit on it and close my eyes. Phew, I let out a sigh of relief. I spoke to way too many fallen today. I even came across Rainier. I should talk to Azazel about their situation soon. But I had to prioritize healing SE, so we didn't get a chance to speak. So, Gonna tell us what's bothering you? It's nothing really. I think we discussed it a month ago. I'm just being overdramatic. Go on. It's just about the future, Drake, you know? It's about what I'm going to do after graduating in the far, far future. What am I going to be doing then? Who's going to be with me? I'm thinking like 100,000 years in the future, devils live for 10,000 years. Other beings also range around that too. In theory, Ophis, Irene, the two of you in CNTIR will be the only ones with me when I am done with the events of this world. What will I do? Kill Trihexa, deal with Yexi, destroy Ghidorah, and whatever the hell Azathoth and the other outer god want from me. Live a quiet and peaceful life. Go explore other worlds in the multiverse. I'm immortal. I know that you guys are aware of that. Not all the girls know it yet, but they will soon. I'm an outer god too. Hell, I might evolve in the future too. I will outlive all of them. Thinking about that fills me with anxiety. I'm mulling over if I should ask them to, spend eternity with me. I know it's selfish. Maybe some of them may not want as painful as it sounds. I will respect their decision, even if it pains me. No matter how much they love me, they won't agree to every whim or decision I make. So it got me thinking when Tobio proposed to SE. At the end of the day, they're both humans. They have limited time to live in this world and are under pressure to marry, have children, and spend every aching moment they can together. They've been involved in the supernatural. After all, you can lose your life at any time. I know Aquino wants to get married, probably a few of the girls too. Traditional marriages? Or we just acknowledge we love each other and see each other as spouses and move forward from there. Hajin. Wait, I know. I spoke about this to Saror, but it just came back because Tobio proposed, right? You did. So, take a day at a time. It's fine to be worried about these things, but like you said, most girls you'll be with them for 10,000 years at best. You can talk to them about this and make that decision down the line. This is way too early. I'm sure you can convince the human females in your harem to at least increase their lifespans like Lavinia Rennie. She has the same life expectancy as the devils, 10,000 years. I know. You up the girls' defenses. They're near invincible, even more so after you keep on taking them into the pocket dimension. Just take it easy. Talpyin. I hear Rennie's voice beside me and a tap on my shoulder. I look up and see her there. She sits down and smiles at me. What are you doing here all alone? Dikingonop. She leans her head on my shoulder. Yeah, something like that. How's everyone else? They're still with SE. Penamusan came and celebrated with the rest of us. Natsum was worried about you, so I offered to look for you. We should go back. Did Toby's proposal bother you? I turn to look at her as she worriedly looks at me. No, I have already seen a few proposals, even in Kyoto when I was walking around with Yasaka and Kunu. It just made me think. That's all. She looks at me wanting to continue. I sigh and relent. I tell her what I spoke to Drake about. As soon as I was finished, we fell into silence for a moment. I sigh again. I'll miss this warmth, this feeling, all of it. I feel Rennie tighten her hold on my arm. If I said I want to be with you forever, will that count? She says in a whisper. A little shocked, I look at her. You don't need to give me an answer this soon, Rennie. I'd just tell you my worries. Maybe you're saying this to comfort me? Or maybe not. Did I have the same worries in my past life? If I have them now, then it's a possibility. Who am I kidding? It definitely happened, but this time, it's on a much grander scale. I feel her shake her head. I mean it, Jean. I want to be with you. Forever. She sighs. I wasn't too sure on my answer a month ago, but right now, I'm certain of my answer. If you still have the same answer after I graduate, then yes. Let's stay together forever. Rennie, have I triggered a death flag? Did I just propose in the most roundabout way? I wasn't too sure, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I love her. I really love her. Lavinia Rennie. Thank you. A short while later, Rennie and I are in the lobby. We joined back with everyone else and had a very small party. We had a great time. SE was being wheeled around in a wheelchair since it was taking her a little bit to get back to walking again. She and Tobio thanked me profusely. It took a bit to make them stop. Thanks again, Jean. Dude, stop. I get already. We both laughed as Tobio thanked me again. We fist bumped one last time before I left with Rennie. 3 days later, one more day until the rating game. I had frequent texts from Aquino as she updated me on their status. They've mostly studied up on their opponents, so they're more or less aware of what they're capable of. The house was a bit empty with so many absent. So Kuroka, Ingvild, Grafia, and Rinny were the ones who joined me in bed at night. I also made some modifications and upgrades to Grand Chariot. I pretty much know who to give his sacred gear to, but I need to see how well she can fight on her own before I do, to see their compatibility even further. I also made my bed and room bigger with the growing number of women who will be staying over. However, I probably need to make a schedule in the future. Realistically, fitting them all in is unrealistic. CNTIR and Grafia will help with that the next day nighttime. The Grimmery Peerage had teleported back to the Occult Research Club room around noon. They had gotten ready and relaxed throughout the day. I had teleported there along with Grafia. Rinny, Natsum, and Shigyan stayed late at the training facility. They really wanted to get stronger, so I let them. I invited them to come watch, but as I said, they were busy training. The rest were busy with their own things, so declined my invitation. All right, take these. I go over to Rias and give her condensed healing slimes in the form of tablets. I gave some to Kiba and Gasper during the one-year training. It should prove useful to all of you. It's just a precaution. Grafia looked unamused at me. Hey, come on, Grafia. You know as well as I do that Riser will bring Phoenix tears with him. She sighs and doesn't say anything. You all get 2 each. That should be fine. I look at them as they silently nod. You guys trained for this for a full year. It's fine to be nervous, but go out there with your heads held high. I go to Gasper. Gasper, you grew a lot and have gained some confidence and courage. As 2 of the men of the Grimmery Peerage, go out there and show the devils how you tango. You got that? Igriagajis. Jean Senpai. He stutters a bit, but gives a good response. I nod and go to Kiba. You've improved a lot, Kiba. It's unfortunate you couldn't achieve Balance Breaker, but it shouldn't be too long until you do. You've become an all-rounder. Use and abuse that Godspeed of yours. You hear me? Hee, of course, Jean Senpai. He sheepishly answers back. Next up was Chiron. She was quietly eating some sweets. Chiron Tuju. I kneel down and pat her head. You train a lot with Asia and Kuroka. Unlocked a new form. And gained new mastery on your Senjutsu and Kasha. Go and beat them up. She smiles and nods at me. I give her a kiss on the forehead as a good luck charm. I walk up to Asia. Asia, I know you don't like hurting people, but for the sake of your king, fight for her and yourself. They're all family, right? She nods. Good. You're an essential part of this peerage, and I'm proud of your growth. Thank you very much. I'll try my best. She smiles at me as she holds onto a wooden cross. Aquino. I stand in front of her as she stares at me with determination in her eyes. I know you can do it. The queen of this group, I know how much you've grown and come a long way. Go kick ass. Ofufu, of course. Leave it to me, Jean. I give her a quick peck on the lips and go to Rias. Rias, your decision-making and leadership will be tested today. Like everyone else, you've grown a lot. Trust in your servants and their abilities. Go win this. Yes, we've trained hard for this. Thank you again, Jean. We shake hands. Grafia, seeing that I was done, announces that the match will start soon. She handed me something. This will teleport you to the venue where the Satans, Grimmery, Phoenix, and a few other nobles will be watching the match. I see, thank you. We share a kiss, and the Grimmery group, as well as Grafia, disappear. Time to get going then. I used the paper and also teleported away. Underworld VIP booth, there were many individuals present when I teleported there. They all turned to me as I put my hand up. Yo, pretty fancy place. I could see a lot of devils here. The 4 Satans, Astery, Millicass, Venelana, Zeoticus, the Phoenix family, a few noble-looking devils, and Serorg. Welcome, Jean. And glad you could make it. Surzex welcomes me, and I walk over to them. Jean. Serafal gives me a quick hug and sits back down. I'm a bit surprised she wasn't more clingy. Apparently, she wants to act as the Leviathan Satan for now. I catch up with the rest of the devils I knew, including Serorg. I was surprised he was here to watch. So this is the famous middleman, huh? The man known as Lord Phoenix looks at me. The other nobles start to chatter amongst themselves. Jean, Surzex calls my name. Who do you think will win? All eyes were on me when he asked the question. I give him a smile. Rias Grimmery's peerage. And you're sure of this? Lord Phoenix asks with a raised brow. I know he thinks Riser should be knocked down a peg as he believes his son has grown too confident and arrogant. Yes, I do believe so, Lord Phoenix. He nods, and the room falls silent as the match starts. Third-person point of view. Hello, everyone. I am Graphia, a maid from the House of Gremory. I will be the arbiter of the rating match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. Graphia's voice resounded from the school broadcast. In the name of my master, Sirzex Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match. By using both Ryu-sama and Riser Samus opinions, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Kuo Academy, which Ryu-sama attends to in the human world. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Ryu-sama's base would be the Occult Research Cubs clubroom, located in the old school building. Riser Samus base would be the student council's room located in the new building. For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. Rias hands out some transceivers to her peerage. We'll be using this throughout the game. Stay on your toes, everyone. They all nod as they put on the transceiver. Now, it's the time for the commencement of the battle. Also, this match will continue till dawn in human time. So the game starts now. Ring, ring. The school bell rings, announcing the start of the game. We've discussed how to approach this. We've even gone through what we'd do if the school was used as a battlefield. Places everyone. Yes, President. Everyone quickly dispersed. Ria stayed in the clubroom herself. Asia had gone with Akino to provide support. They were going to start the match with a bang. With Akino and Asia. Asia-chan, use your Tuki to feel our enemy's presence, okay? They'll concentrate on my attack, yes, Akino-san. During the year-long training session, Asia practiced making a barrier in the pocket dimension. She was planning to protect Akino with that. Only true high-class devils can break through it. Asia hides her presence as she puts her hands together and an invisible barrier surrounds Akino. Even if someone did break through the barrier, Akino could just shrug it off. She was Satan class. She also had the ring and clothes on her to protect her. Suddenly, many dark clouds started to appear above the skies of the replicated Kuo. With Riserum? Clouds? What's the meaning of this? Oni-sama, I think we should be cautious of those clouds, Ravel Phoenix. Riser's younger sister was in the student council room. While he wasn't dumb, he was nowhere near his younger sister's intellect. Very well. Do what you must, warn the rest. Yes. With Chiron and Gasper, the rook and bishop of the Gremory peerage had broken into the gymnasium as Chiron felt some presence in here. Ha! We know you were here. Servants of Gremory, we watched you break in. 4 females appeared in front of the duo. Riser had 3 pawns and a rook. The woman in the Chinese dress was the rook. Then 2 green-haired twins were pawns, and the other small girl was the pawn. Gaspy, let's quickly finish this and avoid getting hit by Akino-senpai. Chiron tells her friend. Roger. He answers back confidently. You think ITLLB that EAS Dawn? Slam. The rook of Riser started to talk, but was launched by Chiron with a single punch, knocking her out. Riser Phoenix Samus 1 rook retire, Graphia announced. While the other 3 were too shocked to move, unfortunately for them, Gasper didn't let this slide. Chop! Don! Bam! Gasper appeared beside the small pawn, and Karate chopped her neck, knocking her out. He kicks and punched the twin pawns, also knocking them out. Riser Phoenix Samus 3 pawns retire. Slap! Nice, Gaspy. You too, Kaneko-chan. After their quick victory, they high-fived each other. With Jinhe, nicely done. When did those 2 get that fast? Sirzex asks, as he was quite surprised by their speed. Trade secret, Sirzex. Sirzex shook his head. He didn't think Jean's training would be this fruitful. What are those clouds? With a look of concern on his face, Saragar asked. Something amazing you'll see soon. I wonder how many will be forced to retire. They all look at Jean, a bit surprised by what he said. Chiron and Gasper walk out of the gymnasium, but Chiron stops Gasper. She summons an aura bullet and fires it at the ground in front of them. Boom! Landmine, it has to be the bomb queen, Riser's queen. Chiron concludes. Well, thanks Kaneko-chan. TCH, so you knew about that? Said woman appeared in the sky as she frowned at the Gremory bishop and rook. Then Ilju Chiron covered herself in 10k. She instantly appeared beside the queen of Riser's peerage. She had a look of surprise, as the little girl in front of her just disappeared. Wabam! Boom! Chiron kicks the side of the purple-haired woman, sending her crashing into the ground. Ack! A pained yelp was heard from the crater that was formed from her impact. Yilushi was pissed. Gaspy, time to retreat. Kiba-senpai just said he's in a safe spot. Gasper nods as he grabs onto Chiron, and they disappear from the spot. A safe spot. Crackle, crackle, boom, boom. Yubaluna, the queen of Riser's peerage, looks up at the sky. Lightning and thunder started to crackle above her. What in the world? She could see a lone figure floating in the sky. Is that priestess of thunder? She looked at Akino in horror as she had a sadistic smile on her. With Jean, what in the so much power? Is this the power of the queen of Rias Gremory's peerage? The nobles were shocked by the amount of demonic energy they were feeling. Jean, what in the world is happening? Sarah asked him, some heads turning to him. Even Surzex had a look of concern on him. Let's just say, Akino is quite powerful now. You're going to see one of her strongest techniques. Let's hope that Dimension can take it. Wow, Akino-chan became this powerful? Seraphal answered in an upbeat tone, but Jean could tell she was as surprised as the rest. She's no longer the priestess of thunder. They give Jean a weird look, but he continues. She's the priestess of thunder and light. He grins as the light show was about to begin. With Akino Ufofu, dance for me, lightning gathered around Akino's hand as she started to shape it into an even larger dragon than last time. Her aim? Complete annihilation of the area, the school of Kuo. She's only using half of her demonic energy, too. She'll have a lot of it left after this attack. Boom! Riser's queen had flown up to try to stop Akino, but she was unfazed. Yubaluna was also shocked. Her attack didn't even faze her. Sully. Bomb queen, but that won't work. Akino kept gathering more power as the skies above them kept getting more and more violent. TSKKK. Crackly. Crackly. TSKK. Come to me, cutie ZTKK. Boom. An enormous yellow dragon made out of lightning and thunder with holy properties comes out of the clouds. It hovers above Akino as she smiles and licks her lips. This dragon was even bigger than the one she summoned back a year ago. It was at least 3 times larger. What is that? Yubaluna was too shocked to move. She stared in awe at the beast in front of her. Asia-chan, take cover, Akino warned her junior as Asia covered herself in 10k and quickly hid at a safe place along with Kiba, Gasper, and Chiron. The queen of the Gremory peerage announced. That this will soon be over. Akino gave Riser's queen a terrifying smile. Vanish with a roar of holy lightning, she tilts her hand up as the dragon, made of lightning, goes back up into the clouds. She does a quick motion as she brings her hand down. A wicked smile on her face. Kirin. STO, the holy lightning dragon, quickly comes back down and consumes everything below it. The entirety of Kuo Academy was bathed in bright yellow light. Boom! With Jean, the room had fallen silent as they saw the attack cover the entire screen they were watching through. No one dared to say a word, but their eyes and head slowly went to Jean. How she went a bit overboard there. Well, she still has half her demonic reserve, so it's fine. Well, that wasn't her full power. Sarorg was quite shocked. It's fine, Sarorg. She can still fight if that's what you're asking. Look, it's starting to settle. Everyone looked back at the monitor as the light and dust finally settled. In front of was utter carnage. A few devil nobles let out gasps of shock. The rest stared in stunned silence. Back on the battlefield, even Graphia was too stunned to speak. She had to compose herself. Riser Phoenix Amos, 1 queen, for pawns, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 1 rook retire. Ufofu. Akino looks at the destruction she caused. A part of the dimension was also missing, and the grounds under her was also completely destroyed. The rest of her peerage and king come out of hiding. Akino-senpai, that was a bit too much. Chiron looks around at the devastation her senpai caused. I don't want to be hit by that. Gasper shivered beside Chiron. Are you okay, Akino-san? Asia goes over to the queen of the group as she had landed. "I'm fine, Asia-chun." She smiled at her junior, happy she was worried about her. "Nicely done, Aquino. All that's left is crash." Boom! Rias. An angry voice boomed in the distance as flames erupted from the destroyed building of the student council. Riser Phoenix was hovering there. Part of him did not regenerate. Aquino had added ant-healing properties to her attack earlier. Wanted to wipe out Riser too. Unfortunately, she wasn't that lucky. "You. Riser points. At Aquino, you did this. Unforgivable. My cute servants wiped out like that." Rias glared at Riser. "I told you, Riser. Quality over quantity. My cute servants are miles above yours. Everyone positions. Let's end this." Rias commands her peerage, and they immediately got into position. "Huh. I can wipe you all out right here, right now." Riser begins to move, but he couldn't. What is happening? He sees one of Rias Bishop's eyes were glowing while staring at him. "Release me at once," he demanded, but Gasper did not. Asia, Chiron, and Kiba stayed behind their king and queen. Their roles ended there even though they didn't have much to do. "Haha, we didn't get to do much, did we, Asia-chan?" Kiba had sheathed his sword as he chuckles beside his friend. "Yes, I only used one barrier on Aquino-san. Gaspy and I fought some, but they ended quickly. Ahaha, it felt good. I hope Jean-senpai praises me." Gasper, while keeping his eyes on Riser, responded. "Aquino, ready?" Rias asked her queen, and she nodded. Of course. President Rias cupped her hands together as she gathered highly concentrated power of destruction between her hands. Yes, she was going to use one of her new signature moves. Well, she copied it, but still. It was the Kamehameha, using her power of destruction as the source. Aquino raises her right hand clenched in a fist. Resounding through the air, the roar of thunder plunged from the heavens and reaped destruction. Aquino started to chant an incantation as Rias finally finished charging her move. "We win, Riser," Rias announces as she thrust her hands forward to shoot out a stream of power of destruction. A Kamehameha made out of pure power of destruction. "Fwoosh! Rein bolt!" Aquino shouts as a large bolt of lightning then descend upon Riser from the air. Possibly, no, completely engulfing him with a strong blast of holy lightning and anti-healing. Boom! Both attacks hit Riser as he was unable to move. The screams of pain and agony resounded throughout the empty and desolate replica of Kuo Academy. "Shine! Riser Phoenix-sama, King retire." "We won," Rias said to herself in disbelief. She knows she and her peerage trained hard for an entire year, but she never thought in her wildest dreams we won. She shouts as everyone raised their arms in victory. After Party Jean, skyward cheers. The nobles around the venue were in high spirits. They were very impressed by Rias and her peerage's performance in the raiding game. The one who got the most attention was none other than her queen, Aquino Himejima. The devils who saw the match live were awed by her power. It was her new debut as the priestess of thunder and light, as I said in the VIP booth. Aquino was talking to many devils, including from lesser-known families as they tried to court her. She declined politely at first, but the persistent ones were forced away with a little bit of her aura. Everyone in the Gremory peerage had changed into more suitable clothing for the after-party. "Hey, Gasper, you did amazing. Supporting Chiron and stopping Riser. Well done." I pet the small bishop as he smiled brightly. "Yes, thank you very much, Jean-senpai." I turned to the others and praised them too. "You guys may have not done much, but you were still there in case anything went awry. Good job." Kiba chuckles and Asia nods, a bit embarrassed at the praise. "I didn't think Rias peerage was this power. It was quite a spectacle to see." Sarah came over and patted me on the shoulder. "Yeah, they are. I trained them after all. You better look forward to the raiding games of the future. You have them as rivals." Sarah nods. I truly look forward to them." Just then he was called away by another devil noble. He bids us farewell for now. "Jean." I turn around and see Latia Astaroth there. "It's been quite some time." She smiles at me as we shake hands. "Yeah, been a while. Well, we've communicated through text though, so it hasn't really been that long." She greets everyone, and they get a talking. I could see a few lesser nobles. Even Sikh Vera was here as well. But she just looks at us from a distance. I could see Diodora Astaroth from a distance. I sent him a little bit of killing intent, and he looked startled as he saw me glaring at him. He quickly averts his gaze and scurries away. Yeah, run away, you little molesting rat. Touch my nun, and you'll get what's coming to you. That's a bit extreme, partner. Whatever. He deserved every bit of it. Ding. Clank. Everyone looks up at the noise and sees Surzek's Lucifer there. Looks like he was about to do some toast or announcement. Everyon slam. We all turn to the door, being slammed open. It was Riser Phoenix. He had recovered and looked pissed. I can't accept these results. Oh God, it's like reverse Issei. What the hell is going to happen now? This is definitely a different future. A third one. I didn't train the entire peerage in those two futures. Just a kino, so this is the result of the third and unknown future. He marches up and stands defiantly in front of everyone. I demand a rematch. Oni-sama, please stop this. This is foolish. We have to slap. Ravel Phoenix tries to reason with her older brother, but was ultimately slapped across her face. She fell down as she stared at her older brother in shocked silence. Even the entire area became silent once she did it. Someone eventually helped Ravel up as she stands to the side, still shocked by the slap. Do you think these results were unfair, Riser? Surzex asked the young devil in a calm manner. Yes, that is why I demand a rematch with Rias Gremory. No, a one-on-one match. I have overheard they were trained by someone quite capable. I demand to fight who trained them. Once I beat them, then the marriage will continue. What kind of logic is that? That's stupid. That won't slide. I swear to all that is fuck, if this Lucifer accepts, I'm gonna see an interesting proposal, Riser. It will definitely liven up this after-party up. No? Surzex looks over at everyone. I just give him a death glare. He in return wryly smiles at me, almost begging me to go along with it. If I go with this crap, you owe me another damn favor. Even if that means I tell you to go run around Lilith naked. I tell him telepathically. I see him visibly flinch. Cold sweat starts to appear on his forehead as he considers what I just told him. I see him slowly nod, looking pale. A giant grin appears on my mouth. Prepare yourself, Satan. Lucifer, go. He awkwardly coughs into his fist. The one who trained my sister's peerage is none other than the middleman of the factions. He gestures to me as I stand away from the crowd. I nod to him. Riser gets visibly redder. You. I knew it would be you. You have no other reason being in that clubroom. He starts laughing like a psycho. Very well. I can't even sense a lick of mana from you. This will be an easy fight. Yes, it will be easy for me. Lucifer-sama. I want this match to happen now. Very well. Riser. The Gremory peerage was looking at Riser in pity. Sona and Tsubaki had joined them, looking at Riser weirdly. Who will win? Tsubaki asked. Jean, Sona, and everyone in the Gremory peerage answered in sync. Tsubaki looked a bit stunned, but nods anyway. Underworld, Colosseum. Are both fighters ready? Grafia became our arbiter again, but she skipped the pleasantries as she knew how this will go. I also wanted to get this stupid thing over with. Riser was looking at me very smugly. To him, this looked like a walk in the park. I mean, come on, he's smart, kind of. He's not stupid, no. He's just triggered right now. That's the only logical conclusion. I'm more surprised that his parents didn't try stopping him. I expected Ravel Phoenix to try and reason with Riser. Maybe he was just busy and wasn't there. Ravel wasn't exactly too useful. She was slapped. That ticked me off. She was just trying to stop him. He better apologize after this if you don't traumatize him too much. No promises. Begin. Grafia announced the start of the fight. First come, first serve, middleman. Riser summoned his fiery wings and flew into the sky. He summoned a large ball of flame above him. Be burned to ashes. He launched the attack at me. Boom! Ha ha ha. That's it. What are you even talking about? I had teleported behind him, while Riser was clearly surprised, but couldn't react on time. Slap! I slapped him, and he crashed into the ground. I had covered my entire body in anti-healing. I will slap this man to near death. Riser gets up from the ground. He notices his face isn't healing as a little blood is leaking from him. You taught her this. He points to the blood. I just shrug at him. You will pass slap. 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 I appeared in front of him and kept on slapping his face. Surrender. Slap. 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 Why won't you surrender? Slap. 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 Partner, probably because he can't speak since you keep on relentlessly slapping him. Point taken. I let go of Riser as he falls to the ground, his face bruised up and bloody. He mumbled something, but I couldn't hear or understand him. Did I do enough? What if he recovers and doesn't stop? I grab his arm. Snap. A muffled scream. His face was already a mess, so he couldn't scream properly. And break it. Surrender yet? Don't forget we're meant to debut here. Right, I wasn't too sure when to pull it out, but might as well. Boosted gear. I announced, and my sacred gear appeared. I hear a few gasps of shock. Balance break. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The boosted gear announced as it covered me in red armor. I grab Riser's other arm and break it. Snap. MMM. I direct some killing intent and the aura of a dragon towards him. Riser Phoenix. Surrender. I heal a bit of his mouth so he could answer. Fucky snup. I crush his left leg. Why is he being stubborn? Just surrender, so this will end. I want to go home and laze around. Uberato. Alright, this isn't working. CNTIR. Answer. Covering arena with aura sealing barrier. CNTIR. Answer. Power output. Dragon God 100 redacted. Answer. Removing aura and mana seals shill. Hi. Riser scurries away as he looks at me in sheer terror. The pain of his broken bones didn't matter to him at that point. What's wrong, Phoenix? Dragon got your tongue? I take a step closer to him as he crawls further away from me, while some of his bones break as he does so. Why so scared? Come over here, let's keep fighting. Another step closer. Get away from me, you monster. Monster? I guess I am. I decide to create a mirage of a dragon behind me. No, it was a mirage of Draig, the red dragon of domination. I like it, partner. The dragon mirage lowly growled at Riser, as my aura and killing intent kept being directed at him. The guy had pissed himself as he was finally backed up into one of the walls of the Colosseum. Shaking in complete fear, tears and snot dribbled down his face. I surrender. Get away from me. I dispel everything and put back my aura and mana seal, as well as power down to 1 dragon god in strength. I also cancel my scale mail and desummon my boosted gear. Finally, I remove the barrier. The winner is the Red Dragon Emperor, Jean. But there was no applause, only silence. Once the little fight was over, the after-party was a lot more calm, silent, awkward. This is definitely my fault. Riser had well been taken away from the venue by his parents. Ravel had stayed behind. Thank you for not killing my brother, Jean Sama. Ravel came up to me and bowed. I never intended to, just got a little heated during it. How's your cheek? Still stinging? She nods while a bit reluctant. I nod and heal it for her. There, that should help. Thank you very much. She bows again and leaves. Hey, I healed the guy before he was taken away, but he had become terrified of me. His parents thanked me. However, quite a lot of the noble devils left, again, scared of me as well as my brutality. Maybe I went a bit overboard? Who knows? Only a few individuals were left. Surzex comes up to me as he sighs. That was quite a spectacle. Very brutal, too. Hey, your idea, not mine. I shrug as I directed the blame at him. Let's go with it's both our faults, shall we? He tries to compromise, and I agree. Fine, it's ours. Anyway, we're done now, right? He nods to my question. Would you like to cash in your favor? I nod, why wouldn't I? Very well, come teleport to my office. He vanishes from the spot. Astery and Graphia included. Era, Jean Cohen, you were quite brutal to Riser Cohen. Venelana came up to me along with Rias. Her peerage and Zeoticus Gremory. Millicast was nowhere to be found. I wonder if he was sent home earlier. I may have gone overboard, but Riser wouldn't surrender him. Zeoticus walks up to me and holds out his hand. I shake it. It's finally nice to put a name to a face. How do you do, Jean? Zeoticus Gremory, current head of the Gremory clan. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you, Zeoticus. I would like to talk in the future. However, I must go back home to deal with the fallout of this whole ordeal. Venelana nods as the both of them teleport away. Sure, I didn't even get to answer before they left. I turned to the Grimoire peerage. Everything's done now, huh? Great job on the win, by the way, Rias. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't come here earlier. She genuinely looked down about it. Don't worry about it. You were being hounded by other noble devils and their families. I sigh anyway. This party is mostly over. I have some business to attend to with Surzex. You guys go ahead. I'll see you at home, Jean. Aquino waved to me as I go to Surzex's office. Thank you for doing this selfish request of mine, Jean. Surzex was sitting on his chair behind his desk. Astery was to his left, and Grafia to his right. Right, don't worry about it. I had fun along the way. This makes him laugh. Is that so? Well, let's skip pleasantries and the like. In total, I owe you 5 favors. I added the one from earlier. What would you like, Jean? He smiles at me. He already knows what I want first and foremost. You're doing this on purpose, huh? He kept on smiling. Right. So far, I only want to use 1 favor. The rest could be used at a different time. Yes? Yes, that's right. Right. So for my first favor, I point at Grafia. I want Grafia Lucifuge. Grafia blushes at this, as both Astery and Surzex grin at me. I just roll my eyes at them as they begin to laugh. My apologies, Jean. I have no problems with that. However, you're already aware of the Grimoire's stance on their servants, yes? He asks me and I nod. Since you do, let's ask the devil in question, shall we? He turns to Grafia. What would you like to do, Grafia? Yes, over the last month and a few weeks, I have observed Jean skyward and have come to a conclusion. She smiles at me. I would love to go with you, Jean. I am holding back my happiness and smiling like an idiot. I just briefly smile at her and nod. If that's how you feel, Grafia, then I have no quarrels with it. However, it will take a day or 2 for me to get the paperwork done. This means she will no longer be my maid. However, she will still be the head maid of the Grimoire clan, unless she herself requests to retire from the position. I nod, and he continues. There is one plight about this. Evil pieces cannot be removed without killing the devil or reincarnated devil. So Grafia is, in a way, stuck with me being her king. I shake my head. Surzex, have you forgotten who I am? The man of miracles. He blinks at me a bit shocked. I go over to Grafia and put my palm out. CNTIR. Remove the queen evil piece from Grafia without killing her. CNTIR. Answer. Removing queen evil piece from Grafia Lucifuge. Processing. Success. A small red light shines as the queen piece is removed from Grafia. I take the piece and hand it to Surzex. How are you feeling? I ask her as I hold her. I am fine. I do not feel any different. She nods to affirm her statement. Jean, I swear you're... He stops himself as he shakes his head. Hey, why not turn your wife into your queen? I jokingly suggest the two of them look at each other and nod. I don't see why not. He agrees with my suggestion. I've also never had any interest in using my pieces. Astery also has no problems with it. Wait, what? They're seriously going to do it? And they did just that. Surzex puts the queen piece into Astery Grimoire, formally making her into his queen. I was kind of joking, but sure, whatever. Anyway, we're done here. Thanks for this, Zex. Am a magic circle or text away from a request. I know, Jean. Thank you and farewell. Grafia and I leave the room. We walk down the hall for a bit until I turn to her. It's finally done, huh? Yes, I am yours, officially yours, Jean. We turn to each other and smile. We lean in and connect our lips. Even though Grafia has been mine for the past few weeks or even months. Today makes it official. We don't have other barriers to try to get around now. I doubt she'll quit being a maid. She gets paid from there, and she likes it. I won't force her either. We separate as we both breathe a sigh of relief and satisfaction. Let's go home. She happily nods. Japan, Kuo, when Grafia and I teleport into the living room. We see Rias sitting there, drinking tea and chatting with the other girls. Rias? I could see some luggage with her. She plans on moving in, isn't she? Haha, I expected this, but this was quite soon. I guess tomorrow or within the week. Oh, Jean, as you can see, she gestures to her bags. They'll be moving in today. I don't mind. I kind of expected this. But make sure to ask beforehand. She blushes and nods. I'm sorry. I wave her off. What's done is done. I won't make a fuss about it. She's just excited. she can move forward in her life without the threat of riser anymore. Anyway, Aquino, can you help her pick a room? I summon an android fairy and tell it to carry her bags. Sure thing, she and Rias go up the stairs, happily chatting away. I look around the living room. Only Ingvild and a sleeping Rennie were left. I wonder if you tried to stay up for us. Jean, can we go out for a walk and talk? Ingvild asks me as I approach Rennie. Sure. I don't mind. Did you have dinner yet? We were gone for quite a long time. She giggles and nods. Lavinia and I had dinner. Grafia prepared some dinner for us before leaving. That's why she was a bit late in coming up before we left, I see. All right, let me just put Rennie into her room and we can get going. She nods and goes back to her phone. Is she still chatting with her friends? Sheesh, talk about late-night parties. I pick up Rennie, turn to Grafia, and give her a kiss. Sorry about this, FIA. You could go ahead of me. Yes, have a nice night, Jean. She goes up the stairs ahead of me. I also go up to open Rennie's door and put her down on her bed. No, don't fight, Jean. Vakuin, she's dreaming about Valley and I fighting? Goo. I put the covers on her, kiss her forehead, and close the door. I wonder if Ingvild is going to, do that thing. Or she might just want to talk. Who knows? I have infinite energy, so am fine. She's a half-devil, so they're fine at night. I reach the living room again. Are you ready? She looks up and nods. She puts her phone in her pocket, and we leave through the front door. I snap my fingers and turn off the lights. We walk through the streets of Kuo. The majority of houses and shops were closed, save for a few. The nightlife of Kuo wasn't really a thing. There were some rowdy teenagers having fun, a few coming back from clubs. Apart from that, the streets were quiet. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, a calm breeze present, the occasional bark from dogs, and hey, fuck you, fuck. I shouldn't have spoken too damn soon. I look over at the same dog I passed from a few weeks back. Most of the time, I ignore this little thing since I'm busy. But right now, I'm not, and it was a quiet night until this much started barking. Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm looking at you. Bowed down to me. Jean? Ingvild was confused as she looked at the little dog I was looking at. Ingvild, do you remember when I said I could understand animals? She nods as she looks at the dog. Is it being an asshole? Yeah. She giggles at me. It's just a little dog, Jean. Let's go. She started to pull me away, but the thing kept screaming. Come back. I'm a god. Get back here, peasant. We walk around town, and as she hugs my arm, we just talk about random things, including the raiding game with Rias and Riser. I was going to extend my invitation to her, but she was busy, so I didn't push it. We eventually come to the same park that had a few events happen. Rainair killing my clone, me punching Darcel, and now whatever this is. Ingvild lets go of my arm and walks ahead of me. I slow down my pace as she starts to prance around the fountain while giggling to herself. She looked like a girl her age, which would be 17 if she didn't fall asleep. She stops as she stares at the moon and then at the fountain. I finally reach her as she had closed her eyes. I stand beside her as I wait for her to do something. In the meanwhile, I scanned the area and felt no one else there but us. So whatever she plans on doing, it's safe. Jean? She finally speaks up. She looks at me with a calm and content smile, seemingly finally making a decision. Yes, I'm finally finished with my song. Will you listen to me sing it? I nod. I wonder when she finished it. She was seemingly working on it during the month before school started, but stopped near the end, so I was curious about what had happened to it. Sure, I'm all ears. She smiles as she takes a few steps back. I take a seat by the fountain as she prepares herself. She takes a deep breath and exhales. She looks at me with a sense of determination. 1, 2, it's so hard to see it, but, darling, let's face it, these feelings we're feeling cannot be ignored. Ingvild starts to make some arm and hand movements while moving her body. Hold up. Isn't this song Renai's circulation? I mean, it probably doesn't exist in this world. So, this was her original song, huh? I smile at her as I listen to her sing. She also does the same, happily singing away. I'm taking a chance because I like you a lot, so they'll give it a shot. Give it all that I got suddenly. You call my name, and I lose my brain and I float up to the moon when you laugh. It makes me smile, and I love your style, so I wrote a song to this tune, but darling, let's face it, these feelings revealing cannot be ignored. The song was coming to an end, It seemed like she didn't write the full version, but the shorter one vial comes up closer to me, brimming with emotion. So, we'll work on this letter till our timing gets better. Sincerely, yours truly. And forevermore. She finishes her song as she hugs me. I hug her back as she looks up at me. She leans in closer and kisses me. I happily kiss her back. So, she did intend to confess tonight. We separate from the kiss. Jean, thank you over the last month, and inside the pocket dimension, that entire year, I fell for you even more. It started out like Kuroka's. I was very grateful towards you. You woke me up from my 100-year slumber, took me in when you weren't obligated to. Then it turned into a little crush. But our year in that different dimension, it really amplified my feelings. You helped a lot of people. At first you seemed like some kind of perfect being, but over time I saw that you could mess up. Kuroka and Rias, you had to mend those relationships. You were also willing on helping her through her engagement, also hearing from Akino what you did for her. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but I do love you. I know that for a fact now. I'm glad you woke me up. I want to live this age with you, Jean, and any more that's to come. She tries to explain herself, but ends up in a blubbering mess of trying to recount everything. I hug her tightly. It's fine, Ingvild. I feel the same. Let's stay together and live our lives together. Now and into the far future. Yes, she happily answers as we kiss again. A couple of girls have confessed to me the last few weeks. My heart hasn't felt so calm and relaxed in a long time. I'm quite lucky we finally break our kiss after a minute. Let's go home. Home is anywhere I'm with you, Jean. We smile at each other as we hold hands, and we slowly walk back to our home. The moon, our surroundings, life itself feeling a little brighter than usual. I couldn't fall asleep, while everyone around me has fully fallen asleep. The day has been quite hectic after all. When Ingvild and I came home, everyone had already fallen asleep. Ingvild said she'll try sleeping with me from now on, and I look forward to it. It's been around 40-ish minutes since we returned. I inwardly sigh as I slip away from the sleeping girls. I could feel someone was still up. I was so busy thinking about upcoming events and relaxing in bed that I didn't notice she was up. I follow the aura and find that she was in the backyard. I need to make her ring as well. I open the door and step out. She turns around and is surprised to see me. Jean, she was hugging herself. While it wasn't chilly since I set the temperature change to change automatically depending on the outside. Hey, Rias, can't sleep? She shakes her head. No, my body is still full of energy. My adrenaline probably hasn't left me. The raiding game was quite a rush after all, even if Akino did all the work well. Let's unwind then. I gesture toward the bench, and we go sit on it. That was part of the reason I couldn't sleep. A burden was finally lifted from me today. I'm still quite ecstatic. I also won my first raiding game. It's a bit too much to process. Her dream is to become the raiding game champion. So this was a step in the right direction for her. Thank you again, Jean, for everything you did for us. We would have definitely lost without your help. Hey, your dream is to become the raiding game champion, right? She seemed a bit confused, but nods. Since we're friends, then I don't mind helping you guys get stronger. Ria's eyes widen as she smiles. Hey, 2 of my lovers are in your peerage. 1 more in the same club, and I gotta protect Asia too, so I don't mind helping you guys. Rias puts her face on my shoulder as she sighs. You harem-loving bastard, she lightly chuckles. But thank you, I feel like I've been saying that a lot to you lately. Yes, you have. She lightly hits me. Don't tell me you fell for me, Rias? I jokingly ask her, but she doesn't respond. It would be impossible not to, she says into my shoulder. She finally pulls herself away, her face the same shade of crimson as her hair. She kisses me on the cheek. That's where it'll start. It'll make you fall for me, Jean. She sticks her tongue out at me and leaves. Good night. So many things to get done, still Rias declaring her intentions towards me. I already had 2 women joining today, Dimensional Gap, Ophis, Irene, Rossweiss, Kyoto, Yasaka, Kunu, and finally Suzuku with Slashdog and the Haimajimas. I got my work cut out for me. The next events should be the Holy Sword Project and Peace Conference. We got you back, partner. Yes, we are here, Jean. CNTIR. Answer. Yes, we are CNTIR. Answer. Jean, can we talk? Sure thing. CNTIR, what's up? CNTIR. Answer. It's most beneficial if you come here when you go to sleep. Okay. I wonder what she wants to talk about. She has been silent for a long time. Even in the year in the pocket dimension, she rarely spoke chapter 10, conversation, dimensional gap, and Kyoto nighttime inside Jeans, soul Jean skyward. It's been a while since I've been in here. Even though I said I would frequently visit it, I didn't. Anyway, the scenery is still the same, the one I changed it to. I turn around and see the two heavenly dragons lying on the grass. Joe, I call out to them. They both open their eyes. Oh, hey, partner. Drake waves his tail at me. Good evening, Jean. Albion did the same thing. Yeah, sup? Anyway, CNTIR called for me here. Where is she? The two dragons shrug at my question. She was here not too long ago, but she left. She didn't say anything to us. I am here. I hear a familiar voice and turn around. It was CNTIR, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. The two dragons, tail 5 hightail, whatever. So, what did you want to talk about? Why my soul? I felt it would be more appropriate for this discussion to be face-to-face. CNTIR seems to fidget a bit, then starts taking deep breaths. She seemed to be readying herself. Jean, I want to talk. She was interrupted by a sound. Fwash! We all turned towards it, and a vague shape of a human with blonde hair and red eyes appeared. What? Who the hell is this? Blonde hair, I saw it once after I killed Darcel. I could see CNTIR frowning now. She didn't look like she liked this entity. Why are you here? She asked the figure. The figure laughs and shakes his head. I just wanted to meet Jean. He replied to CNTIR. Who are you? I couldn't wait any longer, so I asked. I am, well, heavily involved with your incident during your reincarnation, Jean Skyward. I knew. Our previous theory on another soul that mixed or merged with you was right. Drake exclaimed happily. It seems like it is what Drake's saying true? The new soul nods. Yes, when you reincarnated, our souls merged. It chuckles. Your soul and one of my fragments merged with yours. Once it did, the rest vanished and was absorbed by you. My previous partner must have panicked even with the ones in their possession. Soul fragment? So, mine and this entity's soul merged CNTIR was standing there looking speechless and unable to say anything. I will not divulge my identity to you. You may already have figured it out. If not, then you soon will. I could see it smile. The dreams and the voices will become more frequent as the days, weeks, and months pass by. Many of them are from my own, some from your previous self. Jean, let me warn you about Soa. The figure falls to the ground, clutching its head. What? What happened? Warn me? Warn me about what? That piece of work, haha, the figure got up as he laughed to himself. He's preventing me now? How sly of him. He looks back at me. Azathoth is preventing me from telling you. How cruel of him. I cannot divulge the future to you anymore. He will prevent me if I do, and it may also extend to you if you try to look into the future. The soul crosses its arm. Tell me, Jean, didn't you find it strange that you only saw 2 futures? Now that he mentions it, I did find it odd, but I didn't really question it at the time. Did Azathoth do something about it? I saw 2 I see. Did you notice how those 2 futures didn't align or come to be with the current future you produced? I mean, I kind of chalked it up to the futures I didn't see, or my past actions changed them into a new future. I reason with it. Yes, that makes sense. However, my first point still stands that you only saw 2 and not multiple futures. It's like Azathoth is preventing you. Why? The figure scoffs. What happened to letting you be the freest being in the omniverse? Guess that was a lie. The figure looks at CNTIR, right? It is not a lie. She shouts at the figure. CNTIR seems like she lost her cool. Jean is the freest being in the omniverse. Nothing ties him to anything. Except Azathoth, right? And my own past, right? And his past, right? The figure quipped back. CNTIR, it didn't say a word, just glared at him. You know everything about Jean, his past, his present, and his future. Yet, you don't say anything. I'm being limited by Azathoth. I would like to, but I physically cannot. You experienced it yourself just now. Heh, perhaps, but there are things you can do, can't you? CNTIR flinches at his question, only confirming it. The figure shakes his head. Your can't can mean 2 things, CNTIR. 1. You can't physically, as you said. 2. You don't want to tell Gene as to why. Who knows what goes on in your head? Is it for his character development? And I know he suffered quite a bit, but by normal human standards, nothing too tragic. Apart from dying at the age of 26, he had a whole life in front of him. I couldn't help but stare at CNTIR. She sees this and looks horrified. She averts her eyes from me, so what that soul is saying is true. Most people wouldn't look away if you're lying, but some natural-born liars can stare you in the eye while lying. CNTIR seems like a being that's bad at lying. To me anyway. CNTIR starts to stare at the ground sadly. Perhaps what I said between us from before may be true. That you yourself may be Azathoth, trying to fool Gene and play buddy-buddy with him. I'm not. She glares at the figure again. How would you know? You may have erased your own memory, or just flat out keeping silent on the fact that she is Azathoth. The figure remains calm as it keeps talking. It turns to me. Can you really trust her? He asks me. I have so far. I never really well, maybe when I first found out about it, but she's proved time and time again to be helping me, even if she couldn't or wouldn't answer me about certain topics or questions. The fact that CNTIR is also staying silent right now and not answering the figure puts her on the grounds of being a suspicious individual. What do I do? Smack. I look up and see the figure had punched me. It wasn't hard, but it had enough force to draw my attention back to it. Also, stop trying to be Mr. Perfect and get rid of that hero complex of yours. You are taking that part of your personality from me. While you were a kind person in your past life, you didn't have that hero complex. It belongs to me. Also, stop shouldering everything, you idiot. I was a bit stunned. Now I was being lectured. Do I have a hero complex? I don't think I do. The Aquino and Kuroka thing were just coincidences. I wanted to help Aquino, fine. The same with Kuroka, but everything else can be chalked up to canon. You have a harem, multiple lovers. Share some of your burdens with them. Even if you won't reveal yourself being a reincarnated being yet, share everything else. The fact that you're an outer god for one. It sighs. Look, Gene, the thing that CNTIR said about the incident was really an accident. This wasn't planned by Azathoth. The merging thing, it was pure coincidence. One last thing. The figure turns away from us and looks at the background. It looks at the mountain range and the other views. My previous partner, she's looking for me. She's probably already pinpointed this world, our souls. I do not know when she will appear. Maybe Azathoth or the other outer god may interfere with her arrival, but I can promise you she will appear eventually, be it now, the next few days, weeks, months, or years. She's that stubborn. So this soul's previous partner was a she. What does she look like? I asked, but I knew if he didn't tell me who he was, there was no chance of him telling me what she looked like or who she was, but I wanted to try even if futile. Well, how about a hint instead? You already know I won't tell you. I guessed as much, but a hint is appreciated. Blue and gold, and a very scorching personality. The figure let out another laugh, amused at its own wordplay. Scorching personality? What the hell does that mean? Like literal scorch? Or rowdy and all that? Blue and gold. That doesn't narrow shit down, blue what? Skin, hair, eyes, clothing? Same with Goldug. That's all from me, Gene. I may appear again. Farewell. The soul vanished. We all stood there with more questions than answers while the two dragons and I were confused. CNTIR probably knows everything like the soul said. So, my soul merged with that individual. I do wonder who the partner the soul mentioned is, though. The partner is also a woman. She is blue and gold, but that is too vague. Right, blue what? Hair? Eyes? Clothes? The same with gold. It's too vague of a hint. The soul that merged with you two, who was it? The voice sounded male, with blonde hair and red eyes. Could it be Gilgamesh? Good guess, but I doubt Gilgamesh and Gene's personalities mix. Well, it did say he had a hero complex. I would also like to add that this partner looking for Gene must be powerful. She can apparently explore the multiverse at will. That isn't something easy to do. Yeah, she can blue, gold, scorching personality, and can transverse the multiverse. Is it? No, I can't be sure if it is then the soul that merged with me is, oh, God, I shake my head. They'll consider it as an option until I can get more dreams and voices. I won't completely rule it out. Partner? Seems like you came to a conclusion. Yes, care to share, Gene? Am not completely sure about it. So they'll keep it as an open option. Partner? Come on, tell us. She may be a dragon. A dragon? The two seemed confused. It'll let them figure it out themselves. But I do hope I'm wrong. Figure it out yourselves. Go through my memories, and you'll probably know who I'm talking about. I sigh and look at CNTIR, who looks guilty. CNTIR knows. Care to share? All our attention went to her, as she stood there blankly staring at us. I'm being prevented physically. Please believe me. She desperately tells us, begging us even. Are you really? I am you. You must meet the requirements that Azathoth set in order to gain additional information through dreams and voices. That is how I was designed by Azathoth. What about what the soul said? Am not Azathoth. I was created by Azathoth. You gave me a name, and I evolved. This personality I have is from you. She really felt upset. Even here, I could tell from her emotions. While I didn't really need to use a skill, her face and body language say it all. I sigh and scratch my head. All right, CNTIR. Let's say I believe you. She still seemed upset, but I wasn't sure if I could trust her word right now. What can you tell me right now? With what requirements I meet right now? Tell me everything that you can. Nyarlathotep is the outer god that's been interfering with you. Wait, what? Nyarlathotep? I see Nyarlathotep, the bat god of LGY checks, the black demon, the crawling chaos, and the faceless god. Why would anyone mess with me? What? Why? Why would he want to mess with me? Am a nobody? What was a nobody? She. CNTIR corrects us. She? The three of us ask confused. Nyarlathotep is a she? Who cares? I want to know why. I shake my head. No, I don't care who she is. I want to know why she wants to mess with me. For what reason? She nods. I do not know her reasons. However, I can reveal Azathoth's reason for reincarnating souls. Go on. Azathoth, for many years, millennia, has been choosing random souls to reincarnate. For what reason? To find an heir, a new replacement for himself. He has been awake for too long and wishes to go back to sleep. He just wants to go back to sleep? What? Gene, you're aware of his titles, yes? Well, yeah, the blind idiot god, nuclear chaos, lord of all, sleeping chaos, and blind dreamer. Yeah, I do. He has a few. She nods and continues. You're the first to break the cycle. Azathoth has put his faith in you now. You must evolve at all costs. The previous souls he chose were at random. He did not care if you were a complete degenerate who would violate anyone or a saint that helped save the world. He needed souls to reincarnate and replace him. Once you evolve, he will contact you, pass his seat onto you, and sleep. For how long? I myself do not know. If he chose your soul to reincarnate, then you were chosen. What you did after that was up to you. However, he has set goals and requirements. You are not the first to be reincarnated in this world. The other souls were reincarnated in alternative timelines. Azathoth has reincarnated many souls in different worlds and universes. The Draconic Deus was just one of them. It's the random world he chose to reincarnate you into. The other souls, they did whatever they wanted. They had full control of their lives. Many reached the power of dragon gods, or true dragons, a few reaching universal destroying power, but none had evolved into an outer god. Each and every single one of those souls was given a system. They were all different from one another, but the goal was to help them get strong enough to evolve. But in the end, they all were corrupted in a way. It didn't matter if they were already a degenerate or a saint. As I previously mentioned, somewhere down the line, the power got to them. They started to become insane. Azathoth didn't care at first. However, he did care about them evolving. None did. So he acted. He erased their existence. So, there's no chance of other reincarnators being alive right now. I didn't want to end up like that, even if I didn't ask for any of this. No, none. Once you fail to evolve and meet expectations, they're erased with nothing left. We're fine being told this, right? Yes. I already revealed some information to Gene. He died at the age of 26. However, he has not met the requirements yet to receive more information. Damn, partner. Drake turns to me. You got mixed up in one hell of a thing. I couldn't help but agree with him. This was a bigger deal than I initially thought. As I stated before, Gene was chosen at random. Essentially, he floated too close to Azathoth's domain and was chosen that way. The incident, the merging of two souls, was also just a coincidence. You have done things slightly differently so far, Jean. Soon you will reach a crossroads. How you react and what actions you take will determine your own future. I am being prevented from telling you right now, so I cannot say what or when it will happen. She sighs heavily. Time is coming to an end, Jean. You will wake up soon. She walks up to me and hugs me. What the soul said earlier, or whatever Azathoth wants to do to you, please, even if you only believe what I'm about to say right now, I am on your side. I always will. Her tone sounds genuine, but only to think about all this crap that was thrown at me just now. I sigh again. All right, CNTIR, I'll mull it over. Thanks for telling me yes. She smiles sadly at me and disappears. See you guys. The two dragons put their tails up. Japan. Kuo Jean skyward. That was one hella way to spend my night. I reached the outer god status, so I should be fine for now, right? The fact that Nyarlathotep is the one messing with my life is also annoying. Why? Is she bored or something? God, why is everything so heavy and stuffy? As I was looking at the ceiling, I then looked forward. I was met with someone's ass. Great. I use my powers and get a bird's eye view. Everyone is here. When did some of them even sneak in? Bah. I was too distracted by what had transpired within me. Let's chalk it up to that. I refocused on what was in front of me. Everyone was sleeping in my bed with me, thanks to my bedroom's increased size. Rennie, Kuroka, Aquino, Graphia, Ingvild, Asia, Chiron, and Rias were all there. The ass in front of me belonged to Chiron. A full house. I couldn't help but laugh on the inside. Using my bird's eye view, I checked the time on the clock. It's 8 a.m. I'm surprised that Graphia isn't up yet. I gently let Chiron down and got out of the other girl's grasp. Since her tap, I had noticed Graphia come downstairs, but I wanted to see what she would do, so just tapping me on the shoulder, I turn around and greet her. Hey, good morning. Mind helping me with this? When I point out that she has almost finished 3 meals, she nods. Should we quickly give each other a kiss as she stands beside me and starts to help? But she stops as she stares at the counter thinking about something. She eventually turns to me and smiles. Would you like an early morning coffee? She asks. I was a bit surprised by her offer a warm drink together. Tempting. Even if it's the weekend, I still have a lot planned today. Heck, I might not be home today since Yasaka might offer for Rose and not to stay the night. Tempting, but I'll have to pass for today. Actually, Graphia, I might not be able to come home today. I might come home tomorrow instead. If I forget to mention it to everyone, can you tell them for me? She looks a bit surprised, but nods and continues preparing breakfast. Is it because of the date and Kyoto? Yeah, Chiron probably told everyone in passing. I'll guess only a few remembered. I could see her smile beside me. We were nearly done making breakfast when a few of the girls had woken up and had started to congregate in the dining room or living room. Oh, right. I turn around and make the dining table even larger, as well as the dining room. Since there are more women now, I got to start expanding my house little by little. A few were surprised, but quickly recovered. A few girls, Kuroka and Rias, pointed out our blatant flirting, but to my surprise, Graphia didn't shy away from it. She usually would, but probably since she's become mine, she doesn't care anymore. She's acting like a long-time wife. It's like we've been married for years. She corrects some of the things I had done, gives me tools and utensils without saying a word. I'm sure these things would help me with what I was doing. An occasional pinch here and there when I start to mess with the food, ingredients, or utensils. Yeah, almost like reining me in, which was amusing to say the least. They're still flirting. Naya Kuroka sounded a bit jealous behind us. I've never seen this side of Graphia. It's almost unreal, like I'm dreaming. Rias sounded genuinely surprised as I heard Aquino giggling. She's always been strict, stoic, and nothing like this, she continues as the other girls add their own opinions on matter. During breakfast, delicious Rias was quite happy with breakfast. Even a Japanophile like her could enjoy other types of food, so I was happy with that. I'm glad then. I continue to eat my share, along with everyone else. For a few of them, this was their first time eating this. Oh, right, by the way, they'll be gone all day. I might not be able to come home, so, just a heads up. Once I said that, they all stopped eating and looked at me like I had 3 heads. I also can't bring anyone else with me. He'll be heading to the Dimensional Gap with Ophis during the morning, and from noon onwards, he'll be in Kyoto for an outing and meeting up with the West Yukai faction leader, Yasaka. Ophis? Rias asked, confused. All right, she never met her yet. After all, Ophis has mostly been in my necklace. Ophis is the dragon god of infinity. She's much more powerful than the two heavenly dragons. Even the god of the Bible feared her. Jean says she's tied for first place in the world's top strongest. Aquino explained as Rias' eyes widened in shock. Where is she now? She asked, and Aquino points to the necklace around my neck. She's in there. She sometimes comes out, however. We haven't seen her in a while. I wonder what she's been up to. Aquino stops eating and puts a hand on her cheek. Ophis does things at her own pace, Naya. So you really can't predict what she does, Naya. Kuroka adds in and keeps eating. Leave it up to a glutton, she and Shigen would get along quite well. Oh yes, Jean is also a human dragon god hybrid, but we don't think he is anymore. He hasn't told us yet. Yeah, I haven't told them, yet even if I say I'm a god, they'll just think, yeah, a dragon god? Silly. I need time to fully explain it to them. Wait, do they even know what the outer gods are? CNTIR. Answer. No, this world does not have that information yet. ITLL, take a while to explain it, then it'll do it soon. The truth, huh? Are you heading to Asgard to pick up your date, Jean-senpai? Chiron asks, as the girls stare at me. A small smile flashes on her face. Jean, didn't you just get Natsum, Graphia, Ingvild, and Gabriel? Rennie lightly glares at me, the other girls looking quite shocked. A few eyes go to Ingvild as she blushes, looks down, and continues eating her food. He just wants more Naya. Kuroka snickers. I'm just going on outing with her. I also need to meet up with Yasaka and Kunu to give them their rings and enchant their clothes. Rings? Clothes? Rias was still out of the loop, so I explained things to her. Again, she was surprised by all this. Those aren't just for show. She shakes her head. Aquino whispers something into her ear, and she blushes. He'll get a headache with all the surprises I'm getting, she says as she rubs her forehead. Don't worry about it. We'll make one for you before I leave for the day. Also, don't forget to bring the clothes you wish to have enchanted. She nods as we all continue eating our breakfast. Does that include bra and panties? Rias asks as she stops eating to stare at me. A few heads also turn my way. Ooh, no. Just your normal clothes will be fine. If they can't get past their clothes, why do your bra and panties need it? The room falls silent again. As we continue to eat breakfast, the girls would sometimes start a more light-hearted conversation after breakfast. I was in the living room with Rias as I made her ring. The gemstone was made out of almandine garnet, pyrope, the same color as her power of destruction and hair. It had all the upgrades. Rias wanted to start with her clothes earlier. There were a lot. I thought it would never end, as expected of a rich devil. So many clothes, hell. I would say she had more than the girls combined. I give the ring to Rias as she smiles and puts it on. Thank you, Jean. She gives me a hug. I also hug her back. I will be training with my peerage again down at the training facility. We already know how the time dilation works, so we'll be trying it out. She explains I was wondering why they didn't use it before. So, they were scared? I did warn them about what would happen if they mess up using it. Gasper and Kiba move into a new house a few blocks down. It was overhauled last night. Jean, Aquino told me about your house's defenses. Can you? Yeah, sure. They'll upgrade it when I come back. You're like a training maniac now. The year we spent there was quite fruitful after all. I wish to gain better control with my powers. My peerage also feels the same. We may not climb up in power rankings, but it will still provide useful training. Just because Riser is no longer a threat to me doesn't mean there aren't others out there. My dream is also becoming a much more reachable goal too. She nods, hugs me again, and goes off. Rennie had returned to Grigori to fetch Natsum and Shigen. She wants to train them in the training facility too. I guess Rennie doesn't want to fall behind the others. The same can be said for Ingvild and Kuroka, but they'll be helping Asia and Chiron, so it's understandable. But she won't be there for too long. She's going out with her friends. Graphia had gone back to the Gremory territory as she's supervising Millicass. She's no longer Surzek's maiden queen, but she's still an employee of the Gremory. Apparently, the young guy got excited seeing how his aunt and her peerage got so powerful, it motivated him. Shine. The necklace glowed around my neck, and Ophis came out. She may have heard me earlier, so it makes sense for her to come out. Ophis, it was like she looked a bit different. Her face had more expression. She was relaxed, refreshed, alive, something like that. I could feel her emotions right now, and she just felt like it. You heard me during breakfast, right? She nods at my question. Right, we'll be there from now and until noon ideally. If it goes over time, it's fine. We'll just need to explain why. Anyway, are you ready? She again nods, and so we teleported away. Dimensional gap, we had teleported into the dimensional gap, and it's as funky as ever. We look around for a bit. I locate Irene's location. She's not mobile, so we may be resting right now. I'm more surprised that she isn't zooming around the place. I also feel something coming from a certain part of the dimensional gap. I wonder what they're up to. They'll leave it for another time. Those magicians are probably doing stupid experiments. Did you locate her? I feel a tug on my sleeve as Ophis asks me a question. Did she become a little more vocal? I still need to gauge her actions and feelings. I can't assume things too quickly. Yeah, I did. I pick up Ophis and decided to carry her bridal style. She seemed a bit surprised but didn't mind. She relaxes her body and cuddles into it, laying her head on my chest. Yes, she was relaxed even more so than earlier. A smile on her face. Let's fly to her instead then. She wholeheartedly agreed. What is this? She's acting adorable right now. It's not even acting or mimicking the others. She's genuinely doing this on her own. Praise the books she read, and whatever else happened to her since the last time I saw her. Whoosh! I decided to start flying towards where Irene was at a moderate speed. Ophis and I like this feeling right now, so we'll take our time getting there. Ophis may have started to understand emotions and feelings when she started to feed me food. Maybe the mimicking did it? I'm not entirely sure. I'll ask her at a different time. Rub. Ophis had begun rubbing herself against me, her head against my chest. I didn't get it, but she was happy about it, so I didn't stop her. What are you doing? Your lovers do this. Can I? Ah, I see. She wants to copy them, but also want to find out why they do it. I see no problem with it. Lean against me all you want. Sure, go ahead. With my permission, she did so. Does it bother you? Is it bad? I shake my head, indicating it was fine. She smiles, nods, and continues doing so. I increase my speed a little, and after a few minutes I could see Irene's dragon form in the distance. There was some ground where she was at. She notices us as she turns her head towards us. She transforms into her human form as I land with Ophis. Hey there, Irene. We're here like I promised. I wave to her as she looks at me in amusement. I can understand why. It's Ophis that a bit obvious. She was still happily clinging on to me, and it doesn't seem like she'll stop. I finally put the dragon god down, and she looked quite annoyed. She tried to cling on to me as a last-ditch effort. Ophis, you have to let go. I have to talk to Irene about something. I explained. She, after a full minute, reluctantly did so. How have you been? Still zoom, Ian. Zoom, ING, around the dimensional gap. When I asked, Irene turned red like her hair and looked mortified at me. She had the look of, how do you know about that? But I just grinned at her, slightly annoying her. Zoom, Ian. Ophis repeated the phrase as she tilted her head in confusion. It is nothing, Ophis. Irene wanted to move the conversation along. She looks at Ophis and nods. You have had some quite substantial growth, Ophis. One almost never recognized you. The two silently stared at each other, both neutral looks on their faces. Eventually, Ophis nods. I have read and seen many things because of Jean. You too, Jean. Irene nods at Ophis and directs the comment at me too. Ha! Yeah, few things happened, and now I'm here. I'm still learning and not done yet, though. Ophis has been showing more genuine emotions on her part. I think that's a good thing. I won't be repeating myself to Irene like a broken record, so I'll just say that. She seems to understand and doesn't push it, which she got to appreciate. Jean, how do you want to do this? Irene crossed her arms and had a serious expression on her. So, we're finally getting to that, huh? But would a fight be necessary? Irene did say, just to show her if I'm capable of what I said from a month back, which was to be able to help her with her burdens. Can I protect this place along with her? This world? The answer is obvious on my part, but to her I am nothing but the Red Dragon Emperor, while nothing to scoff at. It isn't too significant in her eyes. She may have seen many red dragon emperors during her long life, but I have no way of confirming that. Unless I ask her, I might in the future if she's willing to share. We either fight or find another way to show my proof. How about comparing our auras for a start? It seems simple enough and should give her a vague idea of my raw power. But to what extent will I use? Full power dragon god? Full power universal? Seeing as how she's a true dragon, which is more or less the same as a dragon god, I might as well just use that. It's what I've been using so far after all. So I agreed. CNTIR. Answer. Covering the vicinity within with aura and mana sealing barrier. Sure, I don't mind. She nods and decided to go first. Irene stood there still with her arms crossed as she stared directly at me. Ophis had walked away from us and was watching silently. A powerful red aura covers her body as the area around her starts to crack and be destroyed. She slowly produced more and more until the area around us was shaking wildly. It almost seemed like an earthquake was being produced in the dimensional gap. The air and wind around her were being sucked in, while the space around her had cracks and fissures. If I was a normal being, I would probably be on the ground or worse dead by now from her aura alone. It was nothing to scoff at. She truly deserved to be at the top of the world. Irene kept her calm and elegant manner, never once blinking and taking her eyes off me. I couldn't help but smile. She used it all, truly fitting of her titles Dragon of Dragons, DXD, True Red Dragon God Emperor, and Dragon of Dreams and Illusions. Irene is prideful like usual dragons, but she hasn't shown it to me with all the times we interacted. Maybe she's a weirdo like me? I do have my own pride, but I don't really get bothered by people acting almighty and haughty. I believe actions speak louder than words thanks to a certain incident. But she had elegance, unlike many dragons who seek power and nothing else. Although there are more exceptions since not all dragons are alike. She stood there waiting for my response. I better get to it. CNTIR. Answer. Removing aura and mana suppression seals. CNTIR. Answer. Power output. Dragon God 100. Rumble. Rumble. Shake. Shake. Irene's eyes widen at the sudden change in power for me. Unlike her, I don't want to slowly ramp it up. I just let it all out, the full power of a dragon god at her. The area around me also started to crack and fissure. I stood there with a neutral expression as she had a small grin on her, and we stared at each other for a few minutes. Until she stopped producing hers, I did the same. I put back my suppression seals and changed my power back to one dragon god. Jean. She calls out my name. I tilt my head at her. Are you a dragon god? Yeah, I expected that. I mean, who wouldn't? She certainly isn't dumb, but it seems like she wants to hear it from my own mouth. She already suspects no. She knows I am. Well, I was a human dragon god hybrid, but yes, I'm a dragon god in a way of what? Who knows, lust? I let out a little chuckle at the throwaway title the girls once gave me. Was? She looked confused. I did say it was so. I'm alluding to her. I'm something different. Irene seems like an individual who won't freak out at every little thing I reveal to her. Nor does she seem like an individual who'll ask too many questions. Yeah, it was, but I have no idea if the dimensional gap can take one of my current species' power. So I powered down to a dragon god. I do not sense you lying to me, Jean. However, you may have the raw power. But can you use it properly? A little sparring match seems appropriate. She suggests. I can see where she's coming from and am more or less on board with it, but I can just do the same thing to her as I did with Rainier and her group. That should be proof enough that I'm capable, right? No need, Irene. She looks puzzled, and I point my palm at her. I can always win like this. I stripped her powers from her. I closed my palm and brought it back to me. I opened it up again, and a small glowing red dragon head floated on my palm. Irene looks shocked, but she started to sweat as she started to feel around her body. Dubby, what did you do? She asked, still quite shocked. I don't blame her. I just took away her powers, rendering her as powerful as a newborn human baby. Anyone would freak out at that. I took away your powers. All of it is in here. I gestured to the dragon's head on my palm. You feel it, don't you? How powerless you are right now, how it feels to be weak, like a human, a normal human that hasn't touched upon the supernatural learned magic. Just a regular human being. It's a strange feeling, doesn't it? Don't worry, they'll give this back. I was just demonstrating what I'm capable of. This is fine, right? She nods, while frowning at me. I nod and give back her powers. The dragon's head goes back into her. She looks quite relieved as she confirmed her powers were back. Yes, it was strange. I couldn't transform back into a dragon. I couldn't produce wings and use my powers. Is that what it feels like to be human? Or to be that powerless? I do not remember such a feeling. Perhaps I was born with my powers and was meant to stay at the top. Maybe, but who knows? You and Ophis didn't just start existing. Maybe someone stronger created the two of you? Or maybe the world did just create you two to be protectors in a way. I don't think I can do that to outer gods, at least not yet. I need to evolve like CNTIR said. Actually, I've been meaning to ask her something. Hey, CNTIR, I have a question. She didn't respond. Maybe she's waiting for me to continue? So, the list you showed me way back, then it didn't include outer gods as a rank. Does that mean I can't change my harem's race species or their potential to outer gods? CNTIR. Answer. Yes, your current limit is being able to change potentials, create things and beings at the peak of omniversal powers. Outer gods are beyond that, but they still in a way have a hierarchy. Azathoth stands at the top. Once you evolve, then you can. CNTIR. Answer. Creating new outer gods is a big deal after all. You're the first after a long time. If you just started to create new ones without proper knowledge or experience, it could prove disastrous. Can't you just help me? Regulate powers and stuff. CNTIR. Answer. I can, and it is possible. However, I am a guide for you, Gene. I can't always do things for you. You have started to take steps towards that while I regulate your seals and power output. You have been creating the barriers yourself at times now. The same with the house upgrades. CNTIR. Answer. With my point earlier, while in his initial letter it said you stood as his equal, you, as of now, are slightly below. If Azathoth is 1, you are 1.5. The rest of the outer gods are below you. However, they have more experience in the usage of their powers. You do not. Because I haven't bothered much with them? CNTIR. Answer. Yes. You were only a regular human before you were chosen. After all, you have the raw power, but not the experience. I can give you knowledge in how to do things like the sword styles and fighting styles you have used. It will be up to you to use them. Yeah, while I was excited on using powers and abilities, it still felt strange. I mostly used them as a convenience tool, making food, money, and other things. I find it hard to just change my mindset to, whatever mindset I'm supposed to have. Hell, at times I forget I'm an outer god that can do anything. I sometimes need to remind myself, while that was how it was initially, I've started to think and act like one, Drake's been the one that's so insistent about it. Hey, do the 3 OS exist? I've been wondering about that for a while too. CNTIR. Answer. If you're referring to omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence, then they are pure works of fiction created by humans. So no, they do not exist. CNTIR. Answer. An outer god is powerful, but they need to be active and find things out themselves. Just like how Nyarlathotep found out what Azathoth was doing, that's how she started following it and knew about you. Gene, is something wrong? I felt Irene touch my shoulder. I probably just spaced out again. Yeah, sorry, was speaking to Drake about something. Anyway, the power I already used once before. I can use on regular gods too, so anyone can be a target. I see. Well, it seems you did not lie to me back then, Gene. However, how can you stay in a dimensional gap and help me? Do you not have a life to live? Surely your lovers are not keen on letting you stay here? That's true. They wouldn't be. I also wouldn't be. But I still have the barrier up around us, so they'll just use that to my advantage. I can make more shadows. It's fine, Irene. I already have plans for that. Hey, want to move into the necklace like Ophis? They're separated after all. Why? I'm perfectly fine here, and I mentioned before, I'm the protector, so I must spend my days here. Ophis walks over to us and looks at Irene. It is fun being around Jean. Irene didn't expect Ophis of all beings to try to advocate for her to move. If you do, you can explore the human world like Ophis, experience new things. Doesn't it get lonely being here by yourself? I would think that's why Ophis would sometimes leave this place to explore every now and again. I still need to be here. If I leave, who will protect it? The threats of otherworldly beings are still present. It won't ever change. While I am interested in your offer, I simply cannot. I could just make beings stronger than you and have them protect the dimensional gap. Like this, Igris. I smile at her and call out my shadow's name. Igris is with me at all times. While I keep Aru in Ingvild's shadow, he did say he found an honor in protecting her. Igris appears beside me as he kneels. My king. He greets me, and I remove the aura and mana suppression seals from him. FWSHHH. Once I did, his true power started to leak from him. Ophis has already seen me create Igris. She more or less knows how powerful he is. The exception is Irene. When I turned back to her, her eyes were wide as saucers. As you can see, he's quite powerful. However, he won't be the one I assign here. I will be making new shadows now. With being in here and having my barrier, it's prime opportunity to make new shadows. I put back the seals on Igris. I am aware of other worlds, realms, and universes, Irene. The multiverse, the omniverse, is very much real. I am also aware of the dangers it holds. I can easily rid of them. The only exception, for now, are the ones from my species. I do not know if I can kill them or if they can be killed at all. I plan on creating more beings like Igris. I have another one, but he's somewhere else right now. With this, wouldn't you agree that the dimensional gap, the world, will be quite safe, no? Ophis goes over to Irene and tugs on her clothes. The Dragon of Dreams looks at her confused. I am sorry. Irene blankly stares at Ophis, not sure on how to respond. She probably didn't expect to get an apology out of the blue from the Dragon God. I didn't understand my actions before, but after reading and learning, I categorized my actions as annoying and immature. So I am sorry. Ophis stares at Irene with conviction. I would say this was rare, but even just today she's shown more emotions than I would have thought. Irene lets out an exaggerated sigh and nods. It is fine. Ophis, I forgive you. She puts her hand on her head and smiles at the Dragon God of Infinity. No one ever stops growing, not me nor you. Even if we can't grow in power, we will in something else. She turns back to me and sighs again. Jean, allow me to think of this decision first. Do what you must. I nod and turn to my side. Igris was still kneeling there patiently and silently waiting. How loyal. Though with all my shadows and whatever I create in the future, that's the number one priority to me. They will be 100% loyal to me and have zero chance of betraying me. CNTIR. Make these that I have in mind. CNTIR. Answer. Creating new beings, processing images, appointing power levels. CNTIR. Answer. Creation of multiple new beings complete. Fwoosh boom. The ground in front of me exploded in a black and purple mist, and multiple new shadows slowly rose from the ground. Once they were finished, they proceeded to kneel or bow in front of me. I look at the new shadows I had created. From left to right they went like this: Greed, Kaisel, Tank, Iron, Jima, Kamish, and finally Bellion. Their powers were running freely, so I put the same aura and mana suppression seals on them. Once I was done, I nod to myself. I finally turned back to the two dragons as they were looking at the new beings in front of them intently. I'm done. Let me introduce them to you. Starting from the left is Greed. He's based on a human I once knew. Kaisel is a wyvern. Tank is a former ice bear. Iron is another human I once knew, so I base his appearance vaguely on him. Jima is a giant naga I once saw. I turn to the last two. They were the ones I was planning on leaving here. The dragon is Kamish, the Dragon of Calamity. Right now, he's in his smaller form, but in his true form, he's slightly bigger than you, Irene. The two were intrigued by the new dragon as they stared at him questioningly. The Dragon of Calamity? Quite a title you gave him. She mused. Yes, it is, but I believe it will be fitting. The one beside him is Bellion. Truthfully, I don't know what he is, but he is without a doubt the strongest shadow here. Even if they are in the same power ranking, I believe he would win most of their matches if I gave them the okay. I more or less do know how he came to be in his original universe and body, but I won't divulge that information to them. The two are even more surprised. The huge humanoid. Shadow warrior with two pairs of black wings on his back, jagged black armor, blank white eyes, and glowing purple skin. He also carries a massive blade that looks like a centipede, which he wields both like a whip and a sword. This being was stronger than the Dragon of Calamity. They initially didn't believe it. Censored, I believe, I already destroyed the balance around a month ago simply by being reincarnated here. Also the fact I made Igris and Baru before these 7. Yeah, but I already destroyed it by simply existing, as well as making Baru and Igris at the start of the month. I also powered up individuals to power rankings that they're not meant to be at right now. I think we're beyond that point, Irene. I also influenced other beings of this world after I interacted with them. Serorg, Millicass, Dulio, Irina, Zenobia, Griselda, Rias, and her peerage, as well as many more. There is no stopping it. Changes are happening. I was also told about Nyarlathotep. She already messed with the world too. So, it was fucked the moment I was reincarnated. But I'm not done. I want to create something other than shadows. I want to create new life, a bona fide new being with actual flesh, a heartbeat, its own thoughts and feelings. But they will still remain loyal to me, but will also question me. A new subordinate, perhaps? While they'll be in the same power ranking as the shadows, I can't exactly change it any further due to my current limitations. I'm not done, Irene. I'm creating one more new life, not a shadow, but an actual new being. I glance at her as she looked a bit surprised. The same with Ophis. I turn to a different side and sigh. CNTIR, if you would. CNTIR. Answer. Creating new life, processing image, appointing power level CNTIR. Answer. Creation of new life complete. FWSHHH. Rumble. Rumble. From the ground, a magic circle appears, and from it rose the newly created being. The dimensional gap didn't react like this when I made the shadows. Is creating actual life that much of a bigger deal? The shadows I have are more or less dead. I do call them shadow soldiers after all. A beautiful young woman with glowing red eyes, pale skin, long flowing black hair, purple lips. A perfect hourglass figure, a large bust, and insectal hands and feet. She also wore greenish-black armor that left her upper cleavage and shoulders exposed. If I'm going to continue with modeling my new creations from the solo leveling world, I might as name them the same too. I smile at the figure in front of me as she kneels in front of me. My creator and master, she says as she looks at the ground. I quickly put on the aura and mana suppression seals on her. Your name is Coratia, Queen of Insects and Monarch of Plagues. Boom! Once I named her, her aura burst forth as a wide grin appeared on her, and she was smiling. I could feel she was insanely happy that she was named and given titles. She called me her creator and master after all. Is she a Yandere? I walk over to her and touch her head. Time to add a few things. 0 chance of being mind-controlled. Will also be loyal to my lover's harem, to be kind and caring to them. I don't want them being hostile to each other. I modeled her after the original. So, she'll treat others she sees, or I see, as an enemy, like how she usually would. I look at my left hand's middle finger. She and future subordinates of mine need a place to stay. I create a new ring. The ring part is made of different animals and insects. They're small in size. So many could be fit on there. The gemstone, for her, is dark green with a small red gem in the center. Within this ring, censored, I inform her as she nods and goes into it. I will call for you when you're needed. I tell her telepathically. Yes, master. So, did you make your decision yet, Irene? I turn back to the 2 dragons who are still looking at me. Irene shakes her head. She hasn't made it yet. Well, yeah, I kinda didn't wait too long for her too. I see. Well, when you do, we'll be leaving Bellion and Kamishir. The 2 shadows nod at me. Both of them will be protecting this place if and when you do accept my proposal. I doubt anything can get past them. Anything that's below an outer god, that is. I shall contact you in your dreams once I made my decision, Jean. Very well, Irene. I make a gesture, and all the shadows present go back into my shadow. I go over to Ophis and touch her shoulders. We'll get going then. I still have some plans after this. I cancel the barrier around us. Yes, goodbye for now, Ophis, Jean. I will contact you like I said when I make my decision. Thank you. Ophis and I both nod and teleport away. Japan. Kuo. Once Ophis and I arrive back at my house, she beckons me to her. I oblige and crouch down. She suddenly hugs me. I wasn't expecting this. Is this her way of thanking me? Maybe? Ophis? Jean, thank you? She said it in more of a question. She shakes her head. I can't articulate my feelings right now, but as Lavinia Rennie told you. She points at me and then at herself. Forever. After she said that, she went back into the necklace. I wasn't expecting that. Not at all forever, huh? So, she wants to stay with me forever? I mean, that's great, but a bit sadahaha. Well, I already more or less accepted her. I wonder if she'll tell me in another way soon. Well, whatever. I check the time, and it's nearing noon. I should get going. I quickly check to see if everyone is still here, and they are. They're all busy down at the training facility, hard at work. 9 realms Asgard. Once I teleport to Asgard, I was again by the edge. I walk up to the Valkyrie guards and greet them. I tell them I was meeting with someone. They nod and let me through. As per usual, the streets are busy and everyone was doing their usual business. I check a certain spot, and a certain kangaroo man was nowhere to be seen. His spot was already replaced by someone else. I wonder what happened to him. As I walked towards our meeting spot, I could see a few individuals glancing at a certain Valkyrie who was dressed up in different clothing, fidgeting to herself. She was standing by the restaurant we had eaten at before. She was wearing a black and white patterned shirt with a black jacket. Her skirt was a blue denim skirt and dark blue heels and dark blue Timberland boots. She stood there as she started to twirl the ends of her hair as she waited for me. I walk over to her and wave. She sees me and stiffens. I laugh as I join her. Hey, Rose, you ready to go? You look great, by the way. She trots over to meet me halfway as she sighs in relief. Thank you. And yes, I'm ready. I nod and offer her my hand. She looks at it for a few seconds and shyly holds it. Rosweiss looks in front of us, and she had a look of panic. I follow her gaze, and I see 2 Valkyries that I knew staring at us. Helmweich and Brynhilde. I will assume that the other Valkyries that were with them knew Rose. They were looking at us in shock. Rosweiss is holding hands with J. Helmweich begins, but I teleport us away. Japan, Kyoto. I had teleported us not too far from the barrier that separated Kyoto and Kyoto. Rosweiss was still blushing as she had been seen by her colleagues. Are you all right, Rose? She nods to my question, but kept blushing. All right, so like I mentioned before, we're going to meet up with Yasaka and her daughter Kunu, since I have some business with them. Sorry about that. It's fine, Jean. All right then, to the Yukai Castle, before we go on our date. I start to walk forward as I feel Rosweiss tighten her grip on my hand. It's an outing between friends. Kyoto. Rosweiss looks out at the scenery of a Yukai city. She was clearly in awe as she keeps darting her head around to look at more of it. Pretty amazing, huh? It's even better at night. Let's check it then. She nods beside me. I gently pull her away, and we start to walk through the streets of the city. Jean. Fei. Midlamankun. Buy something from us, Jean-san. As the 2 of us go through the streets, I'm greeted by everyone. It was nice to know they're all doing well. Rosweiss was a bit surprised by my popularity among the West Yukai residents. What did you do to get so popular? I chuckle at her question and tell her that I just helped some of the residents around when I first came here. I didn't think much of it, but apparently it meant quite a bit to this community. We also help a few Yukais on our way to the castle. It was on our way, and it didn't take too long. Rosweiss seemed happy with it, especially being thanked by all of them. The Yukai children I helped before also saw me. They waved at me and said they were busy training. I could tell they got a little stronger too. Can't wait to see their progress in the future. You seem curious about them. Rose's gaze lingered a little longer after she saw me waving to the little Yukai kids. I tell her what happened, and she seemed happy with it. Look at you being a role model. She giggled. I doubt it. I'm not a person you should look up to. It didn't take long for us to reach the castle, Yasaka's home. We were met by the 2 Tengu guards. Hey, I'm here to meet up with Yasaka. Should we set up the meeting through text? They both chuckle at me. Jean-san, you don't need to explain your reasons for coming here. As far as Yasaka-sama and Kunuheim are concerned, you're more than welcomed here. Yes, even a Yukai here welcomes you with open arms. That's nice to know. I nod at them, snap my fingers, and give them some snacks and a drink. Is that so? Then thank you. Rosweiss and I walk past them, and they thank me for the food and drink. We enter their home, and I locate where they were. Rosweiss got over the hand-holding thing pretty quickly, or she hasn't really noticed. Either way, we kept walking holding hands. We arrived in the room they were in. It was the same one where I first met Yasaka. Well, I wanted to surprise them, so I just opened the door without knocking. Once I did, they both turned to see me with Rose. They both gained a surprised look, but quickly smiled. Kanu jumped up and ran over to me. "Jean!" she shouts as she hugs me. I let go of Ross Weiss's hand as I pick Kanu up and hug her. She giggles into my arms. Yasaka also comes over to us. "Welcome, Jean." I wasn't expecting the sudden visit. She looks at Ross Weiss and nods to her. Yeah, I have some personal business with the both of you, actually. I was going on a date with Ross Weiss here, but I wanted to get this done first. It's selfish of me, I know. I'm sorry again, Rose. It's fine, Jean. I already told you, geez, she didn't try denying the date part. Perhaps a bit too flustered? Era. Quite bold of you to bring another potential wife to meet another. No. Ross Weiss goes red as Yasaka giggles at her. Anyway, this is Ross Weiss, a Valkyrie and Odin's personal bodyguard. You already know since I told you earlier, but this is Yasaka, the leader of the West Yukai faction, and her daughter Kanu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yasaka-sama. Ross Weiss bows to her while still blushing. You too, Ross Weiss-san. What business do you have with us, Jean? She greets her and turns back to me. Right? I proceed to summon 2 rings, and all 3 look at them and wonder. The gems are in the shape of a fox's head, made out of yellow diamond. I tell the 2 of them that it's theirs and what they can do. They gained a surprised look. I put the one for Kanu. Thank you, Jean. She was quite happy with it. I let her down as I take Yasaka's hand and slip it on her finger. Era, is this your way of proposing, Jean? I chuckled. Maybe one day, but for now. It's a safety precaution. It's just to protect the ones dear to me, Yasaka. That includes the both of you. Yasaka smiles as she leans her body onto me. Her breasts are on my chest. She looks up at me and puts her finger on my lips. I'll wait for you to really propose to me then. Jean, she winks as she gets off me. So, we're skipping the dating part and straight to marriage? I ask while chuckling. Hoo-hoo, I've lived long enough, Jean. I have no quarrels with skipping that part of relationships. She winks again, especially for you, would you like to stay here again after your date with Rose-chan? I suspected this much from her. Thankfully, I told everyone else I might not come home today. Is she planning on coming on to during the open bath again? We would love to. Ross Weiss answered. I didn't expect her to. Hell, she looked almost excited. We all stare at her in surprise. She, noticing our stares, makes her blush again as she tries to give her reasoning. I want to experience the nightlife of Kyoto and Yurikyoto. That's why I said yes. She looks at me. Jijin, you're fine with it, right? Oh, yeah, sure. I already told everyone else I might not get home today. I grin at Yasaka. I half expected this after all. So yeah, we'll stay. Thanks for the offer, Yasaka. Yasaka steps toward me again and kisses me on the cheek. Good luck on your date. It'll just move on. Oh, right. I tell her about the enchantment thing and asked if I could enchant both of their clothing. Yasaka smiles, censored, right? I could see that Ross Weiss was dumbfounded by all that she's seen Yasaka do. I wouldn't blame her. She's quite aggressive towards me. She's also the leader, so, you expect them to act with a bit of professionalism. Hein, don't squeeze me so hard, Jean chop. She teases me with a playful sigh. I chop her on the head with my free hand and finally take my hand away as she lets me. Will you be doing the same thing to Rose-chan? Yasaka asks as Ross Weiss blushes again. At this rate, she'll become a bloody tomato at how much she's blushing today. Don't tease her too much. Anyway, we'll get going. We'll be back by tonight. Thanks again, Yasaka. I touch her left cheek and give her a warm smile. She blushes hard at this success. Tease her back. She's quite bad when it's done back to her. I feel Kunu hug my leg, and she thanks me again for the ring. I nod one last time and teleport away with Ross Weiss. Japan, Kyoto, all right. It'll take you around to spots I've been, and I think you'll like them. I had grabbed Ross Weiss's hand after he teleported. She didn't seem to mind as she gripped mine back. Okay, let's go. She seemed quite excited, so off we went. Kinkakuji Temple, we had arrived at the Kinkakuji Temple. Even at this time of the year, there was still quite a bit of tourists here. There are so many people here, she mutters as she looks around. We were walking around hand in hand as we look at the surrounding scenery and the temple itself. I give her a brief rundown on its history and other little facts about it. You seem quite knowledgeable about Japan, Jean. Blame the otaku side of me. Once I moved here, well, I was quite excited, especially the first time I came here. I take out my phone and ask Rose if she wants to take a quick selfie. She blushes and agrees. We both make a peace sign as I took the picture. Had to, huh? Since I was taking the selfie, I only had one peace sign up. Ross Weiss used both her hands. Is something wrong with that? She huffed at me as we both laughed. We had left the area and went to buy some quick street food. We bought some takoyaki and rice crackers. The rice crackers were shaped like fish. They tasted quite good too. Street food hits different at different times of the day. Well, that's what I believe. Buy them at night, and you'll feel warm and full. Morning? Dano never had any. Are there even any? Afternoon? Well, right now we're just hungry, so not much of an opinion on them. They're good at 1,000 torii gates. So many Rossweiss poked at every red torii gate she touched. A few locals giggling at her. I could feel some supernatural beings here, but they were part of the West Yukai faction. Once they saw me, they lowered their guard. I gave them some refreshments and went on our way. We kept walking through them and come across a rowdy group of tourists. They seemed drunk and were being a bit noisy. It was obvious other tourists were getting annoyed by them, and even the locals. Hell, some other tourists were apologizing on their behalf. I checked where they were from. Ah, crap. They're Irish. Come on, guys, you're better than this. Hey, I call out to them. They turn around and stare at Rose, and who the fuck are you? The more belligerent of them answers. He walks right up to me and measures himself against me. I was a bit taller than him. Looks like he's trying to gauge if he could take me on in a fight. Now, I don't want to fight, especially a normal human. I would literally kill him. So, I find a police officer and give him a little suggestion in his mind to go this way. I just need to buy some time. Come on, man. We're both Irish. You're making a fool out of yourself. Look around you. The locals aren't happy, and so are other tourists. I try the reasoning way first. His mates look around and could see some giving them light glares. The more reasonable ones nod. Sorry, folks. The brown-haired one says as he bows to them. His other mates join in. They were just intoxicated and weren't assholes. That's good. But the one in front of me didn't hell. He seemed more pissed at his friends for apologizing. There's always that one person, man. Why the fuck are you apologizing for? We ain't done nothing wrong. Apart from being drunk in public and causing a scene. In a tourist spot, might I add, Jean, censored. While the other two asked the locals what happened. Still drunk, the man throws a punch at the officer. He ducks and starts to beat the man with the baton in his hands. He covers himself while screaming for his mates to back him up, but they did not. His friends look between themselves and shrug. They go to the side, and one of them apologizes to a local in broken Japanese. The local smiles at him and answers back in English. It is no problem, my friend. You were reasonable, he was not. Eventually, the guy was cuffed and brought away. His friends went with him. The locals gave a good word in as they left. That was something, huh? I turned to Ross Weiss as she sighs. Why did you get involved? They were Irish. I couldn't let it go. It would look bad on us. At least his friends were reasonable, right? She nods at my reasoning, but pinches my cheek. Oh, got another graphia? Or is this a good thing? Oh, let's get going. Then Ross Weiss looked a bit happy about it, though. So, mission success? Arashima Bamboo Grove Ross Weiss, and I arrived at the bamboo forest where Yasaka, Kunu, and I saw the human guy propose to his girlfriend from before. I wonder how those two are. So many bamboos. Yeah, actually interesting story. I tell her what happened to myself and 2 nine-tailed foxes. Really? I wonder what we'll see today. She sounded quite excited. Did the last event rile her up or something? We go through the bamboo forest while making light chatter. The sun was slowly going down, and the sky was already orange. The lights around the forest started to come on, and a lot of the tourists were starting to leave. There's one last place we should go. Let's go there. I think the view will be pretty good. Ross Weiss nods beside me. We turn around to start walking towards the exit when we hear a moan, and we both stop in our tracks. We look at each other, not too sure if we heard that right, but again another moan resounded around the area. There was a couple getting intimate. I didn't think they would be this bold to try something like that in a popular area. Nah, stop, we should go. I tug on Ross Weiss's hand, and she turns crimson red once she's back to reality. She didn't answer me, but lets me pull her out of the park. As we left the bamboo forest and are back on the streets, I noticed that Rossweiss had been hugging my arm instead of holding it. I go back through my memory and find that she started doing this around the time we got out of the Thousand Torii Gates. I didn't mind, so I kept my mouth shut. Our final destination was the Kyoto Tower. I think Rossweiss would like to see the views from the telescopes up here. Also hit up a few souvenir shops as well. Kyoto Tower this? She asks as she lets a keychain dangle beside her face. We had entered the previous 100-yen shop from before, the one that I visited with Ingvild and Serafal. The 100-yen shop Valkyrie strikes again. Well, it's her first time, but she'll get that title eventually, Rose. They're all 100 yen. I know, but will this suit me? How about this? Or this? She keeps changing keychains that were different in size and color. I don't what? Partner, just pick them all and buy them all. Let's just buy them all, Rose. I can afford them all. You look beautiful with anything, all right? I sigh as I scratch the back of my head. We've been in here for nearly 10 minutes, so I wanted to hurry it up. She went over other things earlier, too. Is she that poor? Does Odin pay her enough? Wait, shit, was I being insensitive there? I looked back up at her in a panic, but I was greeted to her blushing instead. You called her beautiful in anything. She's as romantic as when you first flirted with Aquino, calling her princess. You were bad at it. Now take that and make it ×3 with Rossweiss. Come on, it'll pay for them. I grabbed the basket she had and hold her hand with my other. We went up to pay for them and make our way up to the observation deck. Rossweiss had recovered by then and was hurriedly walking around the room. Oh? She was looking through the telescopes and making cute noises. There was also another group up there with us. They were old ladies. Young man. I turn to my side and see one of the old women speak to me. Yes? Is she your girlfriend? Straight to the point, old people really don't beat around the bush, huh? I chuckle at her and shake my head. No, ma'am, but we're out on a date, though. The other old ladies joined their friend, and they started to giggle at each other. She's quite cute. Treasure her now, you hear? She nudges me on the side as she grins at me. Ah, yes, I definitely will. Are old people this nosy? I mean, they don't mean any harm or ill will. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored.